Chapter 14, Part 4 of Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Clarica. Etiquette in Society, in Business, in Politics, and at Home by Emily Post. Chapter 14, Part 4, Formal Dinners. Place cards. The place cards are usually about 1.5 inches high by 2 inches long, sometimes slightly larger. People of old family have their crest embossed in plain white. Occasionally an elderly hostess, following a lifelong custom, has her husband's crest stamped in gold. Nothing other than a crest must ever be engraved on a place card, and usually they are plain, even in the houses of old families. Years ago hand-painted place cards are said to have been in fashion, but excepting on such occasions as Christmas or a birthday dinner, they are never seen in private houses today. Menu cards. Small standing porcelain slates, on which the menu is written, are seen on occasional dinner tables. Most often there is only one which is placed in front of the host, but sometimes there is one between every 2 guests. Seating the table. As has already been observed, the most practical way to seat the table is to write the names on individual cards first, and then place them as though playing solitaire, the guest of honor on the host's right, the second lady in rank on his left, the most distinguished or oldest gentleman on the right of the hostess, and all the other guests filled in between. Who is the guest of honor? The guest of honor is the oldest lady present, or a stranger whom you wish, for some reason, to honor. A bride at her first dinner in your house, after her return from her honeymoon, takes, if you choose to have her, precedence over older people. Or if a younger woman has been long away, she, in this instance of welcoming her home, takes precedence over her elders. The guest of honor is always led into dinner by the host, and placed on his right. The second in importance sits on his left, and is taken into dinner by the gentleman on whose right she sits. The hostess is always the last to go in the dining room at a formal dinner. Envelopes for the gentleman. In an envelope addressed to each gentleman is put a card on which is written the name of the lady he is to take down to dinner. This card just fits in the envelope, which is 1 inch or slightly less high and about 2 inches long. When the envelopes are addressed and filled, they are arranged in 2 neat rows on a silver tray and put in the front hall. The tray is presented to each gentleman just before he goes into the drawing room, on his arrival. The table diagram. A frame made of leather, round or rectangular, with small openings at regular intervals around the edge, in which names written on cards can be slipped, shows the seating of the table at a glance. In a frame holding 24 cards, 12 guests would be indicated by leaving every other card place blank, or for 8, only 1 in 3 is filled. This diagram is shown to each gentleman upon his arrival, so that he can see who is coming for dinner and where he himself is placed. At a dinner of 10 or less, this diagram is especially convenient, as envelopes are only used at formal dinners of 12 and over. When the hostess sits at the side. When the number of guests is a multiple of 4, the host and hostess never sit opposite each other. It would bring 2 ladies and 2 gentlemen together if they did. At a table which seats 2 together at each end, the fact that the host is opposite a gentleman and the hostess opposite a lady is not noticeable, nor is it ever noticeable at a round table. But at a narrow table, which has room for only 1 at the end, the hostess invariably sits in the next seat to that which is properly her own, putting in her place a gentleman at the end. The host usually keeps his seat rather than the hostess, because the seat of honor is on his right, and in the etiquette governing dinners, the host and not the hostess is the more important personage. When there are only 4, they keep their own places; otherwise the host and hostess would sit next to each other. At a dinner of 8, 12, 16, 20, etc., the host keeps his place, but at a supper for 8 or 12, the hostess keeps her place, and the host moves a place to the right or left, because the hostess at supper pours coffee or chocolate. And although the host keeps his seat at a formal dinner in honor of the lady he takes in, at a little dinner of 8, Where there is no guest of honor, the host does not necessarily keep his seat at the expense of his wife, unless he carves, in which case he must have the end place, just as at supper she has the end place in order to pour. Sidewalk, hall, and dressing rooms. One can be pretty sure, on seeing a red velvet carpet spread down the steps of a house, or up, since there are so many sunken American basement entrances, that there are people for dinner. The carpet is kept rolled or turned under near the foot or top of the steps, until a few minutes before the dinner hour, when it is spread across the width of the pavement by the chauffeur, or whoever is on duty on the sidewalk. Very big or formal dinners often have an awning, especially at a house where there is much entertaining, and which has an awning of its own. But at an ordinary house, for a dinner of 12 or so, the man on the pavement must, if it is raining, shelter each arriving guest under his coachman's umbrella from carriage to door. If it does not rain, he merely opens the doors of vehicles. Checks are never given at dinners, no matter how big. Every motor is called by address at the end of the evening. The worldly car is not shouted for as worldly, but XOX Fifth Avenue. The typical coachman of another day used to tell you carriages are ordered for 10:15. Carriages were nearly always ordered for that hour, though with slow and long dinners no one ever actually left until the horses had exercised for at least an hour. But the chauffeur of to-day opens the door in silence, unless there is to be a concert or amateur theatricals, when he, like the coachman, says, "Motors are ordered for 12 o'clock," or whatever hour he is told to say. In this day of telephone and indefinite bridge games, many people prefer to have their cars telephoned for when they are ready to go home. Those who do not play bridge leave an 8 o'clock dinner about half past 10, or at least order their cars for that hour. In all modern houses of size there are 2 rooms on the entrance floor, built sometimes as dressing rooms and nothing else, but more often they are small reception rooms, each with a lavatory off of it. In the one given to the ladies there is always a dressing table with toilet appointments on it, and the lady's maid should be on duty to give whatever service may be required. When there is no dressing room on the ground floor, the back of the hall is arranged with coat hangers and an improved dressing table for the ladies, since modern people, in New York at least, never go upstairs to a bedroom if they can help it. In fact, 9 ladies out of 10 drop their evening cloaks at the front door, handing them to the servant on duty, and go at once without more ado to the drawing room. A lady arriving in her own closed car can't be very much blown about, in a completely airtight compartment, and within 2 or 3 minutes of time. Gentlemen also leave their hats and coats in the front part of the hall. A servant presents to each a tray of envelopes, and if there is one, the table diagram. Envelopes are not really necessary when there is a table diagram, since every gentleman knows that he takes in the lady placed on his right. But at very big dinners in New York or Washington, where many people are sure to be strangers to one another, an absent-minded gentleman might better, perhaps, have his partner's name safely in his pocket. Announcing guests. A gentleman always falls behind his wife in entering the drawing-room. If the butler knows the guests, he merely announces the wife's name first and then the husband's. If he does not know them by sight, he asks whichever is nearest to him, "What name, please?" and whichever one is asked answers, "Mr. and Mrs. Lake." The butler then precedes the guests a few steps into the room where the hostess is stationed, and, standing aside, says in a low tone but very distinctly, "Mrs. Lake." A pause, and then "Mr. Lake." Married people are usually announced separately, as above, but occasionally people have their guests announced Mr. and Mrs. Blank. Announcing persons of rank. All men of high executive rank are not alone announced first, but take precedence of their wives in entering the room. The President of the United States is announced simply, "The President and Mrs. Harding." His title needs no qualifying appendage, since he and he solely is the President. He enters first and alone, of course, and then Mrs. Harding follows. The same form precisely is used for the Vice President and Mrs. Coolidge. A governor is sometimes, in courtesy, called Excellency, but the correct announcement would be "The Governor of New Jersey and Mrs. Edwards." He enters the room and Mrs. Edwards follows. The Mayor and Mrs. Thompson observe the same etiquette, or in a city other than his own he would be announced the Mayor of Chicago and Mrs. Thompson. Other announcements are the Chief Justice and Mrs. Taft, the Secretary of State and Mrs. Hughes, Senator and Mrs. Washington, but in this case the latter enters the room first, because his office is not executive. According to diplomatic etiquette, an ambassador and his wife should be announced. Their Excellencies the Ambassador and Ambassadress of Great Britain. The ambassador enters the room first. A minister plenipotentiary is announced the Minister of Sweden. He enters a moment later, and Mrs. Ogren follows. But a first secretary and his wife are announced, if they have a title of their own, Count and Countess European, or Mr. and Mrs. American. The president, the vice president, the governor of a state, the mayor of a city, the ambassador of a foreign power, in other words all executives, take precedence over their wives, and enter rooms and vehicles first, but senators, representatives, secretaries of legations, and all other officials who are not executive, allow their wives to precede them, just as they would if they were private individuals. Foreigners who have hereditary titles are announced by them: the Duke and Duchess of Over There, the Marquis and Marchioness of Land's End, or Sir Edward and Lady Blank, etc. Titles are invariably translated into English. Count and Countess Lorraine, not Monsieur le Comte et Madame la Comtesse Lorraine. How a hostess receives at a formal dinner. On all occasions of formality, at a dinner as well as at a ball, the hostess stands near the door of her drawing room, and as guests are announced she greets them with a smile and a handshake, and says something pleasant to each. What she says is nothing very important. Charm of expression and of manner can often wordlessly express a far more gracious welcome than the most elaborate phrases, which, as a matter of fact, should be studiously avoided. Unless a woman's loveliness springs from generosity of heart and sympathy, her manners, no matter how perfectly practised, are nothing but cosmetics applied to hide a want of inner beauty, precisely as rouge and powder are applied, in the hope of hiding the lack of a beautiful skin. One device is about as successful as the other, quite pleasing unless brought into comparison with the real. Mrs. Oldname, for instance, usually welcomes you with some such sentences as, "I am very glad to see you," or "I am so glad you could come," or if it is raining she very likely tells you that you were very unselfish to come out in the storm. But no matter what she says, or whether anything at all, she takes your hand with a firm pressure, and her smile is really a smile of welcome, not a mechanical exercise of the facial muscles. She gives you always, even if only for the moment, her complete attention, and you go into her drawing room with a distinct feeling that you are under the roof, not of a mere acquaintance, but of a friend. Mr. Oldname, who stands never very far from his wife, always comes forward, and, grasping your hand, accentuates his wife's more subtle, but no less vivid welcome. And either you join a friend standing near, or he presents you, if you are a man, to a lady, or if you are a lady, he presents a man to you. Some hostesses, especially those of the lion hunting and the new to best society variety, are much given to explanations, and love to say, "Mrs. Jones, I want you to meet Mrs. Smith. Mrs. Smith is the author of Dragged from the Depths, a most enlightening work of psychic insight," or to a good-looking woman, "I am putting you next to the Assyrian ambassador. I want him to carry back a flattering impression of American women." But people of good breeding do not over-exploit their distinguished guests with embarrassing hyperbole, or make personal remarks. Both are in the worst possible taste. Do not understand by this that explanations cannot be made. It is only that they must not be embarrassingly made to their faces. Nor must a specialist's subject be forced upon him, like a pair of manacles, by any exploiting hostess who has captured him. Mrs. Oldname might, perhaps, in order to assist conversation for an interesting but reticent person, tell a lady just before going in to dinner, "Mr. Traveller, who is sitting next to you at the table, has just come back from 2 years alone with the cannibals." This is not to exploit her travelled lion, but to give his neighbour a starting point for conversation at table. and although personal remarks are never good form, it would be permissible for an older lady, in welcoming a very young one, especially a debutante or a bride, to say, "How lovely you look, Mary dear, and what an adorable dress you have on!" But to say to an older lady, "That is a very handsome string of pearls you are wearing," would be objectionable. The duty of the host. The host stands fairly near his wife, so that if any guest seems to be unknown to all the others, he can present him to some one. At formal dinners introductions are never general, and people do not, as a rule, speak to strangers, except those next to them at table, or in the drawing room after dinner. The host therefore makes a few introductions if necessary. Before dinner, since the hostess is standing, and no gentleman may therefore sit down, and as it is awkward for a lady who is sitting to talk with a gentleman who is standing, the ladies usually also stand until dinner is announced. When dinner is announced. It is the duty of the butler to count heads so that he may know when the company has arrived. As soon as he has announced the last person, he notifies the cook. The cook being ready, the butler, having glanced into the dining room to see that the windows have been closed and the candles on the table lighted, enters the drawing room, approaches the hostess, bows, and says quietly, "Dinner is served." The host offers his arm to the lady of honor and leads the way to the dining room. All the other gentlemen offer their arms to the ladies appointed to them, and follow the host in an orderly procession, two and two. The only order of precedent is that the host and his partner lead, while the hostess and her partner come last. At all formal dinners, place cards being on the table, the hostess does not direct people where to sit. If there was no table diagram in the hall, the butler, standing just within the dining room door, tells each gentleman as he approaches, right or left. R or L is occasionally written on the lady's name card in the envelopes given to the gentleman. Or if it is such a big dinner that there are many separate tables, the tables are numbered with standing placards, as at a public dinner, and the table number written on each lady's name card. The manners of a hostess. First of all, a hostess must show each of her guests equal and impartial attention. Although engrossed in the person she is talking to, she must be able to notice anything amiss that may occur. The more competent her servants, the less she need be aware of details herself, but the hostess giving a formal dinner with uncertain dining room efficiency has a far from smooth path before her. No matter what happens, if all the china in the pantry falls with a crash, she must not appear to have heard it. No matter what goes wrong, she must cover it as best she may, and at the same time cover the fact that she is covering it. To give hectic directions merely accentuates the awkwardness. If a dish appears that is unpresentable, she, as quietly as possible, orders the next one to be brought in. If a guest knocks over a glass and breaks it, even though the glass be a piece of genuine Stiegel, her only concern must seemingly be that her guest's place has been made uncomfortable. She says, "I am so sorry, but I will have it fixed at once." The broken glass is nothing, and she has a fresh glass brought, even though it doesn't match, and dismisses all thought of the matter. Both the host and hostess must keep the conversation going, if it lags, but this is not as definitely their duty at a formal as at an informal dinner. It is at the small dinner that the skilful hostess has need of what Thackeray calls the showman quality. She brings each guest forward in turn to the center of the stage. In a lull in the conversation she says beguilingly to a clever but shy man, "John, what was that story you told me?" And then she repeats briefly an introduction to a topic in which John particularly shines. Or, later on, she begins a narrative and breaks off suddenly, turning to someone else, "You tell them." These examples are rather bald, and over-emphasize the method in order to make it clear. Practice in the knowledge of human nature, or of the particular temperament with which she is trying to deal, can alone tell her when she may lead or provoke this or that one to being at his best, to his own satisfaction as well as that of the others who may be present. Her own character and sympathy are the only real showman assets, since no one shows to advantage except in a congenial environment. The late guest. A polite hostess waits 20 minutes after the dinner hour, and then orders dinner served. To wait more than 20 minutes, or actually 15 after those who took the allowable 5 minutes grace, would be showing lack of consideration to many for the sake of one. When the late guest finally enters the dining room, the hostess rises, shakes hands with her, but does not leave her place at table. She doesn't rise for a gentleman. It is the guest who must go up to the hostess and apologize for being late. The hostess must never take the guest to task, but should say something polite and conciliatory, such as, "I was sure you would not want us to wait dinner." The newcomer is usually served with dinner from the beginning, unless she is considerate enough to say to the butler, "Just let me begin with this course." Old Mrs. Toplofty's manners to late guests are an exception. On the last stroke of 8 o'clock in winter, and half after 8 in Newport, dinner is announced. She waits for no one. Furthermore, a guest arriving after a course has been served does not have to protest against disarranging the order of dinner, since the rule of the house is that a course which has passed a chair is not to be returned. A guest missing his turn misses that course. The result is that everyone dining with Mrs. Toplofty arrives on the stroke of the dinner hour, which is also rather necessary, as she is one of those who like the service to be rushed through at top speed, and any one arriving half an hour late would find dinner over. It would be excellent discipline if there were more hostesses like her, but no young woman should be so autocratic, and few older ones care or dare to be. Nothing shows selfish want of consideration more than being habitually late for dinner. Not only are others, who were themselves considerate, kept waiting, but dinner is dried and ruined for every one else through the fault of the tardy one. And though expert cooks know how to keep food from becoming uneatable, no food can be so good as at the moment for which it is prepared, and the habitually late guest should be made to realize how unfairly she is meeting her host's generosity, by destroying for every one the hospitality which she was invited to share. On the other hand, before a formal dinner, it is the duty of the hostess to be dressed and in her drawing-room 15 or 10 minutes at least before the hour set for dinner. For a very informal dinner it is not important to be ready ahead of time, but even then a late hostess is an inconsiderate one. End of Chapter 14, Part 4. Chapter 14, Part 5 of Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Clarica. Etiquette in Society, in Business, in Politics, and at Home by Emily Post. Chapter 14, Part 5, Formal Dinners. Etiquette of Gloves and Napkin. Ladies always wear gloves to formal dinners, and take them off at table. Entirely off. It is hideous to leave them on the arm, merely turning back the hands. Both gloves and fan are supposed to be laid across the lap, and one is supposed to lay the napkin, folded once in half across the lap too, on top of the gloves and fan, and all three are supposed to stay in place on a slippery satin skirt on a little lap that more often than not slants downward. It is all very well for etiquette to say, "They stay there," but every woman knows they don't, and this is quite a nice question. If you obey etiquette and lay the napkin on top of the fan and gloves loosely across your satin-covered knees, it will depend merely on the heaviness and position of the fan's handle, whether the avalanche starts right, left, or forward onto the floor. There is just one way to keep these 4 articles, including the lap as one, from disintegrating, which is to put the napkin cornerwise across your knees, and tuck the 2 side corners under like a lap robe, with the gloves and fan tied in place as it were. This ought not to be put in a book of etiquette, which should say you must do nothing of the kind, but it is either do that or have the gentleman next to you groping under the table at the end of the meal, and it is impossible to imagine that etiquette should wish to conserve the picture of gentlemen on all fours as the concluding ceremonial at dinners. The turning of the table. The turning of the table is accomplished by the hostess, who merely turns from the gentleman, on her left probably, with whom she has been talking through the soup and the fish course, to the one on her right. As she turns, the lady to whom the right gentleman has been talking turns to the gentleman farther on, and in a moment every one at table is talking to a new neighbor. Sometimes a single couple who have become very much engrossed refuse to change partners, and the whole table is blocked, leaving one lady and one gentleman on either side of the block, staring alone at their plates. At this point the hostess has to come to the rescue by attracting the blocking lady's attention and saying, "Sally, you cannot talk to Professor Bug any longer. Mr. Smith has been trying his best to attract your attention." Sally, being in this way brought awake, is obliged to pay attention to Mr. Smith, and Professor Bug, little as he may feel inclined, must turn his attention to the other side. To persist in carrying on their own conversation at the expense of others would be inexcusably rude, not only to their hostess, but to every one present. At a dinner not long ago, Mr. Kindheart, sitting next to Mrs. Welborn, and left to himself because of the assiduity of the lady's farther partner, slid his own name card across and in front of her, to bring her attention to the fact that it was his turn. Enemies must bury hatchets. One inexorable rule of etiquette is that you must talk to your next-door neighbor at dinner table. You must. That is all there is about it. Even if you are placed next to someone with whom you have had a bitter quarrel, consideration for your hostess, who would be distressed if she knew you had been put in a disagreeable place, and further consideration for the rest of the table, which is otherwise blocked, exacts that you give no outward sign of your repugnance, and that you make a pretence, at least for a little while, of talking together. At dinner once, Mrs. Toplofty, finding herself next to a man she quite openly despised, said to him with apparent placidity, "I shall not talk to you, because I don't care to, but for the sake of my hostess I shall say my multiplication tables. Twice one are two, twice two are four." And she continued on through the tables, making him alternate them with her. As soon as she politely could, she turned again to another companion. Manners at table. It used to be an offence, and it is still considered impolite, to refuse dishes at the table, because your refusal implies that you do not like what is offered to you. If this is true, you should be doubly careful to take at least a little on your plate, and make a pretence of eating some of it, since to refuse course after course cannot fail to distress your hostess. If you are on a diet, and accepted the invitation with that stipulation, your not eating is excusable. But even then, to sit with an empty plate in front of you throughout a meal makes you a seemingly reproachful table companion for those of good appetite sitting next to you. Attacking a complicated dish. When a dinner has been prepared by a chef who prides himself on being a decorative artist, the guest of honor, and whoever else may be the first to be served, have quite a problem to know which part of an intricate structure is to be eaten, and which part is scenic effect. The main portion is generally clear enough. The uncertainty is whether the flowers are eaten vegetables, and whether the things that look like ducks are potatoes, or trimming. If there are 6 or more, the chances are they are edible, and that 1 or 2 of a kind are embellishments only. Rings around food are nearly always to be eaten. Platforms under food seldom, if ever, are. Anything that looks like pastry is to be eaten, and anything divided into separate units should be taken on to your plate complete. You should not try to cut a section from anything that has already been divided into portions in the kitchen. Aspics and desserts are, it must be said, occasionally Chinese puzzles, but if you do help yourself to part of the decoration, no great harm is done. Dishes are never passed from hand to hand at dinner, not even at the smallest and most informal one. Sometimes people pass salted nuts to each other, or an extra sweet from a dish near by, but not circling the table. Leaving the table. At the end of dinner, when the last dish of chocolates has been passed, and the hostess sees that no one is any longer eating, she looks across the table, and catching the eye of one of the ladies, slowly stands up. The one who happens to be observing also stands up, and in a moment every one is standing. The gentlemen offer their arms to their partners and conduct them back to the drawing room or the library, or wherever they are to sit during the rest of the evening. Each gentleman then slightly bows, takes leave of his partner, and adjourns with the other gentlemen to the smoking room, where after-dinner coffee, liqueurs, cigars, and cigarettes are passed, and they all sit where they like and with whom they like, and talk. It is perfectly correct for a gentleman to talk to any other who happens to be sitting near him, whether he knows him or not. The host on occasions, but it is rarely necessary, starts the conversation if most of the guests are inclined to keep silent, by drawing this one or that into discussion of a general topic that every one is likely to take part in. At the end of 20 minutes or so, he must take the opportunity of the first lull in the conversation to suggest that they join the ladies in the drawing room. In a house where there is no smoking room, the gentlemen do not conduct the ladies to the drawing room, but stay where they are, the ladies leaving alone, and have their coffee, cigars, liqueurs, and conversation sitting around the table. In the drawing room, meanwhile, the ladies are having coffee, cigarettes, and liqueurs passed to them.
There is not a modern New York City hostess, scarcely even an old-fashioned one, who does not have cigarettes passed after dinner. At a dinner of 10 or 12, the 5 or 6 ladies are apt to sit in one group, or possibly 2 sit by themselves, and 3 of 4 together, but at a very large dinner they inevitably fall into groups of 4 or 5 or so each. In any case, the hostess must see that no one is left to sit alone. If one of her guests is a stranger to the others, the hostess draws a chair near one of the groups, and offering it to her single guest, sits beside her. After a while, when this particular guest has at least joined the outskirts of the conversation of the group, the hostess leaves her and joins another group where perhaps she sits beside someone else who has been somewhat left out. When there is no one who needs any especial attention, the hostess nevertheless sits for a time with each of the different groups, in order to spend at least part of the evening with all of her guests. When the gentlemen return to the drawing room. When the gentlemen return to the drawing room, if there is a particular lady that one of them wants to talk to, he naturally goes directly to where she is, and sits down beside her. If, however, she is securely wedged in between 2 other ladies, he must ask her to join him elsewhere. Supposing Mr. Jones, for instance, wants to talk to Mrs. Bobo Gilding, who is sitting between Mrs. Stranger and Mrs. Stiffly. Mr. Jones saunters up to Mrs. Gilding. He must not look too eager, or seem too directly to prefer her to the 2 who are flanking her position, so he says rather casually, "Will you come and talk to me?" Whereupon she leaves her sandwiched position and goes over to another part of the room, and sits down where there is a vacant seat beside her. Usually, however, the ladies on the ends, being accessible, are more apt to be joined by the first gentleman entering than is the one in the centre, whom it is impossible to reach. Etiquette has always decreed that gentlemen should not continue to talk together after leaving the smoking room, as it is not courteous to those of the ladies who are necessarily left without partners. At informal dinners, and even at many formal ones, bridge tables are set up in an adjoining room, if not in the drawing room. Those few who do not play bridge spend a half hour, or less, in conversation, and then go home, unless there is some special diversion. Music or other entertainment after dinner. Very large dinners of 50 or over are almost invariably followed by some sort of entertainment. Either the dinner is given before a ball, or a musicale, or amateur theatricals, or professionals are brought in to dance or sing. In this day, when conversation is not so much a lost as a wilfully abandoned art, people in numbers cannot be left to spend an evening on nothing but conversation. Grouped together by the hundred, and with bridge tables absent, the modern fashionables in America, and in England too, are as helpless as children at a party without something for them to do, listen to, or look at. Very big dinners. A dinner of 60, for instance, is always served at separate tables, a centre one of 20 people, and 4 corner tables of 10 each; or if less, a centre table of 12, and 4 smaller tables of 8. A dinner of 36 or less is seated at a single table. But whether there are 18, 80, or 1 or 200, the setting of each individual table and the service is precisely the same. Each one is sent with a centrepiece, candles, compotures, and evenly spaced plates, with the addition of a number by which to identify it; or else each table is decorated with different coloured flowers, pink, yellow, orchid, white. Whatever the manner of identification, the number or the colour is written in the corner of the ladies' name cards that go in the envelopes handed to each gentleman arriving at the door: pink, yellow, orchid, white, or centre table. In arranging for the service of dinner, the butler details 3 footmen, usually, to each table of 10, and 6 footmen to the centre table of 20. There are several houses, palaces really, in New York that have dining rooms big enough to seat 100 or more easily. But 60 is a very big dinner, and even 30 does not go well without an entertainment following it. Otherwise the details are the same in every particular, as well as in table setting. The hostess receives at the door, guests stand until dinner is announced, the host leads the way with the guest of honour. The hostess goes to table last. The host and hostess always sit at the big centre table, and the others at that table are invariably the oldest present. No one resents being grouped according to age, but many do resent a segregation of ultra-fashionables. You must never put all the prominent ones at one table, unless you want forever to lose the acquaintance of those at every other. After dinner the gentlemen go to the smoking room, and the ladies sit in the ballroom, where, if there is to be a theatrical performance, the stage is probably arranged. The gentlemen return, the guests take their places, and the performance begins. After the performance, the leave-taking is the same as at all dinners or parties. Taking leave. That the guest of honor must be first to take leave was, in former times, so fixed a rule that everyone used to sit on, no matter how late it became, waiting for her whose duty it was to go. More often than not, the guest of honor was an absent-minded old lady, or celebrity, who very likely was vaguely saying to herself, "Oh my! Are these people never going home?" until, by and by, it dawned upon her that the obligation was her own. But to-day, although it is still the obligation of the guest who sat on the host's right to make the move to go, it is not considered ill-mannered, if the hour is growing late, for another lady to rise first. In fact, unless the guest of honor is one really, meaning a stranger or an elderly lady of distinction, there is no actual precedence in being the first to go. If the hour is very early when the first lady rises, the hostess, who always rises too, very likely says, "I hope you are not thinking of going." The guest answers, "We don't want to in the least, but Dick has to be at the office so early." Or, "I'm sorry, but I must. Thank you so much for asking us." Usually, however, each one merely says, "Good night. Thank you so much." The hostess answers, "I am so glad you could come," and then she presses a bell, not one that any guest can hear, for the servants to be in the dressing rooms and hall. When one guest leaves, they all leave, except those at the bridge tables. They all say "Good night" to whomever they were talking with, and shake hands, and then going up to their hostess, they shake hands and say, "Thank you for asking us," or "Thank you so much." "Thank you so much. Good night," is the usual expression, and the hostess answers, "It was so nice to see you again," or "I'm glad you could come." But most usually of all she says merely "Good night," and suggests friendliness by the tone in which she says it, an accent slightly more on the good, perhaps, than on the night. In the dressing room or in the hall, the maid is waiting to help the ladies on with their wraps, and the butler is at the door. When Mr. and Mrs. Jones are ready to leave, he goes out on the front steps and calls, "Mr. Jones's car." The Joneses' chauffeur answers, "Here." The butler says either to Mr. or Mrs. Jones, "Your car is at the door," and they go out. The bridge people leave as they finish their games, sometimes as a table at a time, or most likely two together. Husbands and wives are never, if it can be avoided, put at the same table. Young people, in saying good night, say, "Good night, it has been too wonderful," or "Good night, and thank you so much," and the hostess smiles and says, "So glad you could come," or just "Good night." The little dinner. The little dinner is thought by most people to be the very pleasantest social function there is. It is always informal, of course, and intimate conversation is possible, since strangers are seldom, or at least very carefully, included. For younger people, or others who do not find great satisfaction in conversation, the dinner of 8, and 2 tables of bridge afterwards, has no rival in popularity. The formal dinner is liked by most people now and then, and for those who don't especially like it, it is at least salutary as a spine-stiffening exercise. But for night after night, season after season, the little dinner is to social activity what the roast course is to the meal. The service of a little dinner is the same as that of a big one. As has been said, proper service in properly run houses is never relaxed, whether dinner is for 18 or for 2 alone. The table appointments are equally fine and beautiful, though possibly not quite so rare. Really priceless old glass and china can't be replaced because duplicates do not exist, and to use it 3 times a day would be to court destruction. Replicas, however, are scarcely less beautiful and can be replaced if chipped. The silver is identical. The food is equally well prepared, though a course or 2 is eliminated. The service is precisely the same. The clothes that fashionable people wear every evening they are home alone are, if not the same, at least as beautiful of their kind. Young Gilding's lounge suit is quite as handsome as his dinner clothes, and he tubs and shaves and changes his linen when he puts it on. His wife wears a tea gown, which is classified as a negligee rather in irony, since it is apt to be more elaborate and gorgeous, to say nothing of dignified, than half the garments that masquerade these days as evening dresses. They wear these informal clothes only if very intimate friends are coming to dinner alone. Alone may include as many as 8, but never includes a stranger. Otherwise, at informal dinners, the host wears a dinner coat and the hostess a simple evening dress, or perhaps an elaborate one that has been seen by everyone, and which goes on at little dinners for the sake of getting some wear out of it. She never, however, receives formally standing, though she rises when a guest comes into the room, shakes hands, and sits down again. When dinner is announced, gentlemen do not offer their arms to the ladies. The hostess and the other ladies go into the dining room together, not in a procession, but just as they happen to come. If one of them is much older than the others, the younger ones wait for her to go ahead of them, or one who is much younger goes last. The men stroll in the rear. The hostess, on reaching the dining room, goes to her own place, where she stands and tells every one where he or she is to sit. Mary, will you sit next to Jim? And Lucy on his other side, Kate over there, Bobo next to me, etc. Carving on the table. Carving is sometimes seen at home dinner tables. A certain type of man always likes to carve, and such a one does. But in 49 houses out of 50, in New York at least, the carving is done by the cook in the kitchen. A roast while it is still in the roasting pan, and close to the range at that, so that nothing can possibly get cooled off in the carving. After which the pieces are carefully put together again and transferred to an intensely hot platter. This method has 2 advantages over table carving: quicker service and hotter food. Unless a change takes place in the present fashion, none except cooks will know anything about carving, which was once considered an art necessary to every gentleman. The boast of the high-born Southerner that he could carve a canvas back holding it on his fork will be as unknown as the driving of a 4 in hand. Old-fashioned butlers sometimes carve in the pantry, but in the most modern service all carving is done by the cook. Cold meats are, in the English service, put whole on the sideboard, and the family and guests cut off whatever they choose themselves. In America, cold meat is more often sliced and laid on a platter, garnished with finely chopped meat jelly and watercress or parsley. The stag or bachelor dinner. A man's dinner is sometimes called a stag or a bachelor dinner, and as its name implies, is a dinner given by a man for men only. A man's dinner is usually given to celebrate an occasion of welcome or farewell. The best known bachelor dinner is the one given by the groom just before his wedding. Other dinners are more apt to be given by one man or a group of men in honor of a noted citizen who has returned from a long absence, or who is about to embark on an expedition or a foreign mission. Or a young man may give a dinner in honor of a friend's 21st birthday, or an older man may give a dinner merely because he has a quantity of game which he has shot and wants to share with his especial friends. Nearly always a man's dinner is given at the host's club or his bachelor quarters, or in a private room in a hotel. But if a man chooses to give a stag dinner in his own house, his wife or his mother should not appear. For a wife to come downstairs and receive the guests for him cannot be too strongly condemned as out of place. Such a maneuver on her part, instead of impressing his guests with her own grace and beauty, is far more likely to make them think what a poor worm her husband must be, allowing himself to be henpecked. And for a mother to appear at a son's dinner is, if anything, worse. An essential piece of advice to every woman is, no matter how much you may want to say "How do you do" to your husband's or your son's friends, don't. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Clarica. Etiquette in Society, in Business, in Politics, and at Home by Emily Post. Chapter 15. Dinner Giving with Limited Equipment. The service problem. People who live all year in the country are not troubled with formal dinner giving, because, excepting on great estates, formality and the country do not go together. For the one or two formal dinners which the average city dweller feels obliged to give every season, nothing is easier than to hire professionals. It is also economical, since nothing is wasted in experiment. A cook equal to the Gildings chef can be had to come in and cook your dinner at about the price of 2 charwomen. Skilled butlers or waitresses are to be had in all cities of any size at comparatively reasonable fees. The real problem is in giving the innumerable casual and informal dinners for which professionals are not only expensive but inappropriate. The problem of limited equipment would not present great difficulty if the tendency of the age were toward a slower pace, but the opposite is the case. No one wants to be kept waiting a second at table, and the world of fashion is growing more impatient and critical instead of less. The service of a dinner can, however, be much simplified and shortened by choosing dishes that do not require accessories. Dishes that have accompanying condiments. Nothing so delays the service of a dinner as dishes that must immediately be followed by necessary accessories. If there is no one to help the butler or waitress, no dish must be included on the menu, unless you are only 1 or 2 at table, or unless your guests are neither critical nor modern, that is not complete in itself. For instance, fish has nearly always an accompanying dish. Broiled fish, or fish Meunière, has ice-cold cucumbers sliced as thin as Saratoga chips, with a very highly seasoned French dressing, or a mixture of cucumbers and tomatoes. Boiled fish always has mousseline, hollandaise, mushroom or egg sauce, and round scooped boiled potatoes sprinkled with parsley. Fried fish must always be accompanied by tartar sauce and pieces of lemon, and a boiled fish, even if covered with sauce when served, is usually followed by additional sauce. Many meats have condiments. Roast beef is never served at a dinner party. It is a family dish, and generally has Yorkshire pudding or roast potatoes on the platter with the roast itself, and is followed by pickles or spiced fruit. Turkey likewise, with its chestnut stuffing and accompanying cranberry sauce, is not a company dish, though excellent for an informal dinner. Saddle of mutton is a typical company dish. All mutton has currant jelly. Lamb has mint sauce or mint jelly. Partridge or guinea hen must have 2 sauce boats, presented on one tray. Brown bread crumbs in one, and cream sauce in the other. Apple sauce goes with barnyard duck. The best accompaniment to wild duck is the precisely timed 18 minutes in a quick oven. And celery salad, which goes with all game, need not be especially hurried. Salad is always the accompaniment of tame game, aspics, cold meat dishes of all sorts, and is itself accompanied by crackers and cheese, or cheese soufflé, or cheese straws. Special menus of unaccompanied dishes. One person can wait on 8 people if dishes are chosen which need no supplements. The fewer the dishes to be passed, the fewer the hands needed to pass them, and yet many housekeepers thoughtlessly order dishes within the list above, and then wonder why the dinner is so hopelessly slow when their waitress is usually so good. The following suggestions are merely offered in illustration. Each housekeeper can easily devise further for herself. It is not necessary to pass anything whatever with melon or grapefruit, or a macédoine of fruit, or a canapé. Oysters, on the other hand, have to be followed by Tabasco and buttered brown bread. Soup needs nothing with it, if you do not choose split pea, which needs croutons, or petite marmite, which needs grated cheese. Fish dishes which are made with sauce in the dish, such as sole au vin blanc, lobster Newburg, crave ravigote, fish mousse, especially if in a ring filled with plenty of sauce, do not need anything more. Tartar sauce for fried fish can be put in baskets made of hollowed out lemon rind, a basket for each person, and used as a garnishing around the dish. Filet mignon or fillet of beef, both of them surrounded by little clumps of vegetables, share with chicken casserole in being the life-savers of the hostess, who has 1 waitress in her dining room. Another dish, but more appropriate to lunch than to dinner, is of French chops banked against mashed potatoes, or puree of chestnuts, and surrounded by string beans or peas. None of these dishes requires any following dish whatever, not even a vegetable. Fried chicken with corn fritters on the platter is almost as good as the two beef dishes, since the one green vegetable which should go with it can be served leisurely, because fried chicken is not quickly eaten. And a ring of aspic with salad in the center does not require accompanying crackers as immediately as plain lettuce. Steak and broiled chicken are fairly practical, since neither needs gravy, condiment, or sauce, especially if you have a divided vegetable dish so that two vegetables can be passed at the same time. If a hostess chooses not necessarily the dishes above, but others which approximately take their places, she need have no fear of a slow dinner, if her one butler or waitress is at all competent. The possibilities of the plain cook. In giving informal or little dinners, you need never worry because you cannot set the dishes of a professional dinner party cook before your friends or even strangers, so long as the food that you are offering is good of its kind. It is by no means necessary that your cook should be able to make the clear soup that is one of the tests of the perfect cook, and practically never produced by any other, nor is it necessary that she be able to construct comestible mosaics and sculptures. The essential thing is to prevent her from attempting anything she can't do well. If she can make certain dishes that are pretty well as good to taste, so much the better. But remember, the more pretentious a dish is, the more it challenges criticism. If your cook can make neither clear nor cream soup, but can make a delicious clam chowder, better far to have a clam chowder. On no account let her attempt clear green turtle, which has about as good a chance to be perfect as a supreme of boned capon. In other words, none whatsoever. And the same way throughout dinner. Whichever dishes your own particular Nora or Selma or Marie can do best, those are the ones you must have for your dinners. Another thing, it is not important to have variety. Because you gave the Normans chicken casserole the last time they dined with you, is no reason why you should not give it to them again, if that is the speciality of the house, as the French say. A late and greatly loved hostess, whose Sunday luncheons at a huge country house just outside of Washington were for years one of the outstanding features of Washington's smartest society, had the same lunch exactly, week after week, year after year. Those who went to her house knew just as well what the dishes would be as they did where the dining room was situated. At her few enormous informal dinners in town, her cook was allowed to be magnificently architectural, but if you dined with her alone, the chances were 10 to 1 that the Sunday chicken and pancakes would appear before you. Do not experiment for strangers. Typical dinner party dishes are invariably the temptation, no less than the downfall, of ambitious ignorance. Never let an inexperienced cook attempt a new dish for company, no matter how attractive her description of it may sound. Try it out yourself, or when you are having family or most intimate friends who will understand, if it turns out all wrong, that it is a trial dish. In fact, it is a very good idea to share the testing of it with someone who can help you in suggestions, if they are needed for its improvement. Or supposing you have a cook who is rather poor on all dinner dishes, but makes delicious bread and cake and waffles and oyster stew and cream chicken, or even hash. You can make a speciality of asking people to supper. Suppers are necessarily informal, but there is no objection in that. Formal parties play a very small role, anyway, compared to informal ones. There are no end of people, and the smartest ones at that, who entertain only in the most informal possible way. Mrs. Oldname gives at most 2 formal dinners a year. Her typical dinners and suppers are for 8. Proper dishing. The dishing is quite as important as the cooking. A smear or thumb mark on the edge of a dish is like a spot on the front of a dress. Water must not be allowed to collect at the bottom of a dish. That is why a folded napkin is always put under boiled fish, and sometimes under asparagus. And dishes must be hot. They cannot be too hot. Meat juice that has started to crust is nauseating. Far better to have food too hot to eat and let people take their time eating it, than that others should suffer the disgust of cold victuals. Sending in cold food is one of the worst faults, next to not knowing how to cook, that a cook can have. Professional or home dining room service. Just as it is better to hire a professional dinner party cook than to run the risk of attempting a formal dinner with your own Nora or Selma unless you are very sure she is adequate, in the same way it is better to have a professional waitress as captain over your own, or a professional butler over your own inexperienced one, than to have your meal served in spasms and long pauses. But if your waitress, assisted by the chambermaid, perfectly waits on 6, you will find that they can very nicely manage 10, even with accompanied dishes. Blunders in service. If an inexperienced servant blunders, you should pretend, if you can, not to know it. Never attract anyone's attention to anything by apologizing or explaining, unless the accident happens to a guest. Under ordinary circumstances, least said, soonest mended, is the best policy. If a servant blunders, it makes the situation much worse to take her to task, the cause being usually that she is nervous or ignorant. Speak, if it is necessary to direct her, very gently and as kindly as possible, your object being to restore confidence, not to increase the disorder. Beckon her to you, and tell her as you might tell a child you were teaching, "Give Mrs. Smith a tablespoon, not a teaspoon," or, "You have forgotten the fork on that dish." Never let her feel that you think her stupid, but encourage her as much as possible, and when she does anything especially well, tell her so. The encouragement of praise. Nearly all people are quick to censure, but rather chary of praise. Admonish, of course, where you must, but censure only with justice, and don't forget that whether of high estate or humble, we all of us like praise sometimes. When a guest tells you your dinner is the best he has ever eaten, remember that the cook cooked it, and tell her it was praised. Or if the dining room service was silent and quick and perfect, then tell those who served it how well it was done. If you are entertaining all the time, you need not commend your household after every dinner you give, but if any especial willingness, attentiveness, or tact is shown, don't forget that a little praise is not only merest justice, but is beyond the purse of no one. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Robin Cotter, April 2007. Etiquette in Society, in Business, in Politics, and at Home, by Emily Post. Chapter 16. Luncheons, Breakfasts, and Suppers. The invitations. Although the engraved card is occasionally used for an elaborate luncheon, especially for one given in honor of a noted person, formal invitations to lunch in very fashionable houses are nearly always written in the first person, and rarely sent out more than a week in advance. For instance, "Dear Mrs. Kindheart," or "Martha, will you lunch with me on Monday the 10th at half after 1 o'clock? Hoping so much to see you. Sincerely," or affectionately, "Jane Toplofty." If the above lunch were given in honor of somebody, Mrs. Eminent, for instance, the phrase "to meet Mrs. Eminent" would have been added immediately after the word "o'clock." At a very large luncheon, for which the engraved card might be used, "to meet Mrs. Eminent," would be written across the top of the card of the invitation. Informal invitations are telephoned nearly always. Invitation to a stand-up luncheon, or breakfast, it is breakfast if the hour is 12 or half after, and lunch, if at 1 or 1:30, is either telephoned or written on an ordinary visiting card. Saturday, October 2nd, luncheon at 1 o'clock. Mr. and Mrs. Gilding, Golden Hall. If RSVP is added in the lower corner, the invitation should be answered, otherwise the hostess is obliged to guess how many to provide for. Or if the hostess prefers, a personal note is always courteous. "Dear Mrs. Neighbor, we are having a stand-up luncheon on Saturday, October 2nd, at 1 o'clock, and hope that you and your husband and any guests who may be staying with you will come. Very sincerely yours, Alice Toplofty Gilding, Golden Hall, September 27th. A personal note always exacts a reply, which may, however, be telephoned, unless the invitation was worded in the formal third person. A written answer is more polite, if the hostess is somewhat of a stranger to you. The formal luncheon of to-day. Luncheon, being a daylight function, is never so formidable as a dinner, even though it may be every bit as formal and differ from the latter in minor details only. Luncheons are generally given by and for ladies, but it is not unusual, especially in summer places, or in town on Saturday or Sunday, to include an equal number of gentlemen. But no matter how large or formal a luncheon may be, there is rarely a chauffeur on the sidewalk, or a carpet or an awning. The hostess, instead of receiving at the door, sits usually in the center of the room in some place that has an unobstructed approach from the door. Each guest coming into the room is preceded by the butler to within a short speaking distance of the hostess, where he announces the new arrival's name and then stands aside. Where there is a waitress instead of a butler, guests greet the hostess unannounced. The hostess rises, or if standing takes a step forward, shakes hands, says, "I'm so glad to see you," or "I am delighted to see you," or "How do you do?" She then waits for a second or two to see if the guest who has just come in speaks to anyone. If not, she makes the necessary introduction. When the butler or waitress has "counted heads," and knows the guests have arrived, he or she enters the room, bows to the hostess, and says, "Luncheon is served." If there is a guest of honor, the hostess leads the way to the dining room, walking beside her. Otherwise, the guests go in twos or threes, or even singly, just as they happen to come, except that the very young make way for their elders, and gentlemen stroll in with those they happen to be talking to, or, if alone, fill in the rear. The gentlemen never offer their arms to ladies in going into a luncheon, unless there should be an elderly guest of honor, who might be taken in by the host as at a dinner, but the others follow informally. The table. Candles have no place on a lunch or breakfast table, and are used only where a dining room is unfortunately without daylight. Also a plain damask tablecloth, which must always be put on top of a thick table felt, is correct for dinner, but not for luncheon. The traditional lunch table is bare, which does not mean actually bare at all, but that it has a centerpiece, either round or rectangular or square, with placemats to match, made in literally unrestricted varieties of linen, needlework, and lace. The centerpiece is anywhere from 30 inches to 1.5 yards square, on a square or round table, and from half a yard to 1 yard wide by length, in proportion to the length of a rectangular table. The placemats are round or square or rectangular to match, and are put at the places. Or if the table is a refectory one, instead of centerpiece and doilies, the table is set with a runner not reaching to the edge at the side, but falling over both ends. Or there may be a tablecloth made to fit the top of the table to within an inch or two of its edge. Occasionally there is a real cloth that hangs over like a dinner cloth, but it always has lace or open work, and is made of fine linen, so that the table shows through. The decorations of the table are practically the same as for dinner, flowers or a silver ornament or épergne in the center, and flower dishes or compotières or patens filled with ornamental fruit or candy at the corners. If the table is very large and rather bare without candles, 4 vases or silver bowls of flowers or ornamental figures are added. If the center ornament is of porcelain, 4 porcelain figures to match have at least a logical reason for their presence, or a bisque garden set of vases and balustrades, with small flowers and vines put in the vases to look as though they were growing, follows out the decoration. Most people, however, like a sparsely ornamented table. The places are set as for dinner, with a place plate, 3 forks, 2 knives, and a small spoon. The lunch napkin, which should match the table linen, is much smaller than the dinner napkin, and is not folded quite the same. It is folded like a handkerchief, in only 4 folds, 4 thicknesses. The square is laid on the placed plate diagonally, with the monogrammed or embroidered corner pointing down toward the edge of the table. The upper corner is then turned sharply under in a flat crease for about a quarter of its diagonal length. Then the two sides are rolled loosely under, making a sort of pillow effect laid sideways, with a straight top edge and a pointed lower edge, and the monogram displayed in the center. Another feature of luncheon service, which is always omitted at dinner, is the bread and butter plate. The bread and butter plate. The butter plate has been entirely dispossessed by the bread and butter plate, which is part of the luncheon service always, as well as of breakfast and supper. It is a very small plate, about 5 1/2 to 6 1/2 inches in diameter, and is put at the left side of each place, just beyond the forks. Butter is sometimes put on the plate by the servant, as in a restaurant, but usually it is passed. Hot breads are an important feature of every luncheon. Hot crescents, soda biscuits, bread biscuits, dinner rolls, or corn bread, the latter baked in small pans like pie plates 4 inches in diameter. Very thin bread that is roasted in the oven until it is curled and light brown, exactly like a large Saratoga chip, is often made for those who don't eat butter, and is also suitable for dinner. This double-baked bread, toast, and 1 or 2 of the above varieties are all put in an old-fashioned silver cake basket, or actual basket of wicker, and passed as often as necessary. Butter is also passed, or helped, throughout the meal until the table is cleared for dessert. Bread and butter plates are always removed with the salt and pepper pots. The service of luncheon. The service is identical with that of dinner. Carving is done in the kitchen, and no food set on the table, except ornamental dishes of fruit, candy, and nuts. The plate service is also the same as at dinner. The places are never left plateless, excepting after salad, when the table is cleared and crumbed for dessert. The dessert plates and finger bowls are arranged as for dinner. Flowers are usually put in the finger bowls, a little spray of any sweet-scented flower, but corsage bouquets laid at the places with flower pins complete are in very bad taste. The luncheon menu. 5 courses at most, not counting the passing of a dish of candy or after-dinner coffee as a course, or more usually 4 actual courses, are thought sufficient in the smartest houses. Not even at the Worldleys or the Gildings will you ever see a longer menu than 1. Fruit or soup in cups, 2. Eggs, 3. Meat and vegetables, 4. Salad, 5. Dessert, or 1. Fruit, 2. Soup, 3. Meat and vegetables, 4. Salad, 5. Dessert, or 1. Fruit, 2. Soup, 3. Eggs, 4. Fowl or tame game with salad, 5. Dessert. An informal lunch menu is seldom more than 4 courses, and would eliminate either No. 1 or No. 2 or No. 5. The most popular fruit course is a macédoine, or mixture of fresh orange, grapefruit, Malaga grapes, banana, and perhaps a peach or a little pineapple. In fact, any sort of fruit cut into very small pieces, with sugar and maraschino, or rum for flavor, or nothing but sugar, served in special bowl-shaped glasses that fit into long-stemmed and much larger ones, with a space for crushed ice between, or it can just as well be put in champagne or any bowl-shaped glasses, after being kept as cold as possible in the ice-box until sent to the table. If the first course is grapefruit, it is cut across in half, the sections cut free and all dividing skin and seeds taken out with a sharp vegetable knife, and sugar put in it and left standing for an hour or so. A slice of melon is served plain. Soup at luncheon, or at a wedding breakfast or a ball supper, is never served in soup plates, but in 2 handled cups, and is eaten with a teaspoon or a bouillon spoon. It is limited to a few varieties, either chicken or clam broth, with a spoonful of whipped cream on top, or bouillon, or green turtle, or strained chicken, or tomato broth, or, in summer, cold bouillon or broth. Lunch party egg dishes must number 100 varieties. See any cookbook. Eggs that are substantial and rich, such as eggs Benedict, or stuffed with pâté de foie gras and a mushroom sauce, should then be balanced by a simple meat, such as broiled chicken and salad, combining meat and salad courses in one. On the other hand, should you have a light egg course, like eggs surprise, you could have meat and vegetables, and plain salad, or an elaborate salad, and no dessert. Or with fruit and soup, omit eggs, especially if there is to be an aspic with salad. The menu of an informal luncheon, if it does not leave out a course, at least chooses simpler dishes. A bouillon or broth, shirred eggs or an omelette, or scrambled eggs on toast, which has first been spread with a pâté or meat purée, then chicken or a chop with vegetables, a salad of plain lettuce with crackers and cheese, and a pudding or pie, or any other family dessert. Or broiled chicken, chicken croquettes, or an aspic is served with the salad in very hot weather. While cold food is both appropriate and palatable, no meal should ever be chosen without at least one course of hot food. Many people dislike cold food, and it disagrees with others, but if you offer your guests soup, or even tea or chocolate, it would then do to have the rest of the meal cold. Luncheon Beverages. It is an American custom, especially in communities where the 5 o'clock tea habit is neither so strong nor so universal as in New York, for the lady of a house to have the tea set put before her at the table, not only when alone, but when having friends lunching informally with her, and to pour tea, coffee, or chocolate. And there is certainly not the slightest reason why, if she is used to these beverages, and would feel their omission, she should not pour out what she chooses. In fact, although tea is never served hot at formal New York luncheons, iced tea is customary in all country houses in summer, and chocolate, not poured by the hostess, but brought in from the pantry and put down at the right of each plate, is by no means unusual at informal lunch parties. Iced tea at lunch in summer is poured at the table by a servant from a glass pitcher, and is prepared like a cup, with lemon and sugar, and sometimes with cut up fresh fruit and a little squeezed fruit juice. Plain cold tea may be passed in glasses, and lemon and sugar separately. At an informal luncheon, cold coffee, instead of tea, is passed around in a glass pitcher, on a tray that also holds a bowl of powdered sugar and a pitcher of cold milk, and another, as thick as possible, cream. The guests pour their coffee, to suit themselves, into tall glasses, half full of broken ice, and furnished with very long-handled spoons. If tea or coffee or chocolate are not served during the meal, there is always a cup of some sort, grape or orange juice, in these days, with sugar and mint leaves, and ginger ale or carbonic water. If dessert is a hot pudding or pastry, the hotel service of dessert plates should be used. The glass plate is particularly suitable for ice cream or any cold dessert, but is apt to crack if intensely hot food is put on it. Details of etiquette at luncheons. Gentlemen leave their coats, hats, sticks in the hall. Ladies leave heavy outer wraps in the hall or dressing room, but always go into the drawing room with their hats and gloves on. They wear their fur neck pieces, and carry their muffs in their hands, if they choose, or they leave them in the hall or dressing room. But fashionable ladies never take off their hats. Even the hostess herself almost invariably wears a hat at a formal luncheon in her own house, though there is no reason why she should not be hatless if she prefers, or if she thinks she is prettier without. Guests, however, do not take off their hats at a lunch party, even in the country. They take off their gloves at the table, or sooner if they choose, and either remove or turn up their veils. The hostess does not wear gloves, ever. It is also very unsuitable for a hostess to wear a face veil in her own house, unless there is something the matter with her face that must not be subjected to view. A hostess in a veil does not give her guests the impression of veiled beauty, but the contrary. Guests, on the other hand, may with perfect fitness keep their veils on throughout the meal, merely fastening the lower edge up over their noses. They must not allow a veil to hang loose and carry food under and behind it, nor must they eat with gloves on. A veil kept persistently over the face, and gloves kept persistently over the hands, means one thing: ugliness behind. So unless you have to, don't. The wearing of elaborate dresses at luncheons has gone entirely out of fashion, and yet one does once in a while see an occasional lady, rarely a New Yorker, who outshines a bird of paradise and a jeweller's window. But New York women of distinction wear rather simple clothes, simple meaning untrimmed, not inexpensive. Very conspicuous clothes are chosen either by the new rich to assure themselves of their own elegance, which is utterly lacking, or by the muttons dressed lamb fashion, to assure themselves of their own youth, which, alas, is gone. Gentlemen at luncheon in town on a Sunday wear cutaway coats, in other words, what they wear to church. On a Saturday they wear their business suits, sack coat with either stiff or pleated bosom shirts, and a starched collar. In the country they wear country clothes. What the servants wear. A butler wears his morning clothes, cutaway coat, grey striped trousers, high black waistcoat, black tie. A hired waiter wears a dress suit, but never a butler in a smart house. He does not put on his evening clothes until after 6 o'clock. In a smart house, the footmen wear their dress liveries, and a waitress and other maids wear their best uniforms. The guests leave. The usual lunch hour is 1:30. By 2:45 the last guest is invariably gone, unless, of course, it is a bridge luncheon, or for some other reason they are staying longer. From half an hour to 3/4 at the table, and from 20 minutes to half an hour's conversation afterwards, means that by 2:30, if lunch was prompt, guests begin leaving. Once in a while, especially at a mixed lunch where perhaps talented people are persuaded to become entertainers, the audience stays on for hours. But such parties are so out of the usual that they have nothing to do with the ordinary procedure, which is to leave about 20 minutes after the end of the meal. The details for leaving are also the same as for dinners. One lady rises and says good-bye. The hostess rises and shakes hands and rings a bell, if necessary, for the servant to be in the hall to open the door. When one guest gets up to go, the others invariably follow. They say good-bye and "thank you so much." Or, at a little luncheon, intimate friends often stay on indefinitely. But when lunching with an acquaintance, one should never stay a moment longer than the other guests. The guest who sits on, unless earnestly pressed to do so, is wanting in tact and social sense. If a hostess invites a stranger who might by any chance prove a barnacle, she can provide for the contingency by instructing her butler or waitress to tell her when her car is at the door. She then says, "I had to have the car announced, because I have an appointment at the doctor's. Do wait while I put on my things. I shall be only a moment, and I can take you wherever you want to go." This expedient should not be used when a hostess has leisure to sit at home. But on the other hand, a guest should never create an awkward situation for her hostess by staying too long. In the country, where people live miles apart, they naturally stay somewhat longer than in town. Or 2 or 3 intimate friends, who perhaps, especially in the country, come to spend the day, are not bound by rules of etiquette, but by the rules of their own and their hostess's personal preference. They take off their hats or not as they choose, and they bring their sewing or knitting and sit all day, or they go out and play games, and in other ways behave as house guests rather than visitors at luncheon. The only rule about such an informal gathering as this is that no one should ever go and spend the day and make herself at home unless she is in the house of a really very intimate friend or relative, or unless she has been especially and specifically invited to do that very thing. The stand-up luncheon. This is nothing more nor less than a buffet lunch. It is popular because it is a very informal and jolly sort of party, an indoor picnic really, and never attempted except among people who know each other well. The food is all put on the dining table, and every one helps himself. There is always bouillon, or oyster stew, or clam chowder. The most informal dishes are suitable for this sort of a meal, as for a picnic. There are 2 hot dishes and a salad, and a dessert, which may be, but seldom is, ice cream. Stand-up luncheons are very practical for hostesses who have medium-sized houses, or when an elastic number of guests are expected at the time of a ball game, or other event that congregates a great many people. A hunt breakfast is usually a stand-up luncheon. It is a breakfast, by courtesy of half an hour in time. At 12:30 it is breakfast. At 1 o'clock it is lunch. Regular weekly stand-up luncheons are given by hospitable people who have big places in the country, and encourage their friends to drive over on some especial day when they are "at home," Saturdays or Sundays generally, and intimate friends drop in uninvited, but always prepared for. On such occasions luncheon is made a little more comfortable by providing innumerable individual tables to which people can carry the plates, glasses, or cups, and sit down in comfort. Suppers. Supper is the most intimate meal there is, and since none but family or closest friends are ever included, invitations are invariably by word of mouth. The atmosphere of a luncheon is often formal, but informal luncheons and suppers differ in nothing except day and evening lights and clothes. Strangers are occasionally invited to informal luncheons, but only intimate friends are bidden to supper. The supper table. The table is set as to places and napery, exactly like the lunch table, with the addition of candlesticks or candelabra, as at dinner. Where supper differs from the usual lunch table is that in front of the hostess is a big silver tea tray, with full silver service for tea or cocoa or chocolate or breakfast coffee, most often chocolate or cocoa, and either tea or coffee. At the host's end of the table there is perhaps a chafing dish, that is, if the host fancies himself a cook. A number of people whose establishments are not very large have very informal Sunday night suppers on their servants' Sundays out, and forage for themselves. The table is left set, a cold dish of something and salad are left in the icebox. The ingredients for 1 or 2 chafing dish specialties are also left ready. At supper time a member of the family, and possibly an intimate friend or 2, carry the dishes to the table and make hot toast on a toaster. This kind of supper is, in fact as well as spirit, an indoor picnic, thought to be the greatest fun by the kind hearts, but little appreciated by the Gildings, which brings it down, with so many other social customs, to a mere matter of personal taste. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of Etiquette, Balls and Dances, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jenna Lee. Etiquette in Society, in Business, in Politics, and at Home by Emily Post. Chapter 17, Balls and Dances, Part 1. A ball is the only social function in America to which such qualifying words as splendor and magnificence can with proper modesty of expression be applied. Even the most elaborate wedding is not quite a scene of splendor and magnificence, no matter how luxurious the decorations or how costly the dress of the bride and bridesmaids, because the majority of the wedding guests do not complete the picture. A dinner may be lavish, a dance may be beautiful, but a ball alone is prodigal, meaning, of course, a private ball of greatest importance. On rare occasions a great ball is given in a private house, but since few houses are big enough to provide dancing space for several hundred, and sit-down supper space for a greater number still, besides smoking room, dressing room, and sitting about space, it would seem logical to describe a typical ball as taking place in the ballroom suite, built for the purpose in nearly all hotels. A hostess prepares to give a ball. The hostess who is not giving the ball in her own house goes first of all to see the manager of the hotel, or of whatever suitable assembly rooms there may be, and finds out which evenings are available. She then telephones, probably from the manager's office, and engages the 2 best orchestras for whichever evening both the orchestras and the ballroom are at her disposal. Of the 2, music is of more importance than rooms. With perfect music the success of a ball is more than 3/4 assured. Without it, the most beautiful decorations and most delicious supper are as flat as a fallen soufflé. You cannot give a ball or a dance that is anything but a dull promenade if you have dull music. To illustrate the importance that prominent hostesses attach to music, a certain orchestra in New York today is forced to dash almost daily, not alone from party to party, but from city to city. Time and again its leader has conducted the music at a noon wedding in Philadelphia, and a ball in Boston, or a dancing tea in Providence and a ball that evening in New York, because Boston, Providence, New York, and Philadelphia hostesses all at the present moment clamor for this one especial orchestra. The men have a little more respite than the leader, since it is his leading that everyone insists upon. Tomorrow another orchestra will probably make the daily tour of various cities' ballrooms. At all balls there must be 2 orchestras, so that each time one finishes playing the other begins. At very dignified private balls, dancers should not stand in the middle of the floor and clap as they do in a dance hall or cabaret if the music ends. On the other hand, the music should not end. Having secured the music and engaged the ballroom, reception rooms, dressing rooms, and smoking room, as well as the main restaurant after it is closed to the public, the hostess next makes out her list and orders and sends out her invitations. Invitations. The fundamental difference between a ball and a dance is that people of all ages are asked to a ball, while only those of approximately one age are asked to a dance. Once in a while a ball is given to which the hostess invites every person on her visiting list. Mr. and Mrs. Titherington de Poyster give one every season, which although a credit to their intentions, is seldom a credit to their sense of beauty. Snobbish as it sounds and is, a brilliant ball is necessarily a collection of brilliantly fashionable people, and the hostess who gathers in all the oddly assorted frumps on the outskirts of society cannot expect to achieve a very distinguished result. Ball invitations properly include all of the personal friends of the hostess, no matter what their age, and all her better-known social acquaintances, meaning everyone she would be likely to invite to a formal dinner. She does not usually invite a lady with whom she may work on a charitable committee, even though she may know her well and like her. The question as to whether an outsider may be invited is not a matter of a hostess's own inclination so much as a question whether the outsider would be agreeable to all the insiders who are coming. If the co-worker is in everything a lady and a fitting ornament to society, the hostess might very possibly ask her. If the ball is to be given for a debutante, all the debutantes whose mothers who are on the general visiting list are asked, as well as all young dancing men in these same families. In other words, the children of all those whose names are on the general visiting list of a hostess are selected to receive invitations, but the parents on whose standing the daughters and sons are asked are rarely invited. When a list is borrowed. A lady who has a debutante daughter, but who has not given any general parties for years, or ever, and whose daughter, having been away at boarding school or abroad, has therefore very few acquaintances of her own, must necessarily, in sending out invitations to a ball, take the list of young girls and men from a friend or a member of her family. This, of course, could only be done by a hostess whose position is unquestioned, but having had no occasion to keep a young people's list, she has not the least idea who the young people of the moment are, and takes a short cut as above. Otherwise she would send invitations to children of 10 and spinsters of 40, trusting to their being of suitable age. To take a family or intimate friends list is also important to the unaccustomed hostess, because to leave out any of the younger set who belong in the groups which are included is not the way to make a party a success. Those who don't find their friends go home, or stay and are bored, and the whole party sags in consequence. So that if a hostess knows the parents personally of, let us say, 80% of young society, she can quite properly include the 20% she does not know, so that the 100% can come together. In a small community it is rather cruel to leave out any of the young people whose friends are all invited. In a very great city, on the other hand, an habitual hostess does not ask any to her house whom she does not know, but she can of course be as generous as she chooses in allowing young people to have invitations for friends. Asking for an invitation to a ball. It is always permissible to ask a hostess if you may bring a dancing man who is a stranger to her. It is rather difficult to ask for an invitation for an extra girl, and still more difficult to ask for older people, because the hostess has no grounds on which she can refuse without being rude. She can't say there is no room, since no dance is really limited, and least of all a ball. Men who dance are always an asset, and the more the better, but a strange young girl hung around the neck of the hostess is about as welcome as a fog at a garden party. If the girl is to be brought and looked after by the lady asking for the invitation, who has herself been already invited, that is another matter, and the hostess cannot well object. Or if the girl is the fiancée of the man whose mother asks for the invitation, that is all right too, since he will undoubtedly come with her and see that she is not left alone. Invitations for older people are never asked for unless they are rather distinguished strangers and unquestionably suitable. Invitations are never asked for persons whom the hostess already knows, since if she had cared to invite them she would have done so. It is, however, not at all out of the way for an intimate friend to remind her of someone who in receiving no invitation has more than likely been overlooked. If the omission was intentional, nothing need be said. If it was an oversight, the hostess is very glad to repair her forgetfulness. Invitations for strangers. An invitation that has been asked for a stranger is sent direct and without comment. For instance, when the Great Lakes of Chicago came to New York for a few weeks, Mrs. Norman asked both Mr. Worldly and Mr. Gilding to send them invitations, one to a musical and the other to a ball. The Great Lakes received these invitations without Mrs. Norman's card enclosed or any other word of explanation, as it was taken for granted that Mrs. Norman would tell the Great Lakes that it was through her that the invitations were sent. The Great Lakes said, "Thank you very much for asking us," when they bid their hostess good night, and they also left their cards immediately on the Worldleys and Gildings after the parties. But it was also the duty of Mrs. Norman to thank both hostesses, verbally, for sending the invitations. Decorations. So far as good taste is concerned, the decorations for a ball cannot be too lavish or beautiful. To be sure, they should not be lavish if one's purse is limited, but if one's purse is really limited, one should not give a ball. A small dance or a dancing tea would be more suitable. Ball decorations have on occasions been literally astounding, but as a rule no elaboration is undertaken other than hanging greens and flowers over the edge of the gallery, if there is a gallery, banking palms in corners, and putting up sheaves of flowers or trailing vines wherever most effective. In any event, the hostess consults her florist, but if the decorations are to be very important, an architect or an artist is put in charge, with a florist under him. The ball beautiful. Certain sounds, perfumes, places, always bring associated pictures to mind. Restaurant suppers, Paris, distinguished-looking audiences, London, the essence of charm and society, Rome, beguiling and informal joyousness, San Francisco, recklessness, Colorado Springs, the afternoon visit, Washington, hectic and splendid gaiety, New York, beautiful balls, Boston. There are 3 reasons, probably more, why the balls in Boston have what can be described only by the word quality. The word elegance before it was misused out of existence expressed it even better. First, best society in Boston having kept its social walls intact, granting admission only to those of birth and breeding, has therefore preserved a quality of unmistakable cultivation. There are undoubtedly other cities, especially in the South, which have also kept their walls up and their traditions intact, but Boston has been the wise virgin as well, and has kept her lamp filled. Second, Boston hostesses of position have never failed to demand of those who would remain on their lists, strict obedience to the tenets of ceremonies and dignified behavior, nor ceased themselves to cultivate something of the grand manner that should be the birthright of every thoroughbred lady and gentleman. Third, Boston's older ladies and gentlemen always dance at balls, and they neither rock around the floor nor take their dancing violently, and the fact that older ladies of distinction dance with dignity has an inevitable effect upon younger ones, so that at balls at least, dancing has not degenerated into gymnastics or contortions. The extreme reverse of a smart Boston ball is one, no matter where, which has a room full of people who deport themselves abominably, who greet each other by waving their arms aloft, who dance like Apaches or jiggling music-box figures, and who scarcely suggest an assemblage of even decent, let alone well-bred people. Supper. A sit-down supper that is served continuously for 2 or 3 hours is the most elaborate ball supper. Next in importance is the sit-down supper at a set time. Third, the buffet supper, which is served at dances, but not at balls. At the most fashionable New York balls, supper service begins at 1 and continues until 3, and people go when they feel like it. The restaurant is closed to the public at 1 o'clock. The entrance is then curtained or shut off from the rest of the hotel. The tables are decorated with flowers and the supper service opened for the ball guests. Guests sit where they please, either making up a table, or a man and his partner finding a place wherever there are 2 vacant chairs. At a private ball, guests do not pay for anything or sign supper checks, or tip the waiter, since the restaurant is for the time being the private dining room of the host and hostess. At a sit-down supper at a set hour, the choice of menu is unlimited, but suppers are never as elaborate now as they used to be. Years ago, few balls were given without terrapin, and a supper without champagne was unheard of. In fact, champagne was the heaviest item of expenditure always. Decorations might be very limited, but champagne was as essential as music. Cotillion favors were also an important item which no longer exists, and champagne has gone its way with nectar to the land of fable, so that if you eliminate elaborate decorations, ball-giving is not half the expense it used to be. For a sit-down supper that is continuous. When the service of supper continues for several hours, it is necessary to select food that can be kept hot indefinitely without being spoiled. Birds or broiled chicken, which should be eaten the moment they are cooked, are therefore unsuitable. Dishes prepared in sauce keep best, such as lobster Newburg, sweetbreads and mushrooms, chicken a la king, or creamed oysters. Pâtés are satisfactory, as the shells can be heated in a moment and hot creamed chicken or oysters poured in. Of course, all cold dishes and salads can stand in the pantry or on a buffet table all evening. The menu for supper at a ball is entirely a matter of the hostess' selection, but whether it is served at one time or continuously, the supper menu at an important ball includes 1. Bouillon or green turtle, clear, in cups. 2. Lobster à la Newburg, or terrapin, or oyster pâté, or another hot dish of shellfish or fowl. 3. A second choice hot dish of some sort, squab, chicken, and peas, if supper is served at a special hour, or croquettes and peas if continuous. 4. Salad, which includes every variety known, with or without an aspic. 5. Individual ices, fancy cakes. 6. Black coffee in little cups. Breakfast served at about 4 in the morning and consisting of scrambled eggs with sausages or bacon, and breakfast coffee and rolls, is an occasional custom at both dances and balls. There is always an enormous glass bowl of punch or orangeade, sometimes 2 or 3 bowls each containing a different iced drink, in a room adjoining the ballroom. And in very cold climates it is the thoughtful custom of some hostesses to have a cup of hot chocolate or bouillon offered each departing guest. This is an especially welcome attention to those who have a long drive home. A dance. A dance is merely a ball on a smaller scale. Fewer people are asked to it, and it has usually, but not necessarily, simpler decorations. But the real difference is that invitations to balls always include older people, as many if not more than younger ones, whereas invitations to a dance for a debutante, for instance, include none but very young girls, young men, and the merest handful of the hostess's most intimate friends. Supper may equally be a simple buffet or an elaborate sit-down one, depending on the size and the type of house. Or a dance may equally well as a ball be given in the banquet or smaller ballroom of a hotel, or in the assembly or ballroom of a club. A formal dance differs from an informal one merely in elaboration, and in whether the majority of those present are strangers to one another. A really informal dance is one to which only those who know one another well are invited. Details of preparation for a ball or dance in a private house. There is always an awning and a red carpet down the steps, or up, and a chauffeur to open the carriage doors, and a policeman or detective to see that strangers do not walk uninvited into the house. If there is a great crush, there is a detective in the hall to investigate anyone who does not have himself announced to the hostess. All the necessary appurtenances, such as awning, red carpet, coat-hanging racks, ballroom chairs, as well as crockery, glass, napkins, waiters, and food, are supplied by hotels or caterers, excepting in houses like the Gildings, where footmen's liveries are kept purposely. The caterers' men are never in footmen's liveries. Unless a house has a ballroom, the room selected for dancing must have all the furniture moved out of it, and if there are adjoining rooms and the dancing room is not especially big, it adds considerably to the floor space to put no chairs around it. Those who dance seldom sit around a ballroom anyway, and the more informal grouping of chairs in the hall or library is a better arrangement than the wainscot row or wallflower exposition grounds. The floor, it goes without saying, must be smooth and waxed, and no one should attempt to give a dance whose house is not big enough. Etiquette in the ballroom. New York's invitations are usually for 10 o'clock, but first guests do not appear before 10:30, and most people arrive at about 11 or after. The hostess, however, must be ready to receive on the stroke of the hour specified in her invitations, and the debutante or anyone the ball may be given for must also be with her. It is not customary to put the debutante's name on the formal at-home invitation, and it is even occasionally omitted on invitations that request the pleasure of blank, so that the only way acquaintances can know the ball is being given for the daughter is by seeing her standing beside her mother. Mr. and Mrs. Robert Gilding request the pleasure of, name of guest is written here, company on Tuesday, the 27th of December at 10 o'clock, at the Fitz Cherry. Dancing. RSVP, 23 East Laurel Street. The hostess never leaves her post, wherever it is she is standing, until she goes to supper. If, as at the Ritz in New York, the ballroom opens on a foyer at the head of a stairway, the hostess always receives at this place. In a private house where guests go up in an elevator to the dressing rooms, and then walk down to the ballroom floor, the hostess receives either at the foot of the stairway or just outside the ballroom. The hostess at a ball. Guests arriving are announced, as at a dinner or afternoon tea, and after shaking hands with the hostess, they must pass on into the ballroom. It is not etiquette to linger beside the hostess for more than a moment, especially if later arrivals are being announced. A stranger ought never to go to a ball alone, as the hostess is powerless to look after any especial guests, her duty being to stand in one precise place and receive. A stranger who is a particular friend of the hostess would be looked after by the host, but a stranger who is invited through another guest should be looked after by that other. A gentleman who has received an invitation through a friend is usually accompanied by the friend who presents him. Otherwise, when the butler announces him to the hostess, he bows and says, "Mr. Norman asked you if I might come," and the hostess shakes hands and says, "How do you do? I am very glad to see you." If other young men or any young girls are standing near, the hostess very likely introduces him. Otherwise, if he knows no one, he waits among the stags until his own particular sponsor appears. After supper, when she is no longer receiving, the hostess is free to talk with her friends, and give her attention to the roomful of young people who are actually in her charge. When her guests leave, she does not go back to where she received, but stands wherever she happens to be, shakes hands, and says, "Good night." There is one occasion when it is better not to bid one's hostess good night, and that is, if one finds her party dull and leaves again immediately. In this one case it is more polite to slip away so as to attract the least attention possible, but late in the evening it is inexcusably ill-mannered not to find her and say "good night" and "thank you." The duty of seeing that guests are looked after, that shy youths are presented to partners, that shyer girls are not left on the far wallflower outposts, that the dowagers are taken in to supper, and that the elderly gentlemen are provided with good cigars in the smoking-room, falls to the host and his son or son-in-law, or any other near male member of the family. Masquerade vouchers. Vouchers or tickets of admission like those sent with invitations to assembly or public balls should be enclosed in invitations to a masquerade. It would be too easy otherwise for dishonest or other undesirable persons to gain admittance. If vouchers are not sent with the invitations, or better yet, mailed afterwards to all those who have accepted, it is necessary that the hostess receive her guests singly in a small private room and request each to unmask before her. How to walk across a ballroom. If you analyze the precepts laid down by etiquette, you will find that for each there is a perfectly good reason. Years ago a lady never walked across a ballroom floor without the support of a gentleman's arm, which was much easier than walking alone across a very slippery surface in high-heeled slippers. When the late Ward McAllister classified New York society as having 400 people who were "at ease in a ballroom," he indicated that the ballroom was the test of the best manners. He also said at a dinner after his book was published and the country had already made New York's 400 a theme for cartoons and jests, that among the 400 who were at ease, not more than 10 could gracefully cross a ballroom floor alone. If his ghost is haunting the ballrooms of our time, it is certain the number is still further reduced. The athletic young woman of today strides across the ballroom floor as though she were on the golf course. The happy-go-lucky one ambles, shoulders stooped, arms swinging, hips and head in advance of chest. Others trot, others shuffle, others make a rush for it. The young girl who could walk across a room with the consummate grace of Mrs. Oldname, who as a girl of 18 was one of Mr. McAllister's 10, would have to be very assiduously sought for. How does Mrs. Oldname walk? One might answer by describing how Pavloa dances. Her body is perfectly balanced. She holds herself straight, and yet in nothing suggests a ramrod. She takes steps of medium length, and, like all people who move and dance well, walks from the hip, not the knee. On no account does she swing her arms, nor does she rest a hand on her hip. Nor when walking does she wave her hands about in gesticulation. Someone asked her if she had ever been taught to cross a ballroom floor. As a matter of fact, she had. Her grandmother, who was a toplofty, made all her grandchildren walk daily across a polished floor with sandbags on their heads, and the old lady directed the drill herself. No shuffling of feet, and no stamping either. No waggling of hips, no swinging of arms, and not a shoulder stooped. Furthermore, they were taught to enter a room and to sit for an indefinite period in self-effacing silence while their elders were talking. Older gentlemen still give their arms to older ladies in all promenading at a dance, since the customs of a lifetime are not broken by one short and modern generation. Those of today walk side by side, except in going down to supper when supper is at a set hour. At public balls, when there is a grand march, ladies take gentlemen's arms. End of Balls and Dances, Part 1.
Chapter 17 of Etiquette, Balls and Dances, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Micah Lubishak. Etiquette in Society, in Business, in Politics, and at Home, by Emily Post. Chapter 17, Balls and Dances, Part 2. Distinction vanished with cotillion. The glittering display of tinsel satin favors that used to be the featured and gayest decoration of every ballroom is gone. The cotillion leader, his hands full of seat checks, his manners a cross between those of Lord Chesterfield and a traffic policeman, is gone, and much of the distinction that used to be characteristic of the ballroom is gone with the cotillion. There is no question that a cotillion was prettier to look at than a mob scene of dancers crowding each other for every few inches of progress. The reason why cotillions were conducive to good manners was that people were on exhibition, where now they are unnoticed components of a general crowd. When only a sixth, at most, of those in the room danced, while others had nothing to do but watch them, it was only natural that those on exhibition should dance as well as they possibly could, and since their walking across the room and asking others to dance by offering a favor was also watched, grace of deportment and correct manners were not likely to deteriorate either. The cotillion was detested and finally banned by the majority who wanted to dance ceaselessly throughout the evening, but it was of particular advantage to the very young girl who did not know many men, as well as to what might be called the helpless type. Each young girl, if she had a partner, had a place where she belonged and where she sat throughout the evening, and since no couple could dance longer than the few moments allowed by the figure, there was no chance of anyone's being stuck, so that the average girl had a better chance of being asked to dance than now, when, without programs and without cotillions, there is nothing to relieve the permanency of a young man's attachment to an unknown young girl once he asks her to dance. The ordeal by ballroom. Instead of being easier, it would seem that time makes it increasingly difficult for any but distinct successes to survive the ordeal by ballroom. Years ago a debutante was supposed to flutter into society in the shadow of mamma's protecting amplitude. Today she is packed off by herself, and with nothing to relieve her dependence upon whoever may come near her. To liken a charming young girl in the prettiest of frocks to a spider is not very courteous, and yet the role of a spider is what she is forced by the exigencies of ballroom etiquette to play. She must catch a fly, meaning a trousered companion, so as not to be left in placarded disgrace, and having caught him, she must hang on to him until another takes his place. There should be drastic revision of ballroom customs. There is a desperate need of what in local dancing classes was called the dump, where without rudeness a gentleman could leave a lady as soon as they had finished dancing. There used to be a chaperon into whose care a young girl could be committed. There used to be the dance card, or programme, still in vogue at public balls, that allotted a certain dance to a certain gentleman and lady equally. There used to be the cotillion, which, while cruel, at least committed its acts of cruelty with merciful dispatch. When the cotillion began, the girl who had no partner went home. She had to. Now, once she has acquired a companion, he is planted beside her until another takes his place. It is this fact, and no other, which is responsible for the dread that the average young girl feels in facing the ordeal of a ballroom, and for the discourteous unconcern shown by dancing men who, under other conditions, would be friendly. The situation of a young girl left cruelly alone draws its own picture, but the reason for the callous and ill-mannered behavior of the average dancing man may perhaps need a word of explanation. For instance, Jim Smartlington, when he was a senior at college, came down to the Toplofty's ball on purpose to see Mary Smith. Very early, before Mary arrived, he saw a Miss Blank, a girl he had met at a dinner in Providence, standing at the entrance of the room. Following a casual impulse of friendliness, he asked her to dance. She danced badly. No one cut in, and they danced and danced, sat down, and danced again. Mary arrived. Jim walked Miss Blank near the stag line and introduced several men, who bowed and slid out of sight with the dexterity of eels who recognized a hook. From 10:30 until supper at 1:30, Jim was planted. He was then forced to tell her he had a partner for supper, and left her at the door of the dressing-room. There was no other place to leave her. He felt like a brute and a cad, even though he had waited nearly 3 hours before being able to speak to the girl he had come purposely to see. There really is something to be said on the man's side, especially on that of one who has to get up early in the morning, and who, only intending to see 1 or 2 particular friends and then go home, is forced because of an impulse of courtesy not only to spend an endless and exhausting evening, but to be utterly unfit for his work next day. One is equally sorry for the girl, but in the example above, her stupid handling of the situation not only spoiled one well-intentioned man's evening, but completely finished herself so far as her future chances for success were concerned. Not alone her partner, but every brother stag who stood in the doorway mentally placarded her "keep off." It is suicidal for a girl to make any man spend an entire evening with her. If at the end of 2 dances there is no intimate friend she can signal to, or an older lady she can insist on being left with, she should go home, and if the same thing happens several times, she should not go to balls. For the reasons given above, there is little that a hostess or host can do, unless a promise of release is held out, and that in itself is a deplorable situation, a humiliation that no young girl's name should be submitted to. And yet there it is. It is only necessary for a hostess to say, "I want to introduce you to a charming," and she is already speaking to the air. Boston hostesses solve the problem of a young girl's success in a ballroom in a way unknown in New York, by having the ushers. Ushers. Each hostess chooses from among the best-known young men in society who have perfect address and tact, a number to act as ushers. They are distinguished by white boutonnieres, like those worn by ushers at a wedding, and they are deputy hosts. It is their duty to see that wallflowers are not left decorating the seats in the ballroom, and it is also their duty to relieve a partner who has too long been planted beside the same rosebud. The ushers themselves have little chance to follow their own inclinations, and unless the honor of being chosen by a prominent hostess has some measure of compensation, the appointment, since it may not be refused, is a doubtful pleasure. An usher has the right to introduce anyone to anyone without knowing either principal personally, and without asking any lady's permission. He may also ask a lady, if he has a moment to himself, to dance with him, whether he has ever met her or not, and he can also leave her promptly, because any stag called upon by an usher must dance. The usher in turn must release every stag he calls upon by substituting another, and the second by a third, and so on. In order to make a ball go, meaning to keep everyone dancing, the ushers have on occasions to spend the entire evening in relief work. At a ball where there are ushers, a girl standing or sitting alone would at once be rescued by one of them, and a rotation of partners presented to her. If she is hopeless, meaning neither pretty nor attractive nor a good dancer, even the ushers are in time forced to relieve her partners and take her to a dowager friend of the hostess, beside whom she will be obliged to sit until she learns that she must seek her popularity otherwhere than at balls. On the other hand, on an occasion when none of her friends happen to be present, the greatest belle of the year can spend an equally deadly evening. The dance program. The program or dance card of public balls and college class dances has undeniable advantages. A girl can give as many dances as she chooses to whomever she chooses, and a man can be sure of having not only many, but uninterrupted dances with the one he most wants to be with, provided she is willing. Why the dance card is unheard of at private balls in New York is hard to determine, except that fashionable society does not care to take its pleasure on schedule. The gilded youth likes to dance when the impulse moves him. He also likes to be able to stay or leave when he pleases. In New York there are often 2 or 3 dances given on the same evening, and he likes to drift from one to the other, just as he likes to drift from one partner to another, or not dance at all if he does not want to. A man who writes himself down for the 10th jazz must be eagerly appearing on the stroke of the first bar, or if he does not engage his partners busily at the opening of the evening, he cannot dance at all. He may not want to, but he hates not being able to. So again we come back to the present situation and the problem of the average young girl, whose right it is, because of her youth and sweetness, to be happy and young, and not to be terrified, wretched, and neglected. The one and only solution seems to be for her to join a group. The flock system of the wise fledglings. If a number of young girls and young men come together, better yet, if they go everywhere together, always sit in a flock, always go to supper together, always dance with one another, they not only have a good time, but they are sure to be popular with drifting odd men also. If a man knows that having asked a girl to dance, one of her group will inevitably cut in, he is eager to dance with her. Or if he can take her to the others when they have danced long enough, He is not only delighted to be with her for a while, but to sit with her and the others off and on throughout that and every other evening, because since there are always some of them together, he can go again the moment he chooses. Certain groups of clever girls sit in precisely the same place in a ballroom, to the right of the door, or the left, or in a corner. One might almost say they form a little club. They dance as much as they like, but come back home between whiles. They all go to supper together, and whether individuals have partners or not is scarcely noticeable, nor even known by themselves. No young girl, unless she is a marked favorite, should ever go to a ball alone. If her especial flock has not as yet been systematized, she must go to a dinner before every dance, so as to go, and stay, with a group. If she is not asked to dinner, her mother must give one for her, or she must have at least one dependable beau, or better, two, who will wait for her and look out for her. Maid goes with her. A young girl who goes to a ball without a chaperon, meaning of course a private ball, takes a maid with her who sits in the dressing-room the entire evening. Not only is it thought proper to have a maid waiting, but nothing can add more to the panic of a partnerless girl than to feel she has not even a means of escape by going home. She can always call a taxi as long as her maid is with her, and go. Otherwise she either has to stay in the ballroom, or sit forlorn among the visiting maids in the dressing-room. What makes a young girl a ballroom success? Much of the above is so pessimistic, one might suppose that a ballroom is always a chamber of torture, and the young girl taken as an example above, a very drab and distorted caricature of what a real young girl should be and is. But remember, the young girl who is a belle of the ballroom needs no advice on how to manage a happy situation, no thought spent on how to make a perfect time better. The ballroom is the most wonderful stage setting there is for the girl who is a ballroom success, and for this especial talents are needed just as they are for art or sport or any other accomplishment. The great ballroom success, first and foremost, dances well. Almost always she is pretty. Beauty counts enormously at a ball. The girl who is beautiful and dances well is, of course, the ideal ballroom belle. But, this for encouragement, these qualities can, in a measure, at least be acquired. All things being more or less equal, the girl who dances best has the most partners. Let a daughter of Venus or the heiress of Midas dance badly, and she might better stay at home. To dance divinely is an immortal gift, but to dance well can, except in obstinate cases, as the advertisements say, be taught. Let us suppose, therefore, that she dances well, that she has a certain degree of looks, that she is fairly intelligent. The next most important thing, after dancing well, is to be unafraid, and to look as though she were having a good time. Conversational cleverness is of no account in a ballroom. Some of the greatest belles ever known have been as stupid as sheep, but they have had happy dispositions and charming and unself-conscious manners. There is one thing every girl who would really be popular should learn. In fact, she must learn: self-unconsciousness. The best advice might be to follow somewhat the precepts of mental science, and make herself believe that a good time exists in her own mind. If she can become possessed with the idea that she is having a good time, and look as though she were, the psychological effect is astonishing. Cutting in. When one of the stags standing in the doorway sees a girl dance past whom he wants to dance with, he darts forward, lays his hand on the shoulder of her partner, who relinquishes his place in favor of the newcomer, and a third in turn does the same to him. Or the one who was first dancing with her may cut in on the partner who took her from him, after she has danced once around the ballroom. This seemingly far from polite maneuver is considered correct behavior in best society, in Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Buffalo, Pittsburgh, Chicago, San Francisco, and therefore most likely in all parts of America. Not in London, nor on the Continent. At dances organized during the war in the canteens for soldiers and sailors on furlough, the men refused to cut in because they thought it was rude, and undoubtedly it is, except that custom has made it acceptable. If, however, it still seems rude to the young men of other town to cut in, then they should not do so. Sitting out dances. On the other hand, if a girl is sitting in another room, or on the stairs with a man alone, a second one should not interrupt, or ask her to dance. If she is sitting in a group, he can go up and ask her, "Don't you want to dance some of this?" She then either smiles and says, "Not just now, I am very tired," or, if she likes him, she may add, "Come and sit with us." To refuse to dance with one man and then immediately dance with another is an open affront to the first one, excusable only if he was intoxicated or otherwise actually offensive, so that the affront was both intentional and justifiable. But under ordinary circumstances, if she is dancing, she must dance with everyone who asks her. If she is not dancing, she must not make exceptions. An older lady can very properly refuse to dance, and then perhaps dance briefly with her son or husband without hurting her guest's proper pride. But having refused to dance with one gentleman, she must not change her mind and dance later with another. A young girl who is dancing may not refuse to change partners when another cuts in. This is the worst phase of the cutting-in custom. Those who particularly want to dance together are often unable to take more than a dozen steps before being interrupted. Once in a while a girl will shake her head no to a stag who darts toward her, but that is considered rude. A few others have devised dancing with their eyes shut as a signal that they do not want to be cut in on. But this is neither customary nor even a generally known practice. It is always the privilege of the girl to stop dancing. A man is supposed to dance on until she or the music stops. Asking for a dance. When a gentleman is introduced to a lady, he says, "May I have some of this?" or "Would you care to dance?" A lady never asks a gentleman to dance, or to go to supper with her, though she may if she is older, or if she is a young girl who is one of a flock, she may say, "Come and sit at our table." This, however, would not imply that in sitting at their table he is supposed to sit next to her. In asking a lady to go to supper, a gentleman should say, "Will you go to supper with me?" or "May I take you to supper?" He should never say, "Have you a partner?" as she is put in an awkward position in having to admit that she has none. A ball is not a dancing school. Since a girl may not without rudeness refuse to dance with a man who cuts in, a man who does not know how to dance is inexcusably inconsiderate if he cuts in on a good dancer, and compels a young girl to become instructress for his own pleasure with utter disregard of hers. If at home or elsewhere a young girl volunteers to teach him, that is another matter. But even so, the ballroom is no place to practice, unless he is very sure that his dancing is not so bad as to be an imposition on his teacher. Novelties and innovations. Formal occasions demand strict conventions. At an important wedding, at a dinner of ceremony, at a ball, it is not only bad form, but shocking to deviate from accepted standards of formality. Surprise is an element that must be avoided on all dignified occasions. Those, therefore, who think it would be original and pleasing to spring surprises on their guests at an otherwise conventional and formal entertainment, should save their ideas for a children's party, where surprises not only belong, but are delightedly appreciated. To be sure, one might perhaps consider that scenic effects or unusual diversions, such as one sees at a costume ball or a period dinner, belong under the head of surprise. But in the first place, such entertainments are not conventional, and in the second, details that are in accordance with the period or design of the ball or dinner are conventions after all. On the other hand, in the country especially, nothing can be more fun or more appropriate than a barn dance, or an impromptu play, or a calico masquerade, with properties and clothes made of any old thing, and in a few hours, even in a few minutes. Music need not be an orchestra, but it must be good, and the floor must be adequate and smooth. The supper is of secondary importance. As for manners, even though they may be unrestrained, they can be meticulously perfect for all that. There is no more excuse for rude or careless or selfish behavior at a picnic than at a ball. Public balls. A public ball is a ball given for benefit or charity. A committee makes the arrangements, and tickets are sold to the public, either by being put on sale at hotels or at the house of the secretary of the committee. A young girl of social position does not go to a public ball without a chaperon. To go in the company of one or more gentlemen would be an unheard-of breach of propriety. Subscription dances and balls. These are often of greater importance in a community than any number of its private balls. In Boston and Philadelphia, for instance, a person's social standing is dependent upon whether or not she or he is invited to the assemblies. The same was once true in New York, when the Patriarch and Assembly balls were the dominating entertainments. In Baltimore, too, a man's social standing is non-existent if he does not belong to the Monday Germans, and in many other cities membership in the subscription dances or dancing classes or sewing circles distinctly draws the line between the inside somebodies and the outside nobodies. Subscription dances such as these are managed, and all invitations are issued by patronesses who are always ladies of unquestioned social prominence. Usually these patronesses are elected for life, or at least for a long period of years. When for one reason or another a vacancy occurs, a new member is elected by the others to fill her place. No outsider may ever ask to become a member. Usually a number of names are suggested and voted on at a meeting, and whoever wins the highest number of votes is elected. The expenses of balls such as assemblies are borne by the patronesses collectively, but other types of dances are paid for by subscribers who are invited to take tickets, as will be explained. How subscription dances are organized. Whether in city, town, or village, the organization is the same. A small group of important ladies decide that it would be agreeable to have 2 or 3 balls, or maybe only one, a season. This original group then suggests additional names until they have all agreed upon a list sufficient in size to form a nucleus. These then are invited to join, and all of them at another meeting decide on the final size of the list and whom it is to include. The list may be 100, or it may stay at the original group of half dozen or so. Let us, for example, say the complete list is 50. 50 ladies, therefore, the most prominent possible, are the patronesses, or managers, or whatever they choose to call themselves. They also elect a chairman, a vice-chairman, a secretary, and a treasurer. They then elect 7 or 8 others who are to constitute the managing committee. The other 38 or 40 are merely members, who will pay their dues and have the right to a certain number of tickets for each of the balls. These tickets, by the way, are never actually sent by the members themselves, who merely submit the names of the guests they have chosen to the Committee on Invitations. This is the only practical way to avoid duplication. Otherwise, let us say that Mrs. Oldname, Mrs. Worldly, Mrs. Norman, and Mrs. Gilding each send their 2 tickets to the young Smartlingtons, which would mean that the Smartlingtons would have to return 3, and those 3 invitations would start off on a second journey, perhaps to be returned again. On the other hand, if each patroness sends in a list, the top names which have not yet been entered in the invitation book are automatically selected, and the committee notify her to whom her invitations went. There is also another very important reason for the sending in of every name to the committee: exclusiveness. Otherwise the balls would all too easily deteriorate into the character of public ones. Every name must be approved by the Committee on Invitations, who always hold a special meeting for the purpose, so that no matter how willing a certain careless member would be to include Mr. and Mrs. Unsuitable, she is powerless to send them tickets if they are not approved of. As a matter of fact, there is rarely any question of withholding invitations, since a serious objection would have to be sustained against one to warrant such an action on the part of the committee. Number of invitations issued. With 50 members, each might perhaps be allowed, besides her own ticket, 2 ladies' invitations and 4 gentlemen's. That would make 350 invitations available altogether. The founders can, of course, decide on whatever number they choose. Patronesses can also exchange tickets. One who might want to ask a double number of guests to the first assembly can arrange with another to exchange her second assembly invitations for first ones. Also, it often happens that the entire list sent in by a member has already been included, and not wanting to use her tickets, she gives them to another member, who may have a debutante daughter and therefore be in need of extra ones. Bachelor balls, like the Monday Germans of Baltimore, are run by the gentlemen instead of the ladies. Otherwise, they are the same as the assemblies. Other forms of subscription dances. Other forms are somewhat different in that instead of dividing the expenses between members who jointly issue invitations to few or many guests, The committee of 10, we will say, invites either all the men who are supposed to be eligible, or all the young girls, to subscribe to a certain number of tickets. For instance, dances known usually as junior assemblies or the holiday dances are organized by a group of ladies, the mothers usually of debutantes. The members of the organization are elected just as the others are, for life, but they are apt, after a few years, when the daughters are too old, to resign in favor of others whose daughters are beginning to be grown. The debutantes of highest social position are invited to become members. Each one pays dues, and has the privilege of asking 2 men to each dance. Mothers are not expected to go to these dances unless they are themselves patronesses. Sometimes young women go to these dances until they marry. Often they are for debutantes, but most often they are for girls the year before they come out, and for boys who are in college. Patronesses receive. At a subscription dance where patronesses take the place of a hostess, about 4 of these ladies are especially selected by the ball committee to receive. They always stand in line and bow to each person who is announced, but do not shake hands. The guest arriving also bows to the hostesses collectively, not 4 times. A lady, for instance, is announced. She takes a few steps toward the receiving line and makes a slight curtsy. The ladies receiving make a curtsy in unison, and the guest passes on. A gentleman bows ceremoniously, the way he was taught in dancing school, and the ladies receiving incline their heads. End of Chapter 17, Balls and Dances, Part 2. Recording by Micah Labishak.
Chapter 18 of Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Etiquette in Society, in Business, in Politics, and at Home by Emily Post. Chapter 18, The Debutante. How a young girl is presented to society. Any one of various entertainments may be given to present a young girl to society. The favorite and most elaborate of these, but possible only to parents of considerable wealth and wide social acquaintance, is a ball. Much less elaborate, but equal in size and second in favor today, is an afternoon tea with dancing. Third, and gaining in popularity, is a small dance, which presents the debutante to the younger set and a few of her mother's intimate friends. Fourth is a small tea without music. Fifth, the mere sending out of the mother's visiting card, with the daughter's name engraved below her own, announces to the world that the daughter is eligible for invitations. A ball for a debutante. A ball for a debutante differs in nothing from all other balls, excepting that the debutante receives, standing beside the hostess and furthest from the entrance, whether that happens to be on the latter's right or left. The guests, as they mount the stairs or enter the ballroom and are announced, approach the hostess first, who, as she shakes hands with each, turns to the debutante and says, "Mrs. Worldly, my daughter," or, "Cynthia, I want to present you to Mrs. Worldly." "Want to" is used on this occasion because "may I" is too formal for a mother to say to her child. A friend would probably know the daughter. In any event, the mother's introduction would be, "You remember Cynthia, don't you?" Each arriving guest always shakes hands with the debutante as well as with the hostess, and if there is a queue of people coming at the same time, there is no need of saying anything beyond "How do you do?" and passing on as quickly as possible. If there are no others entering at the moment, each guest makes a few pleasant remarks. A stranger, for instance, would perhaps comment on how lovely and many the debutante's bouquets are, or express a hope that she will enjoy her winter, or talk for a moment or two about the gaiety of the season, or the lack of balls, or anything that shows polite interest in the young girl's first glimpse of society. A friend of her mother might perhaps say, "You look too lovely, Cynthia dear, and your dress is enchanting." Personal compliments, however, are proper only from a close friend. No acquaintance, unless she is quite old, should ever make personal remarks. An old lady or gentleman might very forgivably say, "You don't mind, my dear, if I tell you how sweet I think you look," or "What a pretty frock you have on." But it is bad taste for a young woman to say to another, "What a handsome dress you have on!" And worst of all to add, "Where did you get it?" The young girl's particular friends are, of course, apt to tell her that her dress is wonderful, or more likely, simply divine. It is customary in most cities to send a debutante a bouquet at her coming-out party. They may be bouquets really, or baskets, or other decorative flowers, and are sent by relatives, friends of the family, her father's business associates, as well as by young men admirers. These bouquets are always banked near and, if possible, around the place the debutante stands to receive. If she has great quantities, they are placed about the room wherever they look most effective. The debutante usually holds one of the bouquets while receiving, but she should remember that her choice of this particular one among the many sent her is somewhat pointed to the giver, so that unless she is willing to acknowledge one particular bow as best, it is wiser to carry one sent by her father or brother, especially if either send her one of the tiny 1830 bouquets that have been for a year or two in fashion and are no weight to hold. These bouquets are about as big around as an ordinary saucer, and just as flat on top as a saucer placed upside down. The flowers chosen are rosebuds or other compact flowers, massed tightly together and arranged in a precise pattern. For instance, 3 or 4 pink rosebuds are put in the center. Around them a row of white violets, around these a single row of the pink roses, surrounded again by violets, and so on for 4 or 5 rows. The bouquet is then set in stiff white lace paper, manufactured for the purpose, the stems wrapped in white satin ribbon, with streamers of white and pink ribbons about 1/4 of an inch wide and tied to hang 20 inches or so long. The colors and patterns in which these little bouquets may be made are unlimited. The debutante receives. At a ball, where the guests begin coming about 10:30, the debutante must stand beside the hostess and receive until at least 12 o'clock, later if guests still continue to arrive. At all coming-out parties, the debutante invites a few of her best girlfriends to receive with her. Whether the party is in the afternoon or evening, these young girls wear evening dresses and come early and stay late. Their being asked to receive is a form of expression merely, as they never stand in line, and other than wearing pretty clothes and thus adding to the picture, they have no duties whatsoever. At supper. The debutante goes to supper with a partner who has surely spoken for the privilege weeks or even months beforehand. But the rest of her own table is always made up by herself. That is, it includes the young girls who are her most intimate friends and their supper partners. Her table is usually in the center of the dining room, but there is no especial decoration to distinguish it, except that it is often somewhat larger than the other tables surrounding it, and a footman or waiter is detailed to tell any who may attempt to take it that it is reserved. After supper, the debutante has no duties and is free to enjoy herself. The afternoon tea with dancing is described in the chapter on teas, and needs no further comment, since its etiquette is precisely the same as that for a ball. The debutante's bouquets are arranged as effectively as possible, and she receives with her mother, or whoever the hostess may be, until the queue of arriving guests thins out, after which she need be occupied with nothing but her own good time and that of her friends. Those of smaller means, or those who object to hotel rooms, ask only younger people and give the tea in their own house. Where there are 2 rooms on a floor, drawing room in front, dining room back, and a library on the floor above, the guests are received in the drawing room, but whether they dance in the dining room or up in the library depends upon which room is the larger. In either case, the furniture is moved out. If possible, the smallest room should be used to receive in, the largest to dance in, and the tea table should be set in the medium one. How many guests may one ask? A hostess should never try to pack her house beyond the limits of its capacity. This question of how many invitations may safely be sent out is one which each hostess must answer for herself, since beyond a few obvious generalities no one can very well advise her. Taking a hostess of average social position, who is bringing out a daughter of average attractiveness and popularity, it would be safe to say that every debutante and younger man asked to a party of any kind where there is dancing will accept, but that not more than from half to 1/3 of the older people asked will put in an appearance. Lavish parties giving way to simple ones. A ball, by the way, is always a general entertainment, meaning that invitations are sent to the entire dinner list, not only actual but potential, of the host and hostess, as well as to the younger people who are either themselves friends of the debutante or daughters and sons of the friends and acquaintances of the hostess. A dance differs from a ball in that it is smaller, less elaborate, and its invitations are limited to the contemporaries of the debutante, or at most the youngest married set. Invitations to a tea are even more general and should include a hostess' entire visiting list, irrespective of age or even personal acquaintance. The old-fashioned visiting list of the young hostess included the entire list of her mother, plus that of her mother-in-law, to which was added all the names acquired in her own social life. It can easily be seen that this list became a formidable volume by the time her daughter was old enough to come out, and yet this entire list was supposed to be included in all general invitations. In the present day, however, at least in New York, there is a growing tendency to eliminate these general or impersonal invitations. In smartest society it is not even considered necessary that a general entertainment be given to introduce a daughter. In New York last winter there were scarcely a dozen private balls all told. Many of the most fashionable and richest hostesses gave dances limited to young girls of their daughters' ages and young dancing men. Even at many of the teas with dancing, none but young people were asked. Anyone who likes to sit on the bank and watch the tides of fashion rise and fall cannot fail to notice that big and lavish entertainments are dwindling, and small and informal ones increasing. It is equally apparent, contrary to popular opinion, that extravagance of expenditure is growing less and less. It is years since any one has given such a ball, for instance, as the Venetian fete the Gildings gave to bring out their eldest daughter, when the entire first floor of the Fitzcherry was turned into a replica of Venice, canals, gondolas, and all. Or the Persian ball of the Van Styles, where the whole house was hung as a background for Oriental costumes, with copper gold draperies, against which stood at intervals Maxfield Parrish cypress trees. Or the moonlight dance of the Worldlies, which was not a fancy dress one, but for which the ballroom was turned into a garden scene, lighted by simulated moonlight that would have added to the renown of Belasco. Such entertainments as these seem almost out of key with the attitude of today, for although fancy dress and elaborate parties are occasionally given, they are not usually given for debutantes, nor on the scale of those mentioned above. The debutante's dress. At a ball, the debutante wears her very prettiest ball dress. Old-fashioned sentiment prefers that it be white and of some diaphanous material, such as net or gauze or lace. It ought not to look over-elaborate, even though it is spangled with a silver or crystal or is made of sheer lace. It should suggest something light and airy and gay, and above all, young. For a young girl to whom white is unbecoming, a color is perfectly suitable as long as it is a pale shade. She should not wear strong colors, such as red or Yale blue, and on no account black. Her mother, of course, wears as handsome a ball dress as possible, and all her jewels. At an afternoon tea the debutante wears an evening dress, a very simple evening dress, but an evening dress all the same. Usually a very pale color and quite untrimmed, such as she might wear at home for dinner. Her mother wears an afternoon dress, not an evening one. Both mother and daughter wear long gloves, and neither they nor the young girls receiving wear hats. To describe the details of clothes is futile. Almost before this page comes from the printer the trend may quite likely change. But the tendency of the moment is toward greater simplicity, in effect at all events. In confidence to a debutante. Let us pretend a worldly old godmother is speaking, and let us suppose that you are a young girl on the evening of your coming-out ball. You are excited, of course you are. It is your evening, and you are a sort of little princess. There is music, and there are lights, and there are flowers everywhere. A great ballroom massed with them, tables heaped with bouquets, all for you. You have on an especially beautiful dress, one that was selected from among many others, just because it seemed to you the prettiest. Even your mother and married sister, who, en grande tenue, have always seemed to you dazzling figures, have for the moment become, for all their brocades and jewels, merely background, and you alone are the center of the picture. Up the wide staircase come throngs of fashionables, who mean the world. They are coming on purpose to bow to you. You can't help feeling that the glittering dresses, the tiaras, the ropes of pearls and chains of diamonds of the dowagers, the stiff white shirt fronts and boutonnieres and perfectly fitting coats of the older gentlemen, as well as the best clothes of all the younger people, were all put on for you. You shake hands and smile sweetly to a number of older ladies and shake hands with an equal number of gentlemen, all very politely and properly. Then suddenly, halfway up the stairs, you see Betty and Anne and Fred and Ollie. Of course, your attention is drawn to them. You are vaguely conscious that the butler is shouting some stupid name you never heard of, that you don't care in the least about. Your mother's voice is saying, "Mrs. Blank." Impatiently, you give your hand to someone. You haven't the slightest idea who it is. So far as your interest is concerned, you might as well be brushing away annoying flies. Your smiles are directed to Betty and Anne. As they reach the top of the stairs, you dart forward and enter into an excited conversation, deliberately overlooking a lady and gentleman who, without trying further to attract your attention, pass on. Later in the winter, you will perhaps wonder why you alone among your friends are never asked to great estates. The lady and gentleman of whom you are so rudely unaware happen to be Mr. and Mrs. Worldly, and you have entirely forgotten that you are a hostess, and furthermore, that you have the whole evening, beginning at supper, when you can talk to these friends of yours. You can dance with Fred and Ollie and Jimmy all the rest of the evening. You can spend most of your time with them for the rest of your life if you and they choose. But when you are out in public, above all at a party, which is for you, your duty in commonest civility is to overcome your impulses and behave as a grown-up person, and a well-bred grown-up person at that. It takes scarcely more than 10 seconds to listen to the name that is said to you, to look directly and attentively at the one to whom the name belongs, to put out your hand firmly as you would take hold of something you like, not something that you feel an aversion to, and with a smile say, "How do you do?" At your ball your mother says, "Mrs. Worldly, my daughter." You look directly at Mrs. Worldly, put out your hand, say, "How do you do, Mrs. Worldly?" and she passes on. It takes no longer to be cordial and attentive than to be distrait and casual and rude. Yet the impression made in a few seconds of actual time may easily gain or lose a friend for life. When no other guests are arriving, you can chatter to your own friends as much as you like, but as you turn to greet another stranger, you must show pleasure, not annoyance, in giving him your attention. A happy attitude to cultivate is to think in your own mind that new people are all packages in a grab bag, and that you can never tell what any of them may prove to be until you know what is inside the outer wrappings of casual appearances. To be sure, the old woman of the fairy tale who turns out to be a fairy in disguise is not often met with in real life, but neither is her approximate counterpart an impossibility. As those who have sent you flowers approach, you must thank them. You must also write later an additional note of thanks to older people. But to your family or your own intimate friends, the verbal thanks, if not too casually made, are sufficient. A few don'ts for debutantes. Don't think that because you have a pretty face, you need neither brains nor manners. Don't think that you can be rude to anyone and escape being disliked for it. Whispering is always rude. Whispering and giggling at the same time have no place in good society. Everything that shows lack of courtesy towards others is rude. If you would be thought a person of refinement, don't nudge or pat or finger people. Don't hold hands or walk arm about waist in public. Never put your hand on a man, except in dancing, and in taking his arm if he is usher at a wedding or your partner for dinner or supper. Don't allow anyone to paw you. Don't hang on anyone for support, and don't stand or walk with your chest held in and your hips forward in imitation of a reversed letter S. Don't walk across a ballroom floor swinging your arms. Don't talk or laugh loud enough to attract attention, and on no account force yourself to laugh. Nothing is flatter than laughter that is lacking in mirth. If you only laugh because something is irresistibly funny, the chances are your laugh will be irresistible too. In the same way a smile should be spontaneous because you feel happy and pleasant. Nothing has less allure than a mechanical grimace, as though you were trying to imitate a toothpaste advertisement. Where are the belles of yesterday? In olden days, and until a comparatively short while ago, a young girl's social success was invariably measured by her popularity in a ballroom. It was the girl who had the most partners, who least frequently sat against the wall, who carried home the greatest quantity of the baubles known as favors, who was that evening's and usually the season's belle. But today, although ballroom popularity is still important as a test by which a young girl's success is measured, it is by no means the beginning and end that it used to be. As repeated several times in this book, the day of the bell is past. Beaux belong to the past too. Today is the day of woman's equality with man, and if in proving her equality she has come down from a pedestal, her pedestal was perhaps a theatrical property, at best, and not to be compared for solid satisfaction with the level ground of the entirely real position she now occupies. A girl's popularity in a ballroom is of importance to be sure, but not greatly more so than the dancing popularity of a youth. There was a time when wallflowers went to balls night after night where they either sat beside a chaperon or spent the evening in the dressing-room in tears. Today, a young girl who finds she is not a ballroom success avoids ballrooms and seeks her success otherwhere. She does not sit in a corner and hope against hope that her luck will turn and that Prince Charming will surely some evening discover her. She sizes up the situation exactly as a boy might size up his own chances to make the crew or the football team. Today's specialists in success. The girl of today soon discovers, if she does not know it already, that to be a ballroom belle it is necessary first of all to dance really well. A girl may be as beautiful as a young Diana or as fascinating as Circe, but if she is heavy or steps on her first partner's toes, never again will he ask her to dance, and the news spreads in an instant. The girl of today, therefore, knows she must learn to dance well, which is difficult, since dancers are born, not made, or she must go to balls for supper only, or not go to balls at all, unless she plays a really good game of bridge, in which case her chances for popularity at the bridge tables, which are at all balls today, are quite as good as though she were a young Pavlova in the ballroom. Or perhaps she skates, or hunts, or plays a wonderful game of tennis or golf, each one of which opens a vista leading to popularity and the possibilities for a good time, which was after all the mainspring of old-fashioned ballroom success. And since the day of femininity that is purely ornamental and utterly useless is gone by, it is the girl who does things well who finds life full of interests and of friends and of happiness. The old idea also has passed that measures a girl's popular success by the number of trousered figures around her. It is quality, not quantity, that counts, and the girl who surrounds herself with indiscriminate and possibly cheap youths does not excite the envy but the derision of beholders. To the highest type of young girl today it makes very little difference whether, in the inevitable group in which she is perpetually to be found, there are more men than girls, or the opposite. This does not mean that human nature has changed. Scarcely. There always are, and doubtless always will be, any number of women to whom admiration and flirtation is the very breath of their nostrils, who love to parade a beau just as they love to parade a new dress. But the tendencies of the time do not encourage the flirtatious attitude. It is not considered a triumph to have many love affairs, but rather an evidence of stupidity and bad taste. Frankness of today. A young man playing tennis with a young girl a generation ago would have been forced patiently to toss her gentle balls and keep his boredom to himself, or he would have held her chin in his hand while he himself stood shivering for hours in 3 feet of water and tried his best to disguise his opinion as to the hopelessness of her ever learning to swim. Today he would frankly tell her she had better play tennis for a year or two with a marker or struggle at swimming by herself, and any sensible girl would take that advice. For what she really is. Instead of depending upon beauty, upon sex appeal, the young girl who is the success of today depends chiefly upon her actual character and disposition. It is not even so necessary to do something well as to refrain from doing things badly. If she is not good at sports or games or dancing, then she must find out what she is good at and do that. If she is good for nothing but to look in the glass and put rouge on her lips and powder her nose and pat her hair, life is going to be a pretty dreary affair. In other days beauty was worshipped for itself alone, and it has votaries of sorts today. But the best type of modern youth does not care for beauty as his father did. In fact, he doesn't care a bit for it, if it has nothing to go with it, any more than he cares for butter with no bread to spread it on. Beauty and wit, and heart, and other qualifications or attributes is another matter altogether. A gift of more value than beauty is charm, which in a measure is another word for sympathy, or the power to put yourself in the place of others, to be interested in whatever interests them, so as to be pleasing to them, if possible, but not to occupy your thoughts in futilely wondering what they think about you. Would you know the secret of popularity? It is unconsciousness of self, altruistic interest, and inward kindliness outwardly expressed in good manners. End of chapter 18. Recording by Leanne Howlett.
Chapter 19 of Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Clarica. Etiquette in Society, in Business, in Politics, and at Home by Emily Post. Chapter 19. The Chaperon and Other Conventions. A gloomy word. Of course there are chaperons and chaperons, but it must be said that the very word has a repellent school-teacherish sound. One pictures instinctively a humorless tyrant whose correct manner plainly reveals her true purpose, which is to take the joy out of life. That she can be, and often is, a perfectly human and sympathetic person, whose unselfish desire is merely to smooth the path of one who is the darling of her heart, in nothing alters the feeling of gloom that settles upon the spirit of youth at the mention of the very word chaperon. Freedom of the chaperoned. As a matter of fact, the only girl who is really free is she whose chaperon is never very far away. She need give conventionality very little thought, and not bother about her P's and Q's at all, because her chaperon is always a strong and protective defense. But a young girl who is unprotected by a chaperon is in the position precisely of an unarmed traveler walking alone among wolves. His only defense is in not attracting their notice. To be sure, the time has gone by when the presence of an elderly lady is indispensable to every gathering of young people. Young girls for whose sole benefit and protection the chaperon exists (she does not exist for her own pleasure, youthful opinion to the contrary notwithstanding) have infinitely greater freedom from her surveillance than had those of other days. And the typical chaperon is seldom seen with any but very young girls, too young to have married friends. Otherwise a young married woman, a bride perhaps scarcely out of her teens, is, on all ordinary occasions, a perfectly suitable chaperon, especially if her husband is present. A very young married woman gadding about without her husband is not a proper chaperon. There are also many occasions when a chaperon is unnecessary. It is considered perfectly correct for a young girl to drive a motor car by herself, or take a young man with her, if her family know and approve of him, for any short distance in the country. She may play golf, tennis, go to the country club or golf club, if near by, sit on the beach, go canoeing, ride horseback, and take part in the normal sports and occupations of country life. Young girls always go to private parties of every sort without their own chaperon, but the fact that a lady issues an invitation means that either she or another suitable chaperon will be present. The best chaperon herself. Ethically, the only chaperon is the young girl's own sense of dignity and pride. She who has the right attributes of character needs no chaperon, ever. If she is wanting in decency and proper pride, not even Argus could watch over her. But apart from ethics, there are the conventions to think of, and the conventions of propriety demand that every young woman must be protected by a chaperon, because otherwise she will be misjudged. The resident chaperon. No young girl may live alone. Even though she has a father, unless he devotes his entire time to her, she must also have a resident chaperon, who protects her reputation until she is married, or old enough to protect it herself, which is not until she has reached a fairly advanced age of perhaps 30 years or over if she is alone, or 26 or so if she lives in her father's house, and behaves with such irreproachable circumspection that Mrs. Grundy is given no chance to set tongues wagging. It goes without saying that a chaperon is always a lady, often one whose social position is better than that of her charge. Occasionally she is a social sponsor as well as a moral one. Her position, if she is not a relative, is very like that of a companion. Above all, a chaperon must have dignity, and if she is to be of any actual service, she must be kind of heart and have intelligent sympathy and tact. To have her charge not only care for her, but be happy with her, is the only possible way such a relationship can endure. Needless to say, a chaperon's own conduct must be irreproachable, and her knowledge of the world such as can only be gained by personal experience, but she need not be an old lady. She can perfectly well be reasonably young, and a spinster. Very often the chaperon "keeps the house," but she is never called a housekeeper. Nor is she a secretary, though she probably draws the checks and audits the bills. It is by no means unusual for mothers who are either very gay or otherwise busy, and cannot give most of their time to their grown and growing daughters, to put them in charge of a resident chaperon. Often their governess, if she is a woman of the world, gives up her autocracy of the schoolroom and becomes social guardian instead. The duties of a chaperon. It is unnecessary to say that a chaperon has no right to be inquisitive or interfering unless for a very good reason. If an objectionable person, meaning one who cannot be considered a gentleman, is inclined to show the young girl attentions, it is of course her duty to cut the acquaintance short at the beginning before the young girl's interest has become aroused. For just such a contingency as this, it is of vital importance that confidence and sympathy exist between the chaperon and her charge. No modern young girl is likely to obey blindly unless she values the opinions of one in whose judgment and affection she has learned to believe. When invitations are sent out by a chaperon. Usually, if a young girl is an orphan, living with a chaperon, a ball or formal party would be given in the name of an aunt or other near relative. If her father is alive, the invitations go out in his name, of course, and he receives with her. But if it should happen that she has no near family at all, or if her chaperon is her social sponsor, the chaperon's name can be put on invitations. For example, Miss Abigail Titherington, Miss Rosalie Gray, will be at home on Saturday the 5th of December from 4 until 6 o'clock, the Fitzcherry. Rosalie has no very near relatives, and Miss Titherington has brought her up. In sending out the invitations for a dinner, a young girl would not be giving a formal dinner. Rosalie telephones her friends. "Will you dine with me or us next Monday, or on the 16th?" It is not necessary to mention Miss Titherington, because it is taken for granted that she will be present. It is also not considered proper for a young girl ever to be alone as a hostess. When she invites young girls and men into her house, Miss Titherington either receives them or comes into the room while they are there. If the time is afternoon, very likely she pours tea, and when everyone has been helped, she goes into another room. She does not stay with them ever, but she is never very far away. The chaperon, or a parent, should never go to bed until the last young man has left the house. It is an unforgivable breach of decorum to allow a young girl to sit up late at night with a young man, or a number of them. On returning home from a party, she must not invite or allow a man to "come in for a while." Even her fiancé must bid her good night at the door if the hour is late, and some one always ought to sit up, or get up, to let her in. No young girl ought to let herself in with a latch-key. In old-fashioned days no lady had a latch-key, and it is still fitting and proper for a servant to open the door for her. A young girl may not, even with her fiancé, lunch in a roadhouse without a chaperon, or go on a journey that can by any possibility last overnight. To go out with him in a small sailboat sounds harmless enough, but might result in a questionable situation if they are becalmed, or if they are left helpless in a sudden fog. The Maine coast, for example, is particularly subject to fogs that often shut down without warning, and no one going out on the water can tell whether he will be able to get back within a reasonable time or not. A man and a girl went out from Bar Harbor, and did not get back until next day. Everyone knew the fog had come in as thick as pea soup, and that it was impossible to get home, but to the end of time her reputation will suffer for the experience. A few precepts of convention. At a dinner party given for young people in a private house, a somewhat older sister would be a sufficient chaperon. Or the young hostess's mother, after receiving the guests, may, if she chooses, dine with her husband elsewhere than in the dining room, the parents' roof being supposedly chaperonage enough. In going to tea in a college man's room or in a bachelor's apartment, the proper chaperon should be a lady of fairly mature years. To see 2 or 3 apparently young people going into a bachelor's quarters would be open to criticism. There are many places which are unsuitable for young girls to go, whether they are chaperoned or not. No well-brought-up young girl should be allowed to go to a supper at a cabaret until she is married, or has passed the age when very young can be applied to her. Conventions that change with locality. In New York, for instance, no young girl of social standing may, without being criticized, go alone with a man to the theatre. Absolutely no lady, unless middle aged, and even then she would be defying convention, can go to dinner or supper in a restaurant alone with a gentleman. A lady not young, who is staying in a very dignified hotel, can have a gentleman dine with her. But any married woman, if her husband does not object, may dine alone in her own home with any man she pleases, or have a different one come in to tea every day in the week without being criticized. A very young girl may motor around the country alone with a man, with her father's consent, or sit with him on the rocks by the sea, or on a log in the woods, but she must not sit with him in a restaurant. All of which is about as upside down as it can very well be. In a restaurant they are not only under the surveillance of many eyes, but they can scarcely speak without being overheard, whereas short-distance motoring, driving, riding, walking, or sitting on the seashore has no element of protection certainly. Again, though she may not lunch with him in a restaurant, she is sometimes, not always, allowed to go to a moving picture matinee with him. Why sitting in the dark in a moving picture theatre is allowed, and the restaurant is taboo, is very mysterious. Older girls and young married women are beginning to lunch with men they know well in some of the New York restaurants, but not in others. In many cities it would be scandalous for a young married woman to lunch with a man not her husband, but quite all right for a young girl and man to lunch at a country club. This last is reasonable because the room is undoubtedly filled with people they know, who act as potential chaperons. Nearly everywhere it is thought proper for them to go to a dancing club for tea, if the club is managed by a chaperon. As said above, interpretation of what is proper shifts according to locality. Even in Victorian days, it was proper in Baltimore for a young girl to go to the theatre alone with a man, and to have him see her home from a ball was not only permitted but absolutely correct. Mrs. Grundy. Of course everyone has his own portrait of Mrs. Grundy, and some idea of the personality she shows him. But has anyone ever tried to ferret out that disagreeable old woman's own position, to find out where she lives and why she has nothing to do but meddle in affairs which do not concern her? Is she a lady? One would imagine she is not. One would also imagine that she lives in a solid, well-repaired, square brownstone house, with a cupola used as a conning tower, and equipped with periscope and telescope, and wireless. Furthermore, her house is situated on a bleak hill, so that nothing impedes her view and that of her two pets, a magpie and a jackal. And the business in life of all three of them is to track down and destroy the good name of every woman who comes within range, especially if she is young and pretty, and unchaperoned. The pretty young woman living alone must literally follow Cinderella's habits. To be out of the house late at night, or sitting up, except to study, are imprudences she cannot allow herself. If she is a widow, her conduct must be above criticism, but if she is young and pretty and divorced, she must literally live the life of a Puritan spinster of Salem. The magpie never leaves her window-sill, and the jackal sits on the doormat, and the news of her every going out and coming in, of everyone whom she receives, when they come, how long they stay, and at what hour they go, is spread broadcast. No unprotected woman can do the least thing that is unconventional, without having Mrs. Grundy shouting to everyone the worst possible things about her. The bachelor girl. The bachelor girl is usually a worker. She is generally either earning her living or studying to acquire the means of earning her living. Her days are therefore sure to be occupied, and the fact that she has little time for the gaiety of life, and that she is a worker, puts her in a somewhat less assailable position. She can, on occasion, go out alone with a man, not a married one, but the theatre she goes to must be of conventional character, and if she dines in a restaurant it is imperative that a chaperon be in the party, and the same is true in going to supper at night. No one could very well criticize her for going to the opera or a concert with a man, when neither her nor his behaviour hints a lack of reserve. But a girl whose personal dignity is unassailable is not apt to bring censure upon herself, even though the world judges by etiquette, which may often be a false measure. The young woman who wants really to be free from Mrs. Grundy's hold on her must either live her own life, caring nothing for the world's opinion, or the position it offers, or else be chaperoned. The bachelor host and the chaperon.
Barring the one fact that a chaperon must be on hand before young or single women guests arrive, and that she may not leave until after those whom she has chaperoned have left, there is no difference whatsoever in an entertainment given at the house of a bachelor and one given by a hostess. A bachelor can give dinners or theatre parties, or yachting parties, or house parties, or any parties that a hostess can give. It is unnecessary to say no lady may dine alone in a gentleman's rooms or house, nor may she dine with a number of gentlemen, unless one of them is her husband, in which case she is scarcely alone. But it is perfectly correct for two or more ladies to dine at a gentleman's rooms, if one of the ladies is elderly, or the husband of one is present. A bachelor entertaining in bachelor's quarters, meaning that he has only a manservant, must be much more punctilious, and must arrange to have the chaperon bring any young woman guests with her, since no young girls could be seen entering bachelor's quarters alone, and have their good name survive. If he has a large establishment, including women servants, and if furthermore he is a man whose own reputation is unblemished, the chaperon may be met at his house. But since it is more prudent for young women to arrive under her care, why run the unnecessary risk of meeting Mrs. Grundy's jackal on the doorstep? At the house of a bachelor such as described above, the chaperon could be a husbandless young married woman, or, in other words, the most careless chaperon possible, without ever giving Mrs. Grundy's magpie cause for ruffling a feather. But no young woman could dine or have tea, no matter how well chaperoned, in the rooms of a man of morally bad reputation, without running a very unpleasant risk of censure. A bachelor's house parties. Bachelors frequently have house parties at their country places. A married lady whose husband is with her is always the chaperon, unless the host's mother or sister may be staying, or living, in his house. There is always something unusually alluring about a bachelor's entertaining, especially his house parties. Where do all bachelors get those nice and so very respectable elderly maid-servants? They can't all have been their nurses. And a bachelor's house has something about it that is very comfortable, but entirely different from a lady's house, though it would be difficult to define wherein the difference lies. He is perhaps more attentive than a hostess. At least he meets his guests at the station if they come by train, or, if they motor to his house, he goes out on the front steps to greet them as they drive up. A possible reason why bachelors seem to make such good hosts is that only those who have a talent for it make the attempt. There is never any obligation on a gentleman's part to invite ladies to stay with him, whereas it is the part of every lady's duty at least occasionally to be a hostess, whether she has talent or even inclination for the position or not. A gentleman can return the courtesies of hostesses to him by occasionally sending flowers, or books, or candy, and by showing them polite attention when he meets them out. If a bachelor lives in a house of his own, especially in a country community, he is under the same obligations as any other householder to return the hospitality shown by his neighbors to him. Invitations. The bachelor's invitations are the same as those sent out by a hostess. There is absolutely no difference. His butler or waitress telephones, "Will Mr. and Mrs. Norman dine with Mr. Bachelor on Wednesday?" or he writes a note or uses the engraved dinner card. In giving an informal dance it is quite correct, according to New York fashion, for him to write on his visiting card. For example, on the card of Mr. Frederick Bachelor, 2 Portmanteau Place, he adds, "Monday, January 20th, at 10 o'clock, small dance." Or an artist sends his card with his studio address and "Saturday, April 7th, at 4 o'clock," to hear Tonini play. No invitation of a gentleman mentions that there will be a chaperon, because that is taken for granted. No gentleman invites ladies of position to a party unless one or many chaperons are to be present. A very young girl never goes even to an unmarried doctor's or a clergyman's, unless the latter is very elderly, without a chaperon, who in this instance may be a semi-elderly maid. A lady having her portrait painted always takes a woman friend, or her maid who sits in the studio, or at least within sight or hearing. End of Chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain.
For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Clarica. Etiquette in Society, in Business, in Politics, and at Home by Emily Post. Chapter 20. Engagements. Courtship. So long as romance exists, and Lochnavar remains young man's ideal, love at first sight and marriage in a week is within the boundaries of possibility. But usually, and certainly more wisely, a young man is for some time attentive to a young woman before dreaming of marriage. Thus, not only have her parents plenty of time to find out what manner of man he is, and either accept or take means to prevent a serious situation, but the modern young woman herself is not likely to be carried away by the personality of anyone whose character and temperament she does not pretty thoroughly understand and weigh. In nothing does the present time more greatly differ from the close of the last century than in the unreserved frankness of young women and men towards each other. Those who speak of the domination of sex in this day are either too young to remember, or else have not stopped to consider that mystery played a far greater and more dangerous role when sex, like a woman's ankle, was carefully hidden from view, and therefore far more alluring than today, when both are commonplace matters. In cities 25 years ago, a young girl had a beau who came to see her one at a time. They in formal clothes and manners, she in her company best to receive them, sat stiffly in the front parlour, and made politely formal conversation. Invariably they addressed each other as Miss Smith and Mr. Jones, and they "talked off the top" with about the same lack of reservation as the ambassador of one country may be supposed to talk to him of another. A young man was said to be devoted to this girl or that, but as a matter of fact each was acting a role, he of an admirer and she of a siren, and each was actually an utter stranger to the other. Friendship and Group System. Today no trace of stilted artificiality remains. The tete-a-tete of a quarter of a century ago has given place to the continual presence of a group. A flock of young girls and a flock of young men form a little group of their own. Everywhere they are together. In the country they visit the same houses, or they live in the same neighbourhood. They play golf in foursomes and tennis in mixed doubles. In winter, at balls, they sit at the same table for supper. They have little dances at their own homes, where scarcely any but themselves are invited. They play bridge, they have tea together, but whatever they do, they stay in the pack. In more than one way this group habit is excellent. Young women and men are friends in a degree of natural and entirely platonic intimacy undreamed of in their parents' youth. Having the habit, therefore, of knowing her men friends well, a young girl is not going to imagine a stranger, no matter how perfect he may appear to be, anything but an ordinary human man after all. And in finding out his bad points as well as his good, she is aided and abetted, encouraged or held in check, by the members of the group to which she belongs. Suppose, for instance, that a stranger becomes attentive to Mary. Immediately her friends fix their attention upon him, watching him. 25 years ago the young men would have looked upon him with jealousy, and the young women would have sought to annex him. Today their attitude is he good enough for Mary? And, eagle-eyed, protective of Mary, they watch him. If they think he is all right, he becomes a member of the group. It may develop that Mary and he care nothing for each other, and he may fall in love with another member, or he may drift out of the group again, or he may stay in it and Mary herself marry out of it. But if he is not liked, her friends will not be bashful about telling Mary exactly what they think, and they will find means usually, unless their prejudice is without foundation, to break up the budding friendship far better than any older person could do. If she is really in love with him, and determined to marry, in spite of their frankly given opinion, she at least makes her decision with her eyes open. There are also occasions when a young woman is persuaded by her parents into making a suitable marriage.
There are occasions when a young woman persists in making a marriage in opposition to her parents, but usually a young man either belongs in or joins her particular circle of intimate friends, and one day, it may be to their own surprise, though seldom that of their intimates, they find that each is the only one in the world for the other, and they become engaged. First duty of the accepted suitor. If a young man and his parents are very close friends, it is more than likely he will already have told them of the seriousness of his intentions. Very possibly he has asked his father's financial assistance, or at least discussed ways and means, but as soon as he and she have definitely made up their minds that they want to marry each other, it is the immediate duty of the man to go to the girl's father or her guardian and ask his consent. If her father refuses, the engagement cannot exist. The man must then try, through work or other proof of stability and seriousness, to win the father's approval. Failing in that, the young woman is faced with dismissing him or marrying in opposition to her parents. There are, of course, unreasonable and obdurate parents, but it is needless to point out that a young woman assumes a very great risk who takes her future into her own hands and elopes. But even so, there is no excuse for the most unfilial act of all, deception. The honorable young woman who has made up her mind to marry in spite of her parents' disapproval, announces to them, if she can, that on such and such a day her wedding will take place. If this is impossible, she at least refuses to give her word that she will not marry. The height of dishonor is to give her word, and then break it. The approved engagement. Usually, however, when the young man enters the study or office of her father, the latter has a perfectly good idea of what he has come to say, and, having allowed his attentions, is probably willing to accept his daughter's choice; and the former, after announcing that the daughter has accepted him, goes into details as to his financial standing and prospects. If the finances are not sufficiently stable, the father may tell him to wait for a certain length of time before considering himself engaged; or, if they are satisfactory to him, he makes no objection to an immediate announcement. In either case, the man probably hurries to tell the young woman what her father has said, and if he has been very frequently at the house, very likely they both tell her mother and her immediate family, or, more likely still, she has told her mother first of all. His parents call on hers. As soon as the young woman's father accepts the engagement, etiquette demands that the parents of the bridegroom-elect call at once, within 24 hours, upon the parents of the bride-to-be. If illness or absence prevents one of them, the other must go alone. If the young man is an orphan, his uncle, aunt, or other nearest relative should go in the parent's place. Not even deep mourning can excuse the failure to observe this formality. The engagement ring. It is doubtful if he who carries a solitaire ring, enclosed in a little square box, and produces it from his pocket upon the instant that she says yes, exists outside of the moving pictures. As a matter of fact, the accepted suitor usually consults his betrothed's taste, which of course may be gratified or greatly modified according to the length of his purse, or he may, without consulting her, buy what ring he chooses. A solitaire diamond is the conventional emblem of the singleness and endurability of the one love in his life, and the stone is supposed to be pure and flawless as the bride herself and their future together, or sentiments equally beautiful. There is also sentiment for a sapphire's depth of true blue. Pearls are supposed to mean tears, emeralds jealousy, opals the essence of bad luck, but the ruby stands for warmth and ardor. All of which, it is needless to say, is purest unfounded superstition. In the present day, precious stones having soared far out of reach of all but the really rich, fashion rather prefers a large semi-precious one to a microscopic diamond. Fashion, however, is merely momentary and local, and the great majority will probably always consider a diamond the only ring to have. It is not obligatory, or even customary, for the girl to give the man an engagement present, but there is no impropriety in her doing so if she wants to, and any of the following articles would be suitable: a pair of cuff links, or waistcoat buttons, or a watch chain, or a key chain, or a cigarette case. Probably because the giving of an engagement ring is his particular province, she very rarely gives him a ring, or, in fact, any present at all. The engagement ring is worn for the first time in public on the day of the announcement. Before announcement. Usually a few days before the formal announcement, and still earlier for letters written abroad or to distant states, both young people write to their aunts, uncles, and cousins, and to their most intimate friends, of their engagement, asking them not to tell anyone until the determined date. As soon as they receive the news, all the relatives of the groom-elect must call on the bride. She is not welcomed by the family until their cards, left upon her in person, assure her so. She must, of course, return all of these visits, and as soon as possible. If his people are in the habit of entertaining, they should very soon ask her with her fiancé to lunch or dinner, or, after the engagement is publicly announced, give a dinner or tea or dance in her honor. If, on the other hand, they are very quiet people, their calling upon her is sufficient in itself to show their welcome. In case of a recent death in either immediate family, the engagement cannot be publicly announced until the first period of mourning is past. It is entirely dignified for a private wedding to take place at the bedside of a very ill parent, or soon after a deep bereavement. In that case there is, of course, no celebration, and the service is read in the presence of the immediate families only. The announcement is invariably made by the parents of the bride-elect. It is a breach of etiquette for a member of the young man's family to tell of the engagement until the formal announcement has been arranged for. Announcement of engagement. On the evening before the day of the announcement, the bride's mother either sends a note, or has some one call the various daily papers by telephone, and says, "I am speaking for Mrs. John Huntington Smith. Mr. and Mrs. Smith are announcing the engagement of their daughter, Mary, to Mr. James Smartlington, son of Mr. and Mrs. Arthur Brown Smartlington, of 2000 Arcade Avenue." If either the Huntington Smiths or the Arthur Smartlingtons are socially prominent, reporters will be sent to get further information. Photographs and details, such as entertainments to be given, or plans for the wedding, will probably be asked for. The prejudices of old-fashioned people against giving personal news to papers is rapidly being overcome, and not even the most conservative any longer object to a dignified statement of facts, such as Mrs. Smith's telephone message. It is now considered entirely good form to give photographs to magazines and newspapers, but one should never send them unless specially requested. On the eve of the announcement, a dinner is sometimes given by the young girl's parents, and the news is told by her father, who, at about salad course or dessert, proposes the health of his daughter and future son-in-law. How a health is proposed. The host, after directing that all glasses at the table be filled, rises, lifts his own glass, and says, "I propose we drink to the health of my daughter Mary and the young man she has decided to add permanently to our family, James Smartlington." Or, "A standing toast to my Mary and to her Jim." Or, "I want you to drink the happiness of a young pair whose future welfare is close to the hearts of all of us, Mary," holding up his glass and looking at her, and Jim, holding it up again and looking at him. Every one except Mary and Jim rises and drinks a swallow or two, of whatever the champagne substitute may be. Every one then congratulates the couple, and Jim is called upon for a speech. Generally rather fussed, Jim rises and says something like, "We thank you all very much indeed for your good wishes," and sits down.
Or if he is an earnest rather than a shy youth, perhaps he continues, "I don't have to tell you how lucky I am. The thing for me to do is to prove, if I can, that Mary has not made the mistake of her life in choosing me, and I hope that it won't be very long before we see you all at our own table, with Mary at the head of it, and I, where I belong, at the foot." Or, "I can't make a speech and you know it, but I certainly am lucky and I know it." When no speech is made. The prevailing custom in New York and other big cities is for the party to be given on the afternoon or evening of the day of announcement. The engagement in this case is never proclaimed to the guest as an assembled audience. The news is out, and everyone is supposed to have heard it. Those who have not cannot long remain ignorant, as the groom-elect is either receiving with his fiancée, or brought forward by her father and presented to everyone he does not know. Everybody congratulates him, and offers the bride-to-be good wishes for her happiness. A dinner or other entertainment given to announce an engagement is by no means necessary. Quiet people very often merely write notes of announcement, and say they will be at home on such an afternoon at tea time. The form and detail are exactly the same as on an habitual day at home, except that the bride and groom-elect both receive as well as her mother. Parties for the engaged couple. If the families and friends of the young couple are at all in the habit of entertaining, the announcement of an engagement is the signal always for a shower of invitations. The parents of the groom-elect are sure to give a dance, or a party of one kind or another, to meet their daughter-to-be. If the engagement is a short one, their life becomes a veritable dashing from this house to that, and every meal they eat seems to be one given for them by some one. It is not uncommon for a bride-elect to receive a few engagement presents. These are entirely apart from wedding presents, which come later. A small afternoon teacup and saucer used to be the typical engagement gift, but it has gone rather out of vogue, along with harlequin china in general. Engagement presents are usually personal trifles, sent either by her own very intimate friends, or by members of her fiancé's family as especial messages of welcome to her, and as such are very charming. But any general fashion that necessitates giving engagement as well as wedding presents may well be looked upon with alarm by those who have only moderately filled pocketbooks. Engaged couple in public. There is said to be still preserved somewhere in Massachusetts a whispering reed through the long hollow length of which lovers were wont to whisper messages of tenderness to each other while separated by a room's length and the inevitable chaperonage of the fiancé's entire family. From those days to these is a far cry, but even in this era of liberty and naturalness of impulse, running the gauntlet of people's attention and criticism is no small test of the good taste and sense of a young couple. The hall-mark of so-called vulgar people is unrestricted display of uncontrolled emotions. No one should ever be made to feel like withdrawing in embarrassment from the overexposed privacy of others. The shrew who publicly berates her husband is no worse than the engaged pair who snuggle in public. Everyone supposes that lovers kiss each other, but people of good taste wince at being forced to play audience at love scenes which should be private. Furthermore, such cuddling gives little evidence of the deeper caring, no matter how ardent the demonstration may be. Great love is seldom flaunted in public, though it very often shows itself in pride. That is a little obvious, perhaps. There is a quality of protectiveness in a man's expression, as it falls on his betrothed, as though she were so lovely a breath might break her. And in the eyes of a girl whose love is really deep, there is always evidence of that most beautiful look of championship, as though she thought, "No one else can possibly know how wonderful he is." This underlying tenderness and pride which is at the base of the attitude of each only glints beneath the surface of perfect comradeship. Their frank approval of whatever the other may do or say is very charming, and even more so is their obvious friendliness toward all people, of wanting the whole world beautiful for all, because it is so beautiful to them. That is love, as it should be, and its evidence is a very sure signpost pointing to future happiness. Etiquette of engaged people. It is unnecessary to say that an engaged man shows no attention whatever to other women. It should be plain to everyone, even though he need not behave like a moon calf, that one is alone in his thoughts. Often it so happens that engaged people are very little together, because he is away at work or for other reasons. Rather than sit home alone, she may continue to go out in society, which is quite all right. But she must avoid being with any one man more than another, and she should remain visibly within the circle of her group. It always gives gossip a chance to see an engaged girl sitting out dances with any particular man, and slander is never far away if any evidence of ardor creeps into their regard, even if it be merely manner and actually mean nothing at all. In the backwaters of long engagement. Unless the engaged couple are both so young, or by temperament so irresponsible, that their parents think it best for them to wait until time is given a chance to prove the stability of their affection, no one can honestly advocate a long delayed marriage. Where there is no money, it is necessary to wait for better finances, but the old argument that a long engagement was wise, in that the young couple were given opportunity to know each other better, has little sense today when all young people know each other thoroughly well. A long engagement is trying to everyone, the man, the girl, both families, and all friends. It is an unnatural state, like that of waiting at the station for a train, and in a measure it is time wasted. The minds of the two most concerned are centred upon each other. To them life seems to consist in saying the inevitable good-bye. Her family think her absent-minded, distrait, aloof, and generally useless. His family never see him. Their friends are bored to death with them, not that they are really less devoted or loyal, but her men friends withdraw, naturally refraining from breaking in. He has no time between business and going to see her to stop at his club or wherever friends of his may be. Her girl friends do see her in the daytime, but gradually they meet less and less, because their interests and hers no longer focus in common. Gradually the stream of the social world goes rushing on, leaving the two who are absorbed in each other to drift forgotten in a backwater. He works harder, perhaps, than ever, and she perhaps occupies herself in making things for her trousseau, or her house, or otherwise preparing for the more contented days, which seem so long in coming. Once they are married, they no longer belong in a backwater, but find themselves again sailing in mid-stream. It may be on a slow-moving current, it may be on a swift, but their barge sails in common with all other craft on the river of life. Should a long engagement be announced? Whether to announce an engagement that must be of long duration is not a matter of etiquette, but of personal preference. On the general principle that frankness is always better than secretiveness, the situation is usually cleared by announcing it. On the other hand, as illustrated above, the certain knowledge of two persons' absorption in each other always creates a marooned situation. When it is only supposed, but not known, that a man and girl particularly like each other, their segregation is not nearly so marked. Meeting of kinsmen. At some time before the wedding, it is customary for the two families to meet each other. That is, the parents of the groom dine or lunch at the house of the parents of the bride, to meet the aunts, uncles, and cousins, and then the parents of the bride are asked with the same purpose to the house of the groom-elect. It is not necessary that any intimacy ensue, but it is considered fitting and proper that all the members of the families which are to be allied should be given an opportunity to know one another at least by sight. The engaged couple and the chaperon. The question of a chaperon differs with locality. In Philadelphia and Baltimore, custom permits any young girl to go alone with a young man approved by her family to the theatre, or to be seen home from a party. In New York or Boston, Mrs. Grundy would hold up her hands and run to the neighbors at once with the gossip. It is perhaps sufficient to say that if a man is thought worthy to be accepted by a father as his daughter's husband, he should also be considered worthy of trust no matter where he finds himself alone with her. It is not good form for an engaged couple to dine together in a restaurant, but it is all right for them to lunch, or have afternoon tea, and few people would criticize their being at the opera or the theatre, unless the performance at the latter was of questionable propriety. They should take a chaperon if they motor to roadhouses for meals, and it goes without saying that they cannot go on a journey alone that can possibly last overnight. Gifts which may and those which may not be accepted. The fiancé of a young man who is saving in order to marry would be lacking in taste as well as good sense were she to encourage or allow him extravagantly to send her flowers and other charming but wasteful presents. On the other hand, if the bridegroom-elect has plenty of means, she may not only accept flowers but anything he chooses to select, except wearing apparel, or a motor car, or a house and furniture, anything that can be classified as maintenance. It is perfectly suitable for her to drive his car, or ride his horse, and she may select furniture for their house, which he may buy or have built. But if she would keep her self-respect, the car must not become hers, nor must she live in the house, or use its furniture, until she is given his name. He may give her all the jewels he can afford, he may give her a fur scarf, but not a fur coat. The scarf is an ornament, the coat is wearing apparel. If she is very poor, she may have to be married in cheesecloth, or even in the dress she wears usually, but her wedding dress and the clothes she wears away must not be supplied by the groom or his family. There is one exception. If his mother, for instance, has some very wonderful family lace, or has kept her own wedding dress and has no daughter herself, and it would please her to have her son's wife wear her lace or dress, it is proper for the bride to consent, but it would be starting life on a false basis, and putting herself in a category with women of another class, to be clothed by any man, whether he is soon to be her husband or not. If the engagement should be so unfortunate as to be broken off, the engagement ring and all other gifts of value must be returned. End of chapter 20. Engagements.
Chapter 21, Part 1 of Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laurie Anne Walden. Etiquette in Society, in Business, in Politics, and at Home, by Emily Post. Chapter 21, Part 1. First Preparations Before a Wedding. To begin with, before deciding the date of the wedding, the bride's mother must find out definitely on which day the clergyman who is to perform the ceremony is disengaged, and make sure that the church is bespoken for no other service. If it is to be an important wedding, she must also see that the time available for the church is also convenient to the caterer. Sundays and days in Lent are not chosen for weddings, and Friday being a fast day in Catholic and very high Episcopal churches, weddings on that day, if not forbidden, are never encouraged. But the superstition that Friday and the month of May are unlucky is too stupid to discuss. Having settled upon a day and hour, the next step is to decide the number of guests that can be provided for, which is determined by the size of the church and the house, and the type of reception intended. The invitations. The bride-elect and her mother then go to the stationer and decide details, such as size and texture of paper and style of engraving, for the invitations. The order is given at once for the engraving of all the necessary plates, and probably for the full number of house invitations, especially if to a sit-down breakfast where the guests are limited. There are also ordered a moderate number of general church invitations or announcements, which can be increased later when the lists are completed and the definite number of guests more accurately known. Her mother consults his mother. The bride's mother then consults with the groom, or more likely with his mother, as to how the house list is to be divided between them. This never means a completely doubled list, because, if the two families live in the same city, many names are sure to be in duplicate. If the groom's people live in another place, invitations to the house can be liberally sent, as the proportion of guests who will take a long trip seldom go beyond those of the immediate family, and such close friends as would be asked to the smallest of receptions. Usually, if Mrs. Smith tells Mrs. Smartlington that 200 can be included at the breakfast, Mrs. Smith and Mrs. Smartlington will each make a list of 150, certain that 100 will be in duplicate. Invitations to a big church wedding are always sent to the entire visiting list, and often the business acquaintances of both families, no matter how long the combined number may be, or whether they can by any chance be present or not. Even people in deep mourning are included, as well as those who live thousands of miles away, as the invitations not merely proffer hospitality, but are messengers carrying the news of the marriage. After a house wedding, or a private ceremony where invitations were limited to relatives and closest personal friends of the young couple, general announcements are sent out to the entire visiting list. How the wedding list is compiled. Those who keep their visiting list in order have comparatively little work, but those who are not in the habit of entertaining on a general scale, and yet have a large unassorted visiting list, will have quite a piece of work ahead of them, and cannot begin making it soon enough. In the cities where a social register or other visiting book is published, people of social prominence find it easiest to read it through, marking XX in front of the names to be asked to the house, and another mark, such as a dash, in front of those to be asked to the church only, or to have announcements sent them. Other names which do not appear in the printed list may be written as thought of at the top or bottom of pages. In country places and smaller cities, or where a published list is not available or of sufficient use, the best assistant is the telephone book. List making should be done over as long a period and for as short sessions as possible, in order that each name as it is read may bring to memory any other that is similar. Long reading at a time robs the repetition of names of all sense, so that nothing is easier than to pass over the name of a friend without noticing it. A word of warning. To leave out old friends because they are neither rich nor fashionable, and to include comparative strangers because they are of great social importance, not alone shows a want of loyalty and proper feeling, but is to invite the contempt of those very ones whom such snobbery seeks to propitiate. 4 lists, therefore, are combined in sending out wedding invitations. The bride and the groom make one each of their own friends, to which is added the visiting list of the bride's family, made out by her mother or other near relative, and the visiting list of the groom's family, made out by his mother or a relative. Each name is clearly marked, of course, whether for house or church invitation. When the 4 lists are completed, it is the duty of someone to arrange them into a single one by whatever method seems most expedient. When lists are very long, the compiling is usually one by a professional secretary, who also addresses the envelopes, encloses the proper number of cards, and seals, stamps, and posts the invitations. The address of a professional secretary can always be furnished by the stationer. Very often, especially where lists do not run into inordinate length, the envelopes are addressed and the invitations sent out by the bride herself and some of her friends who volunteer to help her. The most elaborate wedding possible. This is the huge wedding of the daughter of ultra-rich and prominent people in a city such as New York, or more probably a high noon wedding out of town. The details would in either case be the same, except that the country setting makes necessary the additional provision of a special train which takes the guests to a station, where they are met by dozens of motors and driven to the church. Later they are driven to the house, and later again to the returning special train. Otherwise, whether in the city or the country, the church, if Protestant, is decorated with masses of flowers in some such elaborateness as standards, or arches, or hanging garlands in the church itself, as well as the floral embellishment of the chancel. The service is conducted by a bishop or other distinguished clergyman, with assistant clergymen, and accompanied by a full choral service, possibly with the addition of a celebrated opera soloist. the costumes of the bride and her maids are chosen with painstaking attention to perfection, and with seeming disregard of cost. Later, at the house, there is not only a floral bower under which the bridal couple receive, but every room has been turned into a veritable woodland or garden, so massed are the plants and flowers. An orchestra, or two, so that the playing may be without intermission, is hidden behind palms, in the hall or wherever is most convenient. A huge canopied platform is built on the lawn or added to the veranda, or built out over the yard of a city house, and is decorated to look like an enclosed formal garden. It is packed with small tables, each seating 4, 6, or 8, as the occasion may require. The average fashionable wedding. The more usual fashionable wedding is merely a modification of the one outlined above. The chancel of the church is decorated exactly the same, but except in summer when garden flowers are used, there is very little attempted in the body of the church, other than sprays of flowers at the ends of the 10 to 20 reserved pews, or possibly only at the ends of the first 2 pews, and the 2 that mark the beginning of the ribboned section. There is often a choral service and a distinguished officiating clergyman. The costumes of bride and bridesmaids are usually the same in effect, though they may be less lavish in detail. The real difference begins at the breakfast, where probably 100 guests are invited, or 200 at most, instead of from 500 to 1,000, and except for the canopied background against which the bride and groom receive, there is very little floral decoration of the house. If a tent is built, it is left as it is, a tent, with perhaps some standard trees at intervals to give it a decorated appearance. The tables, even that of the bride, their garniture, the service, and the food are all precisely the same, the difference being in the smaller number of guests provided for. A small wedding. A small wedding is merely a further modification of the 2 preceding ones. Let us suppose it is a house wedding in a moderate-sized house. A prayer bench has been placed at the end of the drawing room or living room. Back of it is a screen or bower of palms or other greens. One decoration thus serves for chancel and background at the reception. A number of small tables in the dining room may seat perhaps 20 or even 50 guests, besides the bride's table placed in another room. If the bride has no attendants, she and the groom choose a few close friends to sit at the table with them. Or, at a smaller wedding, there is a private marriage in a little chapel, or the clergyman reads the service at the house of the bride, in the presence of her parents and his, and a small handful of guests, who all sit down afterwards at one table for a wedding breakfast. Or there may be a greater number of guests and a simpler collation, such as a stand-up afternoon tea, where the refreshments are sandwiches, cakes, tea, and chocolate. Breach of etiquette for groom to give wedding. No matter whether a wedding is to be large or tiny, there is one unalterable rule. The reception must be either at the house of the bride's parents or grandparents or other relative of hers, or else in assembly rooms rented by her family. Never under any circumstances should a wedding reception be given at the house of the groom's family. They may give a ball or as many entertainments of whatever description they choose for the young couple after they are married, but the wedding breakfast and the trousseau of the bride must be furnished by her own side of the house. When a poor girl marries, her wedding must be in keeping with the means of her parents. It is not only inadvisable for them to attempt expenditure beyond what they can afford, but they would lay themselves open to far greater criticism through inappropriate lavishness than through meagreness of arrangement, which need not by any means lack charm because inexpensive. Wedding of a Cinderella. Some years ago there was a wedding when a girl who was poor married a man who was rich, and who would gladly have given her anything she chose, the beauty of which will be remembered always by every witness, in spite of, or maybe because of, its utter lack of costliness. It was June in the country. The invitations were by word of mouth to neighbors and personal notes to the groom's relatives at a distance. The village church was decorated by the bride, her younger sisters, and some neighbors, with dogwood, than which nothing is more bride-like or beautiful. The shabbiness of her father's little cottage was smothered with flowers and branches cut in a neighboring wood. Her dress, made by herself, was of tarlatan covered with a layer or two of tulle, and her veil was of tulle fastened with a spray, as was her girdle, of natural bridal wreath and laurel leaves. Her bouquet was of trailing bridal wreath and white lilacs. She was very young, and divinely beautiful, and fresh and sweet. The tulle for her dress and veil and her thin silk stockings and white satin slippers represented the entire outlay of any importance for her costume. A little sister in smock of pink sateen and a wreath and tight bouquet of pink laurel clusters toddled after her and held her bouquet, after first laying her own on the floor. The collation was as simple as the dresses of the bride and bridesmaid. A homemade wedding cake, professionally iced and big enough for everyone to take home a thick slice in waxed paper piled near for the purpose, and a white wine cup were the most pretentious offerings. Otherwise there were sandwiches, hot biscuits, cocoa, tea, and coffee, scrambled eggs and bacon, ice cream and cookies, and the music was a Victrola loaned for the occasion. The bride's going-away dress was of brown holland linen, and her hat a plain little affair as simple as her dress. Again her only expenditure was on shoes, stockings, and gloves. Later on she had all the clothes that money could buy, but in none of them was she ever more lovely than in her fashionless wedding dress of tarlatan and tulle, and the plain little frock in which she drove away. Nor are any of the big parties that she gives today more enjoyable, though perfect in their way, than her wedding on a June day, a number of years ago. The wedding hour. The fashionable wedding hour in New York is either noon, or else in the afternoon at 3, 3:30, or 4 o'clock, with the reception always a half hour later. High noon, which means that the breakfast is at 1 o'clock, and 4 o'clock in the afternoon, with the reception at half after, are the conventional hours. The evening wedding. In San Francisco, and generally throughout the West, altogether smart weddings are celebrated at 9 o'clock in the evening. The details are precisely the same as those of morning or afternoon. The bride and bridesmaids wear dresses that are perhaps more elaborate and evening in model, and the bridegroom as well as all men present wear evening clothes, of course. If the ceremony is in a church, the women should wear wraps and an ornament or light scarf of some sort over their hair, as ball dresses are certainly not suitable, besides which church regulations forbid the uncovering of women's heads in consecrated places of worship. The morning wedding. To some, 9 o'clock in the morning may sound rather eccentric for a wedding, but to people of the Atlantic coast it is not a bit more so than an evening hour. Less so, if anything, because morning is unconventional anyway, and etiquette, never being very strong at that hour, is not defied, but merely left quiescent. If for any reason, such as taking an early morning train or ship, an early morning wedding might be a good suggestion. The bride should, of course, not wear satin and lace. She could wear organdy, let us hope the 9 o'clock wedding is in summer, or she could wear very simple white crêpe de chine. Her attendants could wear the simplest sort of morning dresses with garden hats, the groom a sack suit or flannels. And the breakfast, really breakfast, could consist of scrambled eggs and bacon and toast and coffee, and griddle cakes. The above is not written in ridicule. The hour would be unusual, but a simple early morning wedding where everyone is dressed in morning clothes, and where the breakfast suggests the first meal of the day, could be perfectly adorable. The evening wedding, on the other hand, lays itself open to criticism because it is a function. A function is formal, and the formal is always strictly in the province of that austere and inflexible lawmaker, etiquette. And etiquette at this moment says, weddings on the Atlantic seaboard are celebrated not later than 4:30 o'clock in the afternoon. Wedding presents. And now let us return to the more particular details of the wedding of our especial bride. The invitations are mailed about 3 weeks before the wedding. As soon as they are out, the presents to the bride begin coming in, and she should enter each one carefully in her gift book. There are many published for the purpose, but an ordinary blank book, nicely bound, as she will probably want to keep it, about 8 to 10 inches square, will answer every purpose. The usual model spreads across the double page, as follows: column headings: present received date, article, sent by, sender's address, where bought, date of thanks written. First entry, received date May 20, article, silver dish, sent by Mr. and Mrs. White, address 1 Eleanor Place, where bought, Tiffany's, date of thanks written May 20. Second entry, received date May 21, article, 12 plates, sent by Mr. and Mrs. Green, address 2 North Street, where bought, Collimores, date of thanks written May 21. All gifts as they arrive should be put in a certain room, or part of a room, and never moved away until the description is carefully entered. It will be found a great help to put down the addresses of donors as well as their names, so that the bride may not have to waste an unnecessary moment of the overcrowded time which must be spent at her desk. The bride's thanks. The bride who is happy in receiving a great number of presents spends every spare moment in writing her notes of thanks, which must always be written by her personally. Telephoning won't do at all, and neither will a verbal "thank you so much" as she meets people here and there. She must write a separate letter for each present, a by no means small undertaking. A bride of this year whose presents, because of her family's great prominence, ran far into the hundreds, never went to bed a single night before her wedding until a note of thanks was checked against every present received that day. To those who offered to help her through her overwhelming task, she, who is supposed to be very spoiled, answered, "If people are kind enough to go out and buy a present for me, I think the least I can do is to write at once and thank them." That her effort was appreciated was evident by everyone's commenting on her prompt and charming notes. Notes of thanks can be very short, but they should be written with as little delay as possible. When a present is sent by a married couple, the bride writes to the wife and thanks both. "Thank you for the lovely present you and Mr. Jones sent me." Arranging the presents. Not so much in an effort to parade her possessions as to do justice to the kindness of the many people who have sent them, a bride should show her appreciation of their gifts by placing each one in the position of greatest advantage. Naturally, all people's tastes are not equally pleasing to the taste of the bride, nor are all pocketbooks equally filled. Very valuable presents are better put in close contrast with others of like quality, or others entirely different in character. Colors should be carefully grouped. Two presents, both lovely in themselves, can be made completely destructive to each other if the colors are allowed to clash. Usually china is put on one table, silver on another, glass on another, laces and linens on another. But pieces that jar together must be separated as far apart as possible, and perhaps even moved to other surroundings. A crudely designed piece of silverware should not be left among beautiful examples, but be put among china ornaments, or other articles that do not reveal its lack of fineness by too direct comparison. For the same reason imitation lace should not be put next to real, nor stoneware next to Chinese porcelain. To group duplicates is another unfortunate arrangement. 18 pairs of pepper pots or 14 sauceboats in a row might as well be labeled, "Look at this stupidity, what can she do with all of us?" They are sure to make the givers feel at least a little chagrined at their choice. Cards with presents. When Mrs. Smith orders a present sent to a bride, she encloses a card reading, "Mr. and Mrs. John Huntington Smith." Nearly every married woman has a plate engraved with both names, but if she hasn't, then she encloses Mr. Smith's card with hers. Some people write "All good wishes" or "With best wishes," but most people send cards without messages. Delayed presents. If because of illness or absence a present is not sent until after the wedding, a short note should accompany it, giving the reason for the delay. When the presents are shown. There is absolutely no impropriety in showing the presents at the wedding reception. They are always shown at country weddings, and, more often than not, at the most fashionable town houses. The only reason for not showing them is lack of room in an apartment house. In a town house, an upstairs library, or even a bedroom from which all the furniture has been removed, is suitable. tables covered with white damask, plain, tablecloths, are put like counters around the sides and down the center of the room. The cards that were sent with the gifts are sometimes removed, but there is no impropriety in leaving them on, and it certainly saves members of the family from repeating many times who sent this one and who sent that. If the house is small, so that there is no room available for this display at the wedding, the presents are shown on the day before, and intimate friends are especially asked to come in for tea and to view them. This is not done if they are to be displayed at the wedding. Very intimate friends seldom need to be asked. The chances are they will come in often to see what has come since they were in last. Wedding presents are all sent to the bride, and are, according to law, her personal property. Articles are marked with her present, not her future, initials. Mary Smith, who is going to marry Jim Smartlington, is fortunate, as M.S. stands for her future as well as her present name. But in the case of Muriel Jones, who is to marry Ross, not a piece of linen or silver in Ross House will be marked otherwise than M.J. It is one of the most senseless customs. All her life, which will be as Muriel Ross, she uses linen and silver marked with a J. Later on, many people who go to her house, especially as Ross comes from California where she will naturally be living, will not know what J stands for, and many even imagine that the linen and plate have been acquired at auction. Sounds impossible? It has happened more than once. Occasional brides who dislike the confusing initials especially ask that presents be marked with their marriage name. The groom receives few presents. Even those who care about him in particular and have never met his bride send their present to her, unless they send two presents, one in courtesy to her and one in affection to him. Occasionally some one does send the groom a present, addressed to him and sent to his house. Rather often friends of the groom pick out things particularly suitable for him, such as cigar or cigarette boxes, or rather masculine-looking desk sets, etc., which are sent to her but are obviously intended for his use. Exchanging wedding presents. Some people think it discourteous if a bride changes the present chosen for her. All brides exchange some presents, and no friend should allow their feelings to be hurt, unless they are very close to the bride and have chosen the present with particular sentiment. A bride never changes the presents chosen for her by her or the groom's family, unless especially told that she may do so. But to keep 22 salt cellars and 16 silver trays, when she has no pepper pots or coffee spoons or platters or vegetable dishes, would be putting sentiment above sense. End of Chapter 21, Part 1.
Chapter 21, Part 2 of Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marissa Jacobs. Etiquette in Society, in Business, in Politics and at Home, by Emily Post. Chapter 21. First Preparations Before a Wedding, Part 2. The Trousseau. A trousseau, according to the derivation of the word, was a little truss or bundle that the bride carried with her to the house of her husband. In modern times the little bundle often requires the services of a van to transport. The wrappers and underclothes of a young girl are usually very simple, but when she is to be a bride her mother buys her, as lavishly as she can, and of the prettiest possible assortment of lace-trimmed lingerie, tea-gowns, bed-sacks, and caps, whatever may be thought especially becoming. The various undress garments which were to be worn in her room or at the breakfast table, and for the sole admiration of her husband, are of far greater importance than the dresses and hats to be worn in public. In Europe it is the custom to begin collecting linen for a girl's trousseau as soon as she is born, but the American bride cares nothing for dozens upon dozens of stout linen articles. She much prefers gossamer texture lavishly embellished with equally perishable lace. Everything must be bought for beauty. Utility is not considered at all. no stout hand-woven underwear trimmed with solidly stitched needlework. Modern Miss Millions demands handkerchief linen, and Valenciennes lace of a quality that used to be put as trimming on a ball gown, and Miss Smallpurse asks for chiffon and less expensive, but even more sheer and perishable laces. Not long ago a stocking was thought fine if it could be run through a wedding ring. To-day no stocking is considered fit to put on for town or evening wear, unless several together can slip through the measure once the test for one. The most extravagant trousseau. The most lavish trousseau imaginable for the daughter of the very rich might have supposed to comprise house linen. 1 to 6 dozen finest quality embroidered or otherwise trimmed linen sheets with large embroidered monogram. 1 to 6 dozen finest quality linen sheets, plain hem-stitched, large monogram. 1 to 6 dozen finest quality linen undersheets, narrow hem, and small monogram. 2 pillowcases and also 1 little pillowcase, for small down pillow, to match each upper sheet. 1 to 2 dozen blanket covers. These are of thin washable silk in white or in colors to match the rooms, edged with narrow lace and breadths to put together with lace insertion. 6 to 12 blankets. 3 to 12 wool or down-filled quilts. 2 to 10 dozen finest quality extra-large face towels with Venetian needlework or heavy hand-made lace insertion, or else embroidered at each end, and embroidered monogram. 5 to 10 dozen finest quality hem-stitched and monogrammed, but otherwise plain, towels. 5 to 10 dozen little hand towels to match the large ones. 1 to 2 dozen very large bath towels with embroidered monogram, either white or in color to match the border of the towels. 2 to 4 dozen smaller towels to match. 1 tablecloth, 6 or 8 yards long, of finest but untrimmed damask, with embroidered monogram on each side of 4 corners. 3 dozen dinner napkins to match, lace inserted and richly embroidered tablecloths of formal dinner size are not in the best taste. 1 tablecloth 5 to 6 yards long, with 2 dozen dinner napkins to match. 1 to 4 dozen damask tablecloths, 2 1/2 to 3 yards long, and 1 dozen dinner napkins to match each tablecloth. All tablecloths and napkins to have embroidered monogram or initials. 2 to 6 medium-sized cut-work, mosaic, or Italian lace-work tablecloths, with lunch napkins to match. 2 to 6 centerpieces, with doilies and lunch napkins to match. 4 to a dozen tea-cloths, of filet lace, or drawn work, or Russian embroidery, with tiny napkins to match. Table pieces and tea-cloths have monograms if there is any plain linen where a monogram can be embroidered. Otherwise monograms or initials are put on the napkins only. 1 or 2 dozen damask tablecloths, plain, with monogram, and a dozen napkins to match each. In addition to the above, there are 2 to 4 dozen servants' sheets and pillow-cases, 6 to 12 woolen blankets, 6 to 12 wool-filled quilts, 4 to 6 dozen towels, and 1 or 2 dozen bath towels, 6 to 12 white damask, cotton or linen and cotton mixed, tablecloths, and 6 to 12 dozen napkins, all marked with machine embroidery. 2 to 6 dozen kitchen and pantry towels and dishcloths complete the list. Personal trousseau. How many dresses can a bride wear? It all depends. Is she to be in a big city for the winter season, or at a watering place for the summer? Is she going to travel or live quietly in the country? It is foolish to get more outside clothes than she has immediate use for. Fashions change too radically. The most extravagant list for a bride who is to go out continually in New York or Newport would perhaps include a dozen evening dresses, 2 or 3 evening wraps of varying weights. For town there would be from 2 to 4 street costumes, a fur coat, another long coat, a dozen hats, and from 4 to 10 house dresses. In this day of week-ends in the country, no trousseau, no matter how town-bred the bride, is complete without 1 or 2 country coats of fur, leather, or woolen materials, several homespun tweed or tricot suits or dresses, skirts with shirt-waists and sweaters in endless variety, low or flat-heeled shoes, woolen or woolen and silk mixture stockings, and sport hats. If the season is to be spent out of town, even in Newport or Palm Beach, the most extravagant bride will find little use for any but country clothes, a very few frocks for Sunday, and possibly a lot of evening dresses. Of course, if she expects to run to town a great deal for lunch, or if she is to travel, she chooses her clothes accordingly. So much for the outer things. On the subject of the under things, which being of the first importance, are saved for the last, one can dip into any of the women's magazines devoted to fashion and fashionables, and understand at first sight that the furnishings which may be put upon the person of one young female would require a catalogue as long and varied as a seedsman's. An extravagant trousseau contains every article illustrated, and more besides, in quality never illustrated, and by the dozens. But it must not for a moment be supposed that every fashionable bride has a trousseau like this, especially the household linen, which requires an outlay possible only to parents who are very rich and also very indulgent. The moderate trousseau. The moderate trousseau simply cuts the above list into a fraction in quantity and also in quality. There is nothing, of course, that takes the place of the smooth fineness of really beautiful linen. It can no more be imitated than can a diamond, and its value is scarcely less. The linen of a really modest trousseau in this day of high prices must of necessity be cotton. Fortunately, however, many people dislike the chill of linen sheets, and also prefer cotton face towels, because they absorb better, and cotton is made in attractive designs and in endless variety. For her personal trousseau, a bride can have everything that is charming and becoming at comparatively little expense. She who knows how to do fine sewing can make things beautiful enough for any one, and the dress made or hat trimmed at home is often quite as pretty on a lovely face and figure as the article bought at exorbitant cost at an establishment of reputation. Youth seldom needs expensive embellishment. Certain things such as footwear and gloves have to be bought and are necessary. The cost, however, can be modified by choosing dresses that one-color slippers look well with. In cities such as New York, Washington, or Boston, it has never been considered very good taste to make a formal display of the trousseau. A bride may show an intimate friend or two a few of her things, but her trousseau is never spread out on exhibition. There can, however, be no objection to her doing so, if it is the custom of the place in which she lives. What the bridesmaids wear. The costumes of the bridesmaids, slippers, stockings, dresses, bouquets, gloves, and hats, are selected by the bride, without considering or even consulting them as to their taste or preferences. The bridesmaids are always dressed exactly alike as to the texture of materials and model of making, but sometimes their dresses differ in color. For instance, 2 of them may wear pale blue satin slips covered with blue chiffon and cream lace ficus, and cream-colored picture hats trimmed with orchids. The next 2 wear orchid dresses, cream fichus, and cream hats trimmed with pale blue hydrangeas. The maid of honor likewise wears the same model, but her dress is pink chiffon over pink satin, and her cream hat is trimmed with both orchids and hydrangeas. The bouquets would all be alike of orchids and hydrangeas. Their gloves all alike of cream-colored suede, and their slippers blue, orchid, and pink, with stockings to match. Usually the bridesmaids are all alike in color as well as outline, and the maid of honor exactly the same, but in reverse colors. Supposing the bridesmaids to wear pink dresses with blue sashes and pink hats trimmed in blue, and their bouquets are of larkspur. The maid of honor wears the same dress in blue with pink sash, blue hat trimmed with pink, and carries pink roses. At Lucy Gilding's wedding, her bridesmaids were dressed in deep shades of burnt orange and yellow, wood-color slippers and stockings, skirts that shaded from brown through orange to yellow leghorn hats trimmed with jonquils, and jonquil bouquets. The maid of honor wore yellow running into cream, and her hat, though of the same shape of leghorn, was trimmed with cream feathers, and she carried a huge cream feather fan. As in the case of the wedding dress, it is foolish to enter into descriptions of these clothes, more than to indicate that they are of light and fragile materials, more suitable to evening than to daytime. Flower girls and pages are dressed in quaint old-fashioned dresses, and suits of satin with odd old-fashioned bonnets, or whatever the bride fancies as being especially picturesque. If a bridesmaid mourning, she wears colors on that one day, as bridesmaids' dresses are looked upon as uniforms, not individual costumes. Nor does she put a black band on her arm. A young girl in deepest mourning should not be a bridesmaid, unless at the very private wedding of a bride or groom also in mourning. In this case she would be most likely the only attendant, and wear all white. As a warning against the growing habit of artifice, it may not be out of place to quote one commentary made by a man of great distinction who, having seen nothing of the society of very young people for many years, had to go to the wedding of a niece. It was one of the biggest weddings of the spring season in New York. The flowers were wonderful, the bridesmaids were many and beautiful, the bride lovely. Afterwards the family talked long about the wedding, but the distinguished uncle said nothing. Finally he was asked point-blank, "Don't you think the wedding was too lovely? Weren't the bridesmaids beautiful?" "No," said the uncle, "I did not think it was lovely at all. Every one of the bridesmaids was so powdered and painted that there was not a sweet or fresh face among them. I can see a procession just like them any evening on the musical comedy stage. One expects make-up in a theatre, but in the house of God it is shocking." It is unnecessary to add, if youth, the most beautiful thing in the world, would only appreciate how beautiful it is, and how opposite is the false bloom that comes in boxes and bottles. Shiny noses, colorless lips, sallow skins hide as best they may, and with some excuse, behind powder or lipstick, but to rouge a rose. The cost of being a bridesmaid. With the exception of parasols or muffs or fans, which are occasionally carried in place of bouquets, and presented by the bride, every article worn by the bridesmaids, flower girls, or pages, although chosen by the bride, must be paid for by the wearers. It is perhaps an irrefutable condemnation of the modern wedding display that many a young girl has had to refuse the joy of being in the wedding party, because a complete bridesmaid outfit costs a sum that parents of moderate means are quite unable to meet for popular daughters. And it is seldom that the bride is herself in a position to give 6 or 8 complete costumes, much as she may want all of her most particular friends with her on her day of days. Very often a bride tries especially to choose clothes that will not be expensive, but New York prices are New York prices, and the chic which is to make the wedding a perfect picture is the thing of all others that has to be paid for. Even though one particular girl may be able to dress herself very smartly in homemade clothes of her own design and making, those same clothes duplicated 8 times seldom turn out well. Why this is so is a mystery. When a girl looks smart in inferior clothes, the merit is in her, not in the clothes, and in a group of 6 or 8, 5 or 7 will show a lack of finish, and the tender-hearted bride who, for the sake of their purpose, sends her bridesmaids to an average little woman to have their clothes made, and to a little hat place around the corner, is apt to have a rather dowdy little flock fluttering down the aisle in front of her. How many bridesmaids? This question is answered by, how many friends has she whom she has always promised to have with her on that day? Has she a large circle of intimates, or only 1 or 2? Her sister is always maid of honor. If she has no sister, she chooses her most intimate friend. A bride may have a veritable procession, 8 or 10 bridesmaids, a maid of honor, flower girls, and pages. That is, if she follows the English custom, where every younger relative, including the little boys as pages, seems always to be brought into a perfect maypole procession of ragged ages and sizes. Or she may have none at all. She almost always has at least 1 maid or matron of honor, as the picture of her father standing holding her bouquet and stooping over to adjust the fall of her dress would be difficult to witness with gravity. At an average New York wedding there are 4 or 6 bridesmaids. Half of the maids may be matrons, if most of the bride's group of friends have married before her. It is, however, not suitable to have young married women as bridesmaids, and then have an unmarried girl as the maid of honor. Best man and ushers. The bridegroom always has a best man, his brother if he has one, or his best friend. The number of his ushers is in proportion to the size of the church and the number of guests invited. At a house wedding, ushers are often merely honorary, and he may have many or none according to the number of his friends. As ushers and bridesmaids are chosen only from close friends of the bride and groom, it is scarcely necessary to suggest how to word the asking. Usually they are told that they are expected to serve at the time the engagement is announced, or at any time as they happen to meet. If school or college friends who live at a distance are among the number, letters are necessary, such as, "Mary and I are to be married on the 10th of November, and, of course, you are to be an usher." Usually he adds, "My dinner is on the 7th at 8 o'clock at," naming the club or restaurant. It is unheard of for a man to refuse, unless a bridegroom, for snobbish reasons, asks someone who is not really a friend at all. Bride's usher and groom's bridesmaid. A brother of the bride, or if she has no brother, then her favorite cousin, is always asked by the groom to be usher out of compliment to her. The bride returns the compliment by asking the sister of the groom who is nearest her own age to be bridesmaid, or if he has no sister, she asks a cousin, or even occasionally shows her courtesy by asking the groom to name a particular friend of his. The bride in her asking her does not say, "Will you be one of my bridesmaids because Jim wants me to ask you?" If the bridesmaid is not a particular friend of the bride, she knows perfectly that it is on Jim's account that she has been asked. It is the same with the bride's usher. The groom merely asks him as he asks all of the others. When a foreigner marries an American girl, his own friends being too distant to serve, the ushers are chosen from the friends of the bride. Bridegroom has no trousseau. A whole outfit of new clothes is never considered necessary for a bridegroom, but shabby ones are scarcely appropriate. Whatever his wardrobe may stand in need of should be bought, if possible. He should have, not necessarily new, plenty of good shirts of all kinds, handkerchiefs, underwear, pajamas, socks, ties, gloves, etc., and a certain number of fresh, or as good as new, suits of clothes. There was a wedding not long ago which caused quite a lot of derisive comment, because the groom's mother provided him with a complete and elaborate trousseau from London. enormous trunks full of every sort of raiment imaginable. That part of it all was very nice. Her mistake was inviting a group of friends in to see the finery. The son was so mortified by this publicity that he appeared in the wedding day in clothes conspicuously shabby, in order to counteract the "mamma's darling little newly-wed" effect that the publicity of her generous outlay had produced. It is proper and fitting for a groom to have as many new clothes as he needs, or pleases, or is able to get, but they are never shown to indiscriminate audiences, they are not featured, and he does not go about looking dressed up. The wedding clothes of the bridegroom. If he does not already possess a well-fitting morning coat, often called a cutaway, he must order one for his wedding. The frock coat is out of fashion at the moment. He must also have dark striped gray trousers. At many smart weddings, especially in the spring, a groom, also his best man, wears a white piqué high double-breasted waistcoat, because the more white that can be got into an otherwise sombre costume, the more wedding-like it looks. Conventionally, he wears a black one to match his coat, like the ushers. The white edge to a black waistcoat is not, at present, very good form. As to his tie, he may choose an ascot of black and white or grey patterned silk, or he may wear a four-in-hand, matching those selected for the ushers, of black silk with a narrow single or broken white stripe at narrow or wide intervals. At one of the ultra-smart weddings in New York last spring, after the London fashion, the groom and all of the men of the wedding party wore bow ties of black silk with small white dots. White buckskin gloves are the smartest, but grey suede are the most conventional. White kid is worn only in the evening. It is even becoming the fashion for ushers at small country weddings not to wear gloves at all. But at every wedding, great or small, city or country, etiquette demands that the groom, best man, and ushers all wear high silk hats, and that the groom carry a walking stick. Very particular grooms have the soles of their shoes blacked with waterproof shoe polish, so that when they kneel, their shoes look dark and neat. What the best man wears. The best man wears precisely groom wears, with only one small exception. The groom's boutonniere is slightly different and more elaborate. The groom and best man often wear ties that are different from those worn by the ushers, and occasionally white waistcoats. Otherwise, the two principal men are dressed like the ushers. What the ushers wear. It is of greatest importance that in dress each usher be an exact counterpart of his fellows, if the picture is to be perfect. Everyone knows what a ragged-edged appearance is produced by a company of recruits whose uniforms are at odd lots. An after-effect of army training was evident at one or two smart New York weddings, where the grooms were in each case ex-officers, and their ushers turned out in military uniformity. Each of these grooms sent typewritten instructions to his ushers, covering every detail of the equipment exacted. Few people may have reasoned why, but scarcely any one failed to notice what smart-looking men all the ushers were. It is always just such attention to detail that produces a perfectly finished result. The directions, sent by one of the grooms, was as follows: Wedding rehearsal on Tuesday, St. Bartholomew's at 5 p.m. Wedding on Wednesday at 4 p.m. Please wear black calfskin low shoes, plain black silk socks, gray striped trousers, the darkest you have. Morning coat and single-breasted black waistcoat. White dress shirt. See that the cuffs show 3/4 of an inch below coat sleeves. Stand-up wing collar. Tie and gloves are enclosed. Boutonniere will be at the church. Be at the church yourself at 3 o'clock sharp. The head usher. Usually there is no head usher, but in certain localities courtesy designates the usher who is selected to take the bride's mother up the aisle as the head or first usher. The head usher. Usually there is no head usher, but in certain localities courtesy designates the usher who is selected to take the bride's mother up the aisle as the head or first usher. The head usher. Usually there is no head usher, but in certain localities courtesy designates the usher who is selected to take the bride's mother up the aisle as the head or first usher. Very occasionally, too, a nervous groom appoints an especially reliable friend head usher, so as to be sure that all the details will be carried out, including the prompt and proper appearance at the church of the other ushers. Usually the ushers divide the arrangements among themselves. The groom decides who goes on which aisle. One of them volunteers or is asked to look out for the bride's coming and to notify the groom. Another is especially detailed to take the two mothers up the aisle. But very often this arrangement is arbitrarily decided by height. If one mother is very tall and the other very short, they generally go up with different ushers, the tallest being chosen for the taller lady, and one of medium height for the shorter. End of Chapter 21, Part 2. Recording by Marissa Jacobs, Rohnert Park, California.
Chapter 21, Part 3 of Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marissa Jacobs. Etiquette in Society, in Business, in Politics, and at Home by Emily Post. Chapter 21, Part 3. First Preparations Before a Wedding. The Bridesmaids' Luncheon. In many sections of America, especially in the country and in small towns, brides make an especial feature of asking their bridesmaids to a farewell luncheon. The table is elaborately decorated, invariably in pink with bridesmaids' roses. There is a bride's cake, lady cake, and there are favors in the cake and mottos, and altogether it is a lovely party. In New York there is nothing like that at all. If the bride chooses to give a luncheon to her bridesmaids on whatever day suits her best, there is no objection to her doing so, or, in fact, to her inviting whom she pleases to whatever sort of a party her mother is willing she should give. It is not a question of approved etiquette, but of her own inclination, seconded by the consent of her mother. If her mother keeps open house, probably they lunch with her many times before the wedding. If, on the other hand, it is not the habit of the family to have people running in for meals, it is not necessary that she ask them to lunch at all. But whether they lunch often or never, the chances are that they are in and out of her house every day, looking at new presents as they come, perhaps helping her to write the descriptions in the gift book, and in arranging them in the room where they are to be displayed. The bride usually goes to oversee the last fittings of the bridesmaids' dresses in order to be sure that they are as she wants them. This final trying on should be arranged for several days at least before the wedding, so there may be sufficient time to make any alterations that are found necessary. Often the bride tries on her wedding dress at the same time, so that she may see the effect of the whole wedding picture as it will be, or, if she prefers, she tries on her dress at another hour alone. Usually her bridesmaids lunch quite informally with her, or come in for tea the day before the wedding, and on that day the bride gives them each her present, which is always something to wear. It may be the muffs they are to carry, or parasols if they have been chosen instead of bouquets. The typical bridesmaid's present is a bangle, a breastpin, a hatpin, which, according to the means of the bride, may have great or scarcely any intrinsic value. Bridesmaids' and ushers' dinner. If a wedding is being held in the country, or where most of the bridesmaids or ushers come from a distance, and they are therefore stopping at the bride's house or with her neighbors, there is naturally a dinner in order to provide for the visitors. But where the wedding is in the city, especially when all the members of the bridal party live there also, the custom of giving a dinner has gone rather out of fashion. If the bridal party is asked to dine at the house of the bride on the evening before the wedding, it is usually with the purpose of gathering a generally irresponsible group of young people together and seeing that they go to the church for rehearsal, which is, of all things, the most important. More often the rehearsal is in the afternoon, after which the young people go to the bride's house for tea, allowing her parents to have her to themselves on her last evening home, and giving her a chance to go to bed early so as to be as pretty as possible on the morrow. The bachelor dinner. popularly supposed to have been a frightful orgy, and now arid as the Sahara Desert and quite as flat and dreary, the bachelor dinner was in truth more often than not a sheep in wolf's clothing. It is quite true that certain big clubs and restaurants had rooms especially constructed for the purpose, with walls of stone and nothing breakable within hitting distance, which certainly does rather suggest frightfulness. As a matter of fact, an orgy was never looked upon with favour by any but silly and wholly misguided youths, whose idea of a howling good time was to make a howling noise, chiefly by singing at the top of their lungs and breaking crockery. A boisterous picture, but scarcely a vicious one, especially as quantities of the cheapest glassware and crockery were always there for the purpose. The breaking habit originated with drinking the bride's health and breaking the stem of the wine-glass, so that it might never serve a less honourable purpose. A perfectly high-minded sentiment, and this same time-honoured custom is followed to this day. Toward the latter end of the dinner the groom rises, and holding a filled champagne glass aloft says, "To the bride." Every man rises, drinks the toast standing, and then breaks the delicate stem of the glass. The impulse to break more glass is natural to youth, and probably still occurs. It is not hard to understand. The same impulse is seen at every county fair, where enthusiastic youths and men delight in shooting or throwing balls at clay pipes and ducks and crockery. Aside from toasting the bride and its glass-smashing result, the groom's farewell dinner is exactly like any other man's dinner, the details depending upon the extravagance or the frugality of the host, and upon whether his particular friends are staid citizens of sober years, or mere boys full of the exuberance of youth. Usually there is music of some sort, or Neapolitans or coons who sing, or 2 or 3 instrumental pieces, and the dinner party itself does the singing. Often the dinner is short, and all go to the theatre. Gifts presented to ushers. The groom's presents to his ushers are always put at their places at the bachelor dinner. Cuff-links are the most popular gift, scarf pins in localities where they are still fashionable, silver or gold pencils, belt buckles, key rings in gold, key chains in silver, cigarette cases, bill folders, card cases, and other small and personal articles are suitable. The present to the best man is approximately the same, or slightly handsomer than, the gift to the ushers. The rehearsal. The bride always directs her wedding rehearsal, but never herself takes part in it, as it is supposed to be bad luck. Someone else, anyone who happens to be present, is appointed understudy. Nearly always a few especial friends happen in, generally those who are primed with advice as to how everything should be done, but the opinion of the bride or of the bride's mother is final. Vital importance of rehearsal. Most of us are familiar with the wedding service, and its form seems simple enough. But, unless one has by experience learned to take care of seemingly non-existent details, the effect, although few may be able to say why, is hitchy and disjointed, and all the effort spent in preparation is wasted. It is not that gauche happenings are serious offenses, no matter how awkward the incident. Even were the wedding party to get hopelessly entangled, no crime would have been committed. But any detail that destroys the smoothness of the general impression is fatal to dignity, and dignity is the qualification necessary above all else in ceremonial observances. How the procession is drilled. The organist must always be at the rehearsal, as one of the most important details is marking the time of the wedding march. Witnesses of most weddings can scarcely imagine that a wedding march is a march at all. More often than not, the heads of ushers and bridesmaids bob up and down like something boiling in a pan. A perfectly drilled wedding procession, like a military one, should move forward in perfect step, rising and falling in a block or unit. To secure perfection of detail, the bars of the processional may be counted so that the music comes to an end at precisely the moment the bride and groom stand side by side at the chancel steps. This is not difficult. It merely takes time and attention. A wedding rehearsal should proceed as follows. First of all, it is necessary to determine the exact speed at which the march is to be played. The ushers are asked to try it out. They line up at the door, walk forward 2 and 2. The audience, consisting of the bride and her mother and the bridesmaids, decides whether the pace looks well. It must not be fast enough to look brisk, or so slow as to be funereal. At one wedding the ushers counted 2 beats as one, and the pace was so slow that they all wabbled in trying to keep their balance. The painfulness to everyone may be imagined. On the other hand, it is unsuitable to trot up the aisle of a church. The audience having decided the speed, and the organist having noted the tempo, the entire procession, including the bridesmaids and a substitute, instead of the real bride, on her father's arm, go out into the vestibule and make their entry. Remember, the father is an important factor in the ceremony, and must take part in the rehearsal. The procession is arranged according to height. The 2 shortest ushers leading, unless others of nearly the same height are found to be more accurate pacemakers. The bridesmaids come directly after the ushers, 2 and 2, also according to height, the shortest in the lead. After the bridesmaids, the maid or matron of honor walks alone. Flower girls come next, if there are any, and last of all, the understudy bride leaning on the arm of the father, with pages, if she has any, holding up her train. Each pair in the procession follows the 2 directly in front by 4 paces or beats of time. In the vestibule, everyone in the procession must pay attention to the feet directly in front. The pacemakers can follow the army sergeant's example and say very softly, "Left, left." At the end, the bride counts 8 beats before she and her father put left foot forward. The whole trick is starting. After that, they just walk naturally to the beat of the music, but keeping the ones in front as nearly as possible at the same distance. At the foot of the chancel the ushers divide. In a small church, the first 2 go up the chancel steps and stand at the top, one on the right, the other on the left. The second 2 go to a step or 2 below the first. If there are more, they stand below again. Chalk marks may be made on the chancel floor if necessary, but it ought not to be difficult, except for very little children who are flower girls or pages, to learn their positions. Or, in a big church, they go farther up, some of them lining the steps, or all of them in front of the choir stalls. The bridesmaids also divide, half on either side, and always stand in front of the ushers. The maid of honor's place is on the left and the foot of the steps, exactly opposite the best man. Flower girls and pages are put above or below the bridesmaids, wherever it is thought the picture is best. The grouping of the ushers and bridesmaids in the chancel or lining the steps also depends upon their number and the size of the church. In any event, the bridesmaids stand in front of the ushers, half of them on the right and half on the left. They never stand all on the bride's side, and the ushers on the groom's. Entrance of the bridegroom. The clergyman who is to perform the marriage comes into the chancel from the vestry. At a few paces behind him follows the groom, who in turn is followed by the best man. The groom stops at the foot of the chancel steps and takes his place at the right, as indicated in the accompanying diagram. His best man stands directly behind him. The ushers and bridesmaids always pass in front of him and take their places as noted above. When the bride approaches, the groom takes only a step to meet her. A more effective greeting of the bride is possible if the door of the vestry opens into the chancel, so that on following the clergyman, the groom finds himself at the top instead of the foot of the chancel steps. He goes forward to the right-hand side, his left, his best man behind him, and waits where he is until his bride approaches, when he goes down the steps to meet her, which is perhaps more gallant than to stand at the head of the aisle and wait for her to join him. The real bride watches carefully how the pseudo-bride takes her left hand from her father's arm, shifts her fan, or whatever represents her bouquet, from her right hand to her left, and gives her right hand to the groom. In the proper maneuver, the groom takes her right hand in his own right hand, and draws it through his left arm, at the same time turning toward the chancel steps. If the service is undivided, and all of it is to be at the altar, this is necessary, as the bride always goes up to the altar leaning on the arm of the groom. If, however, the betrothal is to be read at the foot of the chancel, which is done at most weddings now, he may merely take her hand in his left one, and stand as they are. The organist's cue. The organist stops at the moment the bride and groom have assumed their places. That is the cue to the organist as to the number of bars necessary for the procession. After the procession has practiced marching 2 or 3 times, everything ought to be perfect. The organist, having counted up the necessary bars of music, can readily give the leading ushers their music cue, so that they can start on the measure that will allow the procession and the organ to end together. The organist can, and usually does, stop off short, but there is a better finish if the bride's giving her hand to the groom and taking the last step that brings her in front of the chancel is timed so as to fall precisely on the last bars of the processional. No words of the service are ever rehearsed, although all the positions to be taken are practised. The pseudo-bride takes the groom's left arm and goes slowly up the steps to the altar. The best man follows behind and to the right of the groom, and the maid of honor, or first bridesmaid, leaves her companions and advances behind and to the left of the bride. The pseudo-bride, in pantomime, gives her bouquet to the maid of honor. The best man, also in pantomime, hands the ring to the groom. This is merely to see that they are at a convenient distance for the services they are to perform. The recessional is played, and the procession goes out in reversed order. Bride and groom first, then bridesmaids, then ushers, again all taking pains to fall into step with the leaders. On no account must the bridesmaids ever walk up or down the aisle with the ushers. Once in a while the maid of honor takes the arm of the best man, and together they follow the bride and groom out of the church, but it gives the impression of a double wedding and spoils the picture. Obligations of the bridegroom. In order that the first days of their life together may be as perfect as possible, the groom must make preparations for the wedding trip long ahead of time, so that best accommodations can be reserved. If they are to stop first at a hotel in their own city, or one near by, he should go days or even weeks in advance and personally select the rooms. It is much better frankly to tell the proprietor or room clerk at the same time, asking him to keep the secret. Everyone takes a friendly interest in a bridal couple, and the chances are that the proprietor will try to reserve the prettiest rooms in the house and give the best service. If their first stop is to be at a distance, then he must engage train seats or boat stateroom, and write to the hotel of their destination far enough in advance to receive a written reply, so that he may be sure of the accommodations they will find. Expense of the wedding trip. Just as it is contrary to all laws of etiquette for the bride to accept any part of her trousseau or wedding reception from the groom, so it is unthinkable for the bride to defray the least fraction of the cost of the wedding journey, no matter though she have millions in her own right, and he be earning $10 a week. He must save up his $10 as long as necessary, and the trip can be as short as they like, but convention has no rule more rigid than the wedding trip shall be a responsibility of the groom. There are 2 modifications of this rule. A house may be put at their disposal by a member of her family, or, if she is a widow, they may go to one of her own, provided it is not one occupied by her with her late husband. It is also quite all right for them to go away in a motor belonging to her but driven by him, and all garage expenses belong to him. Or if her father or other member of the family offers the use of a yacht or private railway car, the groom may accept, but he should remember that the incidental and unavoidable expense of such a gift is sometimes greater than the cost of railway tickets. Buying the wedding ring. It is quite usual for the bride to go with the groom when he buys the wedding ring. The reason being that as it stays for life on her finger, she should be allowed to choose the width and weight she likes and the size she finds comfortable. The groom's present to the bride. He is a very exceptionable and enviable man who is financially able to take his fiancée to the jeweler's and let her choose what she fancies. Usually the groom buys the handsomest ornament he can afford. A string of pearls if he has great wealth, or a diamond pendant, brooch, or bracelet, or perhaps only the simplest bangle or charm. But whether it is of great or little worth, it must be something for her personal adornment. Further obligations of the groom. Gifts must be provided for his best man and ushers, as well as their ties, gloves, and boutonnieres, a bouquet for his bride, and the fee for the clergyman, which may be a $10 gold piece, or one or two new $100 bills, according to his wealth and the importance of the wedding. Whatever the amount, it is enclosed in an envelope and taken in charge by the best man, who hands it to the clergyman in his vestry room immediately after the ceremony. End of chapter 21, part 3. Recording by Marissa Jacobs, Rohnert Park, California. TheRemembrall.org.
Chapter 22, Part 1 of Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Jennings. Etiquette in Society, in Business, in Politics, and at Home by Emily Post. Chapter 22, Part 1. The Day of the Wedding. No one is busier than the best man on the day of the wedding. His official position is a cross between trained nurse, valet, general manager, and keeper. Bright and early in the morning he hurries to the house of the groom, generally before the latter is up. Very likely they breakfast together. In any event, he takes the groom in charge precisely as might a guardian. He takes note of his patient's general condition. If he is normal and fit, so much the better. If he is up in the air, or nervous, the best man must bring him to earth and jolly him along as best he can. Best man as expressman. His first actual duty is that of packer and expressman. He must see that everything necessary for the journey is packed, and that the groom does not absent-mindedly put the furnishings of his room in his valise and leave his belongings hanging in the closet. He must see that the clothes the groom is to wear away are put into a special bag to be taken to the house of the bride, where he as well as she must change from wedding into travelling clothes. The best man becomes expressman if the first stage of the wedding journey is to be to a hotel in town. He puts all the groom's luggage into his own car or a taxi, drives to the bride's house, carries the bag with the groom's travelling suit in it to the room set aside for his use, usually the dressing room of the bride's father or the bedroom of her brother. He then collects, according to pre-arrangement, the luggage of the bride, and drives with the entire equipment of both bride and groom to the hotel where rooms have already been engaged, sees it all into the rooms, and makes sure that everything is as it should be. If he is very thoughtful, he may himself put flowers about the rooms. He also registers for the newlyweds, takes the room key, returns to the house of the groom, gives him the key, and assures him that everything at the hotel is in readiness. This manoeuvre allows the young couple, when they arrive, to go quietly to their rooms, without attracting the notice of anyone, as would be the case if they arrived with baggage, and were conspicuously shown the way by a bellboy whose manner unmistakably proclaims bride and groom. Or if they are going at once by boat or train, the best man takes the baggage to the station, checks the large pieces, and fees a porter to see that the hand luggage is put in the proper stateroom or parlor car chairs. If they are going by automobile, he takes the luggage out to the garage, and personally sees that it is bestowed in the car. Best man as valet. His next duty is that of valet. He must see that the groom is dressed and ready early, and plaster him up if he cuts himself shaving. If he is wise in his day, he even provides a small bottle of adrenaline for just such an accident, so that plaster is unnecessary, and that the groom may be whole. He may need to find his collar button, or even to point out the missing clothes that are lying in full view. He must also be sure to ask for the wedding ring and the clergyman's fee, and put them in his own waistcoat pocket. A very careful best man carries a duplicate ring, in case of one being lost during the ceremony. Best man as companion in ordinary. With the bride's and groom's luggage properly bestowed, the ring and fee in his pocket, the groom's travelling clothes at the bride's house, the groom in complete wedding attire, and himself also ready, the best man has nothing further to do but be gentleman in waiting to the groom until it is time to escort him to the church, where he becomes chief of staff. At the house of the bride. Meanwhile, if the wedding is to be at noon, dawn will not have much more than broken before the house, at least below stairs, becomes bustling. Even if the wedding is to be 4 o'clock, it will still be early in the morning when the business of the day begins. But let us suppose it is to be at noon. If the family is one that is used to assembling at an early breakfast table, it is probable that the bride herself will come down for this last meal alone with her family. They will, however, not be allowed to linger long at the table. The caterer will already be clamouring for possession of the dining room. The florist will by that time have heaped dumps of wire and greens into the middle of the drawing room, if not beside the table where the family are still communing with their eggs. The door bell has long ago begun to ring. At first there are telegrams and special delivery letters. Then, as soon as the shops open, come the last moment wedding presents, notes, messages, and the insistent clamour of the telephone. Next, excited voices in the hall announce members of the family who come from a distance. They all want to kiss the bride, they all want rooms to dress in, they all want to talk. Also comes the hairdresser to do the bride's or her mother's or aunt's or grandmother's hair, or all of them, the manicure, the masseuse, anyone else that may have been thought necessary to give final beautifying touches to any or all of the female members of the household. The 1,001 articles from the caterer are meantime being carried in at the basement door. Made dishes and dishes in the making, raw materials of which others are to be made, folding chairs, small tables, chinaware, glassware, napery, knives, forks, and spoons, it is a struggle to get in or out of the kitchen or area door. The bride's mother consults the florist for the third and last time as to whether the bridal couple had not better receive in the library, because of the bay window which lends itself easily to the decoration of a background, and because the room is, if anything, larger than the drawing room. And for the third time the florist agrees about the advantage of the window, but points out that the library has only one narrow door, and that the drawing room is much better because it has two wide ones, and guests going into the room will not be blocked in the doorway by others coming out. The best man turns up and wants the bride's luggage. The head usher comes to ask whether the Joneses to be seated in the 4th pew are the tall dark ones or the blonde ones, and whether he had not better put some of the Titheringtons who belong in the 8th pew also in the 7th, as there are 9 Titheringtons, and the eminents in the 7th pew are only 4. A bridesmaid-elect hurries up the steps, runs into the best man carrying out the luggage, much conversation and giggling and guessing as to where the luggage is going. Best man very important, also very noble and silent. Bridesmaid shrugs her shoulders, dashes up to the bride's room, and dashes down again. More presents arrive. The furniture movers have come and are carting lumps of heaviness up the stairs to the attic and down the stairs to the cellar. It is all very like an ant-hill. Some are steadily going forward with the business in hand, but others, who have become quite bewildered, seem to be scurrying aimlessly this way and that, picking something up only to put it down again. The drawing room. Here, where the bride and groom are to receive, one cannot tell yet what the decoration is to be. Perhaps it is a hedged-in garden scene, a palm grove, a flowering recess, a screen and canopy of wedding bells, but a bower of foliage of some sort is gradually taking shape. The dining room. The dining room, too, blossoms with plants and flowers. Perhaps its space and that of a tent adjoining is filled with little tables, or perhaps a single row of camp chairs stands flat against the walls, and in the centre of the room the dining table, pulled out to its furthest extent, is being decked with trimmings and utensils which will be needed later, when the spaces left at intervals for various dishes shall be occupied. Preparation of these dishes is meanwhile going on in the kitchen. The kitchen. The caterers' chefs, in white cooks' caps and aprons, are in possession of the situation, and their assistants run here and there, bringing ingredients as they are told, or perhaps the caterer brings everything already prepared, in which case the waiters are busy unpacking the big tin boxes, and placing the bain-marie, a sort of fireless cooker receptacle, in a tank of hot water, from which the hot food is to be served. Huge tubs of cracked ice, in which the ice cream containers are buried, are already standing in the shade of the areaway or in the back yard. Last preparations. Back again in the drawing room, the florist and his assistants are still tying and tacking and arranging and adjusting branches and garlands and sheaves and bunches, and the floor is a litter of twigs and strings and broken branches. The photographer is asking that the central decoration be finished so he can group his pictures. The florist assures him that he is as busy as possible. The house is as cold as open windows can make it, to keep the flowers fresh and to avoid stuffiness. The doorbell continues its ringing, and the parlour maid finds herself a contestant in a marathon, until someone decides that card envelopes and telegrams had better be left in the front hall. A first bridesmaid arrives. She at least is on time. All decoration activity stops while she is looked at and admired. Panic seizes someone. The time is too short. Nothing will be ready. Someone else says the bridesmaid is far too early. There is no end of time. Upstairs everyone is still dressing. The father of the bride, one would suppose him to be the bridegroom at least, is trying on most of his shirts, the floor strewn with discarded collars. The mother of the bride is hurrying into her wedding array so as to be ready for any emergency, as well as to superintend the finishing touches to her daughter's dress and veil. The wedding dress. Everyone knows what a wedding dress is like. It may be of any white material, satin, brocade, velvet, chiffon, or entirely of lace. It may be embroidered in pearls, crystals, or silver. Or it may be as plain as a slipcover, anything, in fact, that the bride fancies, and made in whatever fashion or period she may choose. As for her veil, in its combination of lace or tulle and orange blossoms, perhaps it is copied from a headdress of Egypt or China, or from the severe drapery of Rebecca herself, or proclaim the knowing touch of the Rue de la Paix. It may have a cap like that of a lady in a French print, or fall in clouds of tulle from under a little wreath, such as might be worn by a child queen of the May. The origin of the bridal veil is an unsettled question. Roman brides wore yellow veils, and veils were used in the ancient Hebrew marriage ceremony. The veil as we use it may be a substitute for the flowing tresses which in old times fell like a mantle, modestly concealing the bride's face and form, or it may be an amplification of the veil which medieval fashion added to every headdress. In olden days the garland rather than the veil seems to have been of greatest importance. The garland was the coronet of the good girl, and her right to wear it was her inalienable attribute of virtue. Very old books speak of 3 ornaments that every virtuous bride must wear: a ring on her finger, a brooch on her breast, and a garland on her head. A bride who had no dowry of gold was said nevertheless to bring her husband great treasure if she brought him a garland, in other words, a virtuous wife. At present the veil is usually mounted by a milliner on a made foundation, so that it need merely be put on. But every young girl has an idea of how she personally wants her wedding veil, and may choose rather to put it together herself, or have it done by some particular friend, whose taste and skill she especially admires. If she chooses to wear a veil over her face, up the aisle, and during the ceremony, the front veil is always a short separate piece, about a yard square, gathered on an invisible band, and pinned with a hairpin at either side, after the long veil is arranged. It is taken off by the maid of honor when she gives back the bride's bouquet at the conclusion of the ceremony. The face veil is a rather old-fashioned custom, and is appropriate only for a very young bride of a demure type, the tradition being that a maiden is too shy to face a congregation unveiled, and shows her face only when she is a married woman. Some brides prefer to remove their left glove by merely pulling it inside out at the altar. Usually the underseam of the wedding finger of her glove is ripped for about 2 inches, and she need only pull the tip off to have the ring put on. Or if the wedding is a small one, she wears no gloves at all. Brides have been known to choose colors other than white. Cloth of silver is quite conventional, and so is very deep cream, but cloth of gold suggests the habiliment of a widow rather than that of a virgin maid, of which the white and orange blossoms, or myrtle leaf, are the emblems. If a bride chooses to be married in travelling dress, she has no bridesmaids, though she often has a maid of honor. A travelling dress is either a tailor-made, if she is going directly on a boat or train, or a morning or afternoon dress, whatever she would wear away after a big wedding. But to return to our particular bride, every one seemingly is in her room, her mother, her grandmother, 3 aunts, 2 cousins, 3 bridesmaids, 4 small children, 2 friends, her maid, the dressmaker, and an assistant. Every little while the parlour-maid brings a message or a package. Her father comes in and goes out at regular intervals in sheer nervousness. The rest of the bridesmaids gradually appear and distract the attention of the audience so that the bride has moments of being allowed to dress undisturbed. At last even her veil is adjusted, and all present gasp their approval. "How sweet! Dearest, you are too lovely! And, darling, how wonderful you look!" Her father reappears. "If you are going to have the pictures taken, you had better all hurry." "Oh, Mary!" shouts someone, "what have you on that is something old, something new, something borrowed, something blue, and a lucky 6pence in your shoe?" "Let me see," says the bride. "Old, I have old lace. New, I have lots of new. Borrowed and blue?" A chorus of voices, "Where my ring? Where my pin? Where mine? It's blue!" And someone's pin, which has a blue stone in it, is fastened on under the trimming of her dress. and serves both needs. If the lucky sixpence, a dime will do, is produced, she must at least pay discomfort for her luck. Again, someone suggests that the photographer is waiting and time is short. Having pictures taken before the ceremony is a dull custom, because it is tiring to sit for one's photograph at best, and to attempt anything so delaying as posing at the moment when the procession ought to be starting is as trying to the nerves as it is exhausting, and more than one wedding procession has consisted of very dragged-out young women in consequence. At a country wedding it is very easy to take the pictures out on the lawn at the end of the reception and just before the bride goes to dress. Sometimes in a town house they are taken in an upstairs room at the same hour, but usually the bride is dressed and her bridesmaids arrive at her house fully half an hour before the time necessary to leave for the church, and pictures of the group are taken, as well as several of the bride alone, with special lights, against the background where she will stand and receive. Procession to church. Whether the pictures are taken before the wedding or after, the bridesmaids always meet at the house of the bride, where they also receive their bouquets. When it is time to go to the church, there are several carriages or motors drawn up at the house. The bride's mother drives away in the first, usually alone, or she may, if she chooses, take one or two bridesmaids in her car, but she must reserve room for her husband, who will return from church with her. The maid of honour, bridesmaids, and flower girls go in the next vehicles, which may be their own or else are supplied by the bride's family, and last of all comes the bride's carriage, which always has a wedding appearance. If it is a brougham, the horses' headpieces are decorated with white flowers, and the coachman wears a white boutonniere. If it is a motor, the chauffeur wears a small bunch of white flowers on his coat, and white gloves, and has all the tires painted white, to give the car a wedding appearance. The bride drives to the church with her father only. Her carriage arrives last of the procession, and stands without moving in front of the awning, until she and her husband, in place of her father, return from the ceremony, and drive back to the house for the breakfast or reception. If she has no father, this part is taken by an uncle, a brother, a cousin, her guardian, or other close male connection of her family. If it should happen that the bride has neither father nor a very near male relative or guardian, she walks up the aisle alone. At the point in the ceremony when the clergyman asks who gives the bride, if the betrothal is read at the chancel steps, her mother goes forward and performs the office in exactly the same way that her father would have done. If the entire ceremony is at the altar, the mother merely stays where she is standing in her proper place at the end of the first pew on the left, and says very distinctly, "I do." At the church. Meanwhile, about an hour before the time for the ceremony, the ushers arrive at the church, and the sexton turns his guardianship over to them. They leave their hats in the vestry or coat room. Their boutonnieres, sent by the groom, should be waiting in the vestibule. They should be in charge of a boy from the florist's, who has nothing else on his mind but to see that they are there, that they are fresh, and that the ushers get them. Each man puts one in his buttonhole, and also puts on his gloves. The head usher decides, or the groom has already told them, to which ushers are apportioned the centre, and to which the side aisles. If it is a big church, with side aisles and gallery, and there are only 6 ushers, 4 will be put in the centre aisle and 2 on the side. Guests who choose to sit up in the gallery find places for themselves. Often at a big wedding the sexton or one of the assistants guards the entrance to the gallery, and admission is reserved by cards for the employees of both families, but usually the gallery is opened for those who care to go up. An usher whose place is in the side aisle may escort occasional personal friends of his own down the centre aisle if he happens to be unoccupied at the moment of their entrance. Those of the ushers who are most likely to recognize the various close friends and members of each family are invariably detailed to the centre aisle. A brother of the bride, for instance, is always chosen for this aisle, because he is best fitted to look out for his own relatives and to place them according to their near or distant kinship. A second usher should be either a brother of the groom or a near relative who would be able to recognize the family and close friends of the groom. The first 6 to 20 pews on both sides of the centre aisle are fenced off with white ribbons into a reserved enclosure. The parents of the bride always sit in the first pew on the left, facing the chancel. The parents of the groom always sit in the first pew on the right. The right-hand side of the church is the groom's side always. The left is that of the bride. Seating the guests. It is the duty of the ushers to show all guests to their places. An usher offers his arm to each lady as she arrives, whether he knows her personally or not. If the vestibule is very crowded and several ladies are together, he sometimes gives his arm to the older and asks the others to follow, but this is not done unless the crowd is great and the time short. If the usher thinks a guest belongs in front of the ribbons, though she fails to present her card, he always asks at once, "Have you a pew number?" If she has, he then shows her to her place. If she has none, he asks whether she prefers to sit on the bride's side or the groom's side, and gives her the best seat vacant in the unreserved part of the church. He generally makes a few polite comments as he takes her up the aisle, such as, "I am sorry you came late, all the good seats are taken further up," or "Isn't it lucky they have such a beautiful day?" or "Too bad it is raining." Or perhaps the lady is first in making a similar remark or two to him. Whatever conversation there is carried on in a low voice, not, however, whispered or solemn. The deportment of the ushers should be natural, but at the same time dignified and quiet in consideration of the fact that they are in a church. They must not trot up and down the aisles in a bustling manner, yet they must be fairly agile, as the vestibule is packed with guests who have all to be seated as expeditiously as possible. The guests without reserved cards should arrive first in order to find good places. Then come the reserved seat guests, and lastly the immediate members of the families, who all have especial places in the front pews held for them. It is not customary for one who is in deep mourning to go to a wedding, but there can be little criticism of an intimate friend who takes a place in the gallery of the church from which she can see the ceremony and yet be apart from the wedding guests. At a wedding that is necessarily small because of mourning, the women of the family usually lay aside black for that one occasion and wear white. In front of the ribbons. There are two ways in which people in front of the ribbons are seated. The less efficient way is by means of a typewritten list of those for whom seats are reserved, and of the pews in which they are to be seated, given to each usher, who has read it over for each guest who arrives at the church. From every point of view the typewritten list is bad. First, it wastes time, and as everyone arrives at the same moment, and every lady is supposed to be taken personally up the aisle on the arm of an usher, the time consumed while each usher looks up each name on several gradually rumpling and tearing sheets of paper is easily imagined; besides which, one who is at all intimate with either family cannot help feeling in some degree slighted when, on giving one's name, the usher looks for it in vain. The second and far better method is to have a pew card sent, enclosed with the wedding invitation, or an inscribed visiting card sent by either family. A guest who has a card with pew number 12 on it knows, and the usher knows, exactly where she is to go; or if she has a card saying reserved, or before the ribbons, or any special mark that means in the reserved section but no especial pew, the usher puts her in the best position available, behind the first 2 or 3 numbered rows that are saved for the immediate family, and in front of the ribbons marking the reserved enclosure. It is sometimes well for the head usher to ask the bride's mother if she is sure she has allowed enough pews in the reserved section to seat all those with cards. Arranging definite seat numbers has one disadvantage: one pew may have every seat occupied and another may be almost empty. In that case an usher can, just before the procession is to form, shift a certain few people out of the crowded pews into the others, but it would be a breach of etiquette for people to reseat themselves, and no one should be seated after the entrance of the bride's mother. The bridegroom waits. Meanwhile, about 15 minutes before the wedding hour, the groom and his best man, both in morning coats, top hats, boutonnieres, and white buckskin, but remember not shiny, gloves, walk or drive to the church, and enter the side door which leads to the vestry. There they sit, or in the clergyman's study, until the sexton or an usher comes to say that the bride has arrived. End of Chapter 22, Part 1. Chapter 22, Part 2 of Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Jennings. Etiquette in Society, in Business, in Politics, and at Home by Emily Post. Chapter 22, Part 2. The Day of the Wedding. The perfectly managed wedding. At a perfectly managed wedding, the bride arrives exactly 1 minute, to give a last comer time to find place, after the hour. 2 or 3 servants have been sent to wait in the vestibule to help the bride and bridesmaids off with their wraps and hold them until they are needed after the ceremony. The groom's mother and father also are waiting in the vestibule. As the carriage of the bride's mother drives up, an usher goes as quickly as he can to tell the groom, and any brothers or sisters of the bride or groom, who are not to take part in the wedding procession, and have arrived in their mother's carriage, are now taken by ushers to their places in the front pews. The moment the entire wedding party is at the church, the doors between the vestibule and the church are closed. No one is seated after this, except the parents of the young couple. The proper procedure should be carried out with military exactness, and is as follows. The groom's mother goes down the aisle on the arm of the head usher, and takes her place in the first pew on the right. The groom's father follows alone, and takes his place beside her. The same usher returns to the vestibule, and immediately escorts the bride's mother. He should then have time to return to the vestibule and take his place in the procession. The beginning of the wedding march should sound just as the usher returns to the head of the aisle. To repeat, no other person should be seated after the mother of the bride. Guests who arrive later must stand in the vestibule or go into the gallery. The sound of the music is also the cue for the clergyman to enter the chancel, followed by the groom and his best man. The two latter wear gloves, but have left their hats and sticks in the vestry room. The groom stands on the right-hand side at the head of the aisle, but if the vestry opens into the chancel, he sometimes stands at the top of the first few steps. He removes his right glove and holds it in his left hand. The best man always remains directly back and to the right of the groom, and does not remove his glove. Here comes the bride. The description of the procession is given in detail above in the wedding rehearsal section. Starting on the right measure and keeping perfect time, the ushers come 2 by 2, 4 paces apart. Then the bridesmaids, if any, at the same distance exactly. Then the maid of honor alone. Then the flower girls, if any. Then at a double distance, the bride on her father's right arm. She is dressed always in white, with a veil of lace or tulle. Usually she carries a bridal bouquet of white flowers, either short or with streamers, narrow ribbons with little bunches of blossoms on the end of each, or trailing vines, or maybe she holds a long sheaf of stiff flowers, such as lilies, on her arm, or perhaps she carries a prayer book instead of a bouquet. The groom comes forward to meet the bride. As the bride approaches, the groom waits at the foot of the steps, unless he comes down the steps to meet her. The bride relinquishes her father's arm, changes her bouquet from her right to her left, and gives her right hand to the groom. The groom, taking her hand in his right, puts it through his left arm. Just her fingertips should rest near the bend of his elbow, and turns to face the chancel as he does so. It does not matter whether she takes his arm or whether they stand hand in hand at the foot of the chancel in front of the clergyman. Her father gives her away. Her father has remained where she left him, on her left and a step or two behind her. The clergyman stands a step or two above them and reads the betrothal. When he says, "Who giveth this woman to be married?" the father goes forward, still on her left, and halfway between her and the clergyman, but not in front of either. The bride turns slightly toward her father and gives him her right hand. The father puts her hand into that of the clergyman and says at the same moment, "I do." He then takes his place next to his wife at the end of the first pew on the left. The marriage ceremony. A soloist or the choir then sings while the clergyman slowly ascends to the altar, before which the marriage is performed. The bride and groom follow slowly, the fingers of her right hand on his left arm. The maid of honor, or else the bridesmaid, moves out of line and follows on the left-hand side until she stands immediately below the bride. The best man takes the same position exactly on the right, behind the groom. At the termination of the anthem, the bride hands her bouquet to the maid of honor, or her prayer book to the clergyman, and the bride and groom plight their troth. When it is time for the ring, the best man produces it from his pocket. If in the handling from best man to clergyman, to groom again, and finally to the bride's finger, it should slip and fall, the best man must pick it up if he can without searching. If not, he quietly produces the duplicate, which all careful best men carry in the other waistcoat pocket, and the ceremony proceeds. The lost ring, or the unused extra one, is returned to the jeweller's next day. Which ring, under the circumstances, the bride keeps, is a question as hard to answer as that of the lady or the tiger. Would she prefer the substitute ring that was actually the one she was married with, or the one her husband bought and had marked for her? Or would she prefer not to have a substitute ring, and have the whole wedding party on their knees searching? She alone can decide. Fortunately, even if the clergyman is very old and his hand shaky, a substitute is seldom necessary. The wedding ring must not be put above the engagement ring. On her wedding day a bride either leaves her engagement ring at home when she goes to church, or wears it on her right hand. After the ceremony. At the conclusion of the ceremony the minister congratulates the new couple. The organ begins the recessional. The bride takes her bouquet from the maid of honour, who removes the veil if she wore one over her face. She then turns toward her husband, her bouquet in her right hand, and puts her left hand through his right arm, and they descend the steps. The maid of honour, handing her own bouquet to a second bridesmaid, follows at a short distance after the bride, at the same time stooping and straightening out the long train and veil. The bride and groom go on down the aisle. The best man disappears into the vestry room. At a perfectly conducted wedding he does not walk down the aisle with the maid of honour. The maid of honour recovers her bouquet and walks alone. If a bridesmaid performs the office of maid of honour, she takes her place among her companion bridesmaids, who go next, and the ushers go last. The best man has meanwhile collected the groom's belongings and dashed out of the side entrance and around to the front to give the groom his hat and stick. Sometimes the sexton takes charge of the groom's hat and stick and hands them to him at the church door as he goes out, but in either case the best man always hurries around to see the bride and groom into their carriage, which has been standing at the entrance to the awning since she and her father alighted from it. All the other conveyances are drawn up in the reverse order from that in which they arrived. The bride's carriage leaves first, next come those of the bridesmaids, next the bride's mother and father, next the groom's mother and father, then the nearest members of both families, and finally all the other guests in the order of their being able to find their conveyances. The best man goes back to the vestry, where he gives the fee to the clergyman, collects his own hat and coat if he has one, and goes to the bride's house. As soon as the recessional is over, the ushers hurry back and escort to the door all the ladies who were in the first pews, according to the order of precedence, the bride's mother first, then the groom's mother, then the other occupants of the first pew on either side, then the second and third pews, until all members of the immediate families have left the church. Meanwhile it is a breach of etiquette for other guests to leave their places. At some weddings, just before the bride's arrival, the ushers run ribbons down the whole length of the centre aisle, fencing the congregation in. As soon as the occupants of the first pews have left, the ribbons are removed, and all the other guests go out by themselves, the ushers having by that time hurried to the bride's house to make themselves useful at the reception. At the house. An awning makes a covered way from the edge of the curb to the front door. At the lower end the chauffeur, or one of the caterer's men, stands to open the carriage doors, and give return checks to the chauffeurs and their employers. Inside the house the florist has finished, an orchestra is playing in the hall or library, everything is in perfect order. The bride and groom have taken their places in front of the elaborate setting of flowering plants that has been arranged for them. The bride stands on her husband's right, and her bridesmaids are either grouped beyond her or else divided, half on her side and half on the side of the groom, forming a crescent with the bride and groom in the centre. Ushers at the house. At a small wedding the duty of ushers is personally to take guests up to the bride and groom, but at a big reception where guests outnumber ushers 50 or 100 to 1, being personally conducted is an honour accorded only to the very old, the very celebrated, or the usher's own best friends. All the other guests stand in a long congested line by themselves. The bride's mother takes her place somewhere near the entrance of the room, and it is for her benefit that her own butler or one furnished by the caterer asks each guest his name and then repeats it aloud. The guests shake hands with the hostess, and making some polite remark about the beautiful wedding or lovely bride, continue in line to the bridal pair. Wedding conversation. What you say in congratulating a bridal couple depends on how well you know one or both of them. But remember it is a breach of good manners to congratulate a bride on having secured a husband. If you are unknown to both of them, and in a long queue, it is not even necessary to give your name. You merely shake hands with the groom, say a formal word or two such as congratulations, shake hands with the bride, say I wish you every happiness, and pass on. If you know them very well, you may say to him, I hope your good luck will stay with you always, or I certainly do congratulate you, and to her, I hope your whole life will be one long happiness. Or if you are much older than she, you look too lovely, dear Mary, and I hope you will always be as radiant as you look today. Or if you are a woman and a relative, or really close friend, you kiss the groom, saying all the luck in the world to you, dear Jim, she certainly is lovely. Or, kissing the bride, Mary, darling, every good wish in the world to you. To all the above, the groom and bride merely answer, thank you. A man might say to the groom, "Good luck to you, Jim, old man," or "She is the most lovely thing I have ever seen," and to her, "I hope you will have every happiness," or "I was just telling Jim how lucky I think he is. I hope you will both be very happy." Or if a very close friend, also kissing the bride, "All the happiness you can think of isn't as much as I wish you, Mary dear." But it cannot be too much emphasized that promiscuous kissing among the guests is an offence against good taste. To a relative or old friend of the bride, but possibly a stranger to the groom, the bride always introduces her husband, saying, "Jim, this is Aunt Kate," or "Mrs. Neighbour, you know Jim, don't you?" or formally, "Mrs. Faraway, may I present my husband?" The groom, on the approach of an old friend of his, says, "Mary, this is Cousin Carrie," or "Mrs. Denver, do you know Mary?" or "Hello, Steve, let me introduce you to my wife. Mary, this is Steve Michigan." Steve says, "How do you do, Mrs. Smartlington?" and Mary says, "Of course, I have often heard Jim speak of you." The bride with a good memory thanks each arriving person for the gift sent her. "Thank you so much for the lovely candlesticks," or "I can't tell you how much I love the dishes." The person who is thanked says, "I am so glad you like it," or them, or "I am so glad, I hoped you might find it useful," or "I didn't have it marked, so that in case you have a duplicate you can change it." Conversation is never a fixed grouping of words that are learned or recited like a part in a play. The above examples are given more to indicate the sort of things people in good society usually say. There is, however, one rule: do not launch into long conversation or details of yourself, how you feel or look, or what happened to you, or what you wore when you were married. Your subject must not deviate from the young couple themselves, their wedding, their future. Also be brief in order not to keep those behind waiting longer than necessary. If you have anything particular to tell them, you can return later when there is no longer a line, but even then long conversation, especially concerning yourself, is out of place. Parents of the groom. The groom's mother always receives either near the bride's mother or else continuing the line beyond the bridesmaids, and it is proper for every guest to shake hands with her too, whether they know her or not, but it is not necessary to say anything. The bride's father sometimes stands beside his wife, but he usually circulates among his guests just as he would at a ball or any other party where he is host. The groom's father is a guest, and it is not necessary for strangers to speak to him, unless he stands beside his wife, and as it were receives, but there is no impropriety in anyone telling him how well they know and like his son or his new daughter-in-law. The guests, as soon as they have congratulated the bride and groom, go out and find themselves places, if it is to be a sit-down breakfast, at a table. Details of a sit-down breakfast. Unless the house is remarkable in size, there is usually a canopied platform built next to the veranda or on the lawn, or over the yard of a city house. The entire space is packed with little tables surrounding the big one reserved for the bridal party, and at a large breakfast a second table is reserved for the parents of the bride and groom and a few close and especially invited friends. Place cards are not put on any of the small tables. All the guests, except the few placed at the two reserved tables, sit with whom they like, sometimes by pre-arrangement, but usually where they happen to find their friends, and room. The general sit-down breakfast, except in great houses like a few of those in Newport, is always furnished by a caterer, who brings all the food, tables, chairs, napery, china, and glass, as well as the necessary waiters. The butler and footmen belonging in the house may assist or oversee, or detail themselves to other duties. Small menu cards printed in silver are put on all the tables. Sometimes these cards have the crest of the bride's father embossed at the top, but usually the entwined initials of the bride and groom are stamped in silver to match the wedding cake boxes. Example: bouillon, lobster Newburg, suprême of chicken, peas, aspic of foie gras, celery salad, ices, coffee. Instead of bouillon there may be caviar or melon, or grapefruit, or a puree, or clam broth. For lobster Newburg may be soft shell crabs or oyster pâté or other fish. Or the bouillon may be followed by a dish such as sweetbreads and mushrooms, or chicken pâtés, or broiled chicken, half a chicken for each guest, or squab, with salad such as whole tomatoes filled with celery. Or the chicken or squab may be the second course, and an aspic with the salad the third. Individual ices are accompanied by little cakes of assorted variety. There used always to be champagne. A substitute is at best a poor thing, and what the prevailing one is to be is as yet not determined. Orange juice and ginger ale, or white grape juice and ginger ale with sugar and mint leaves, are 2 attempts at a satisfying cup that have been offered lately. The bride's table. The feature of the wedding breakfast is always the bride's table. Placed sometimes in the dining room, sometimes on the veranda or in a room apart, this table is larger and more elaborately decorated than any of the others. There are white garlands or sprays or other arrangements of white flowers, and in the centre as chief ornament is an elaborately iced wedding cake. On the top of it has a bouquet of white or silver flowers, or a confectioner's quaint dolls representing the bride and groom. The top is usually made like a cover, so that when the time comes for the bride to cut it, it is merely lifted off. The bride always cuts the cake, meaning that she inserts the knife and makes one cut through the cake, after which each person cuts himself or herself a slice. If there are 2 sets of favors hidden in the cake, there is a mark in the icing to distinguish the bridesmaid's side from that of the ushers. Articles, each wrapped in silver foil, have been pushed through the bottom of the cake at intervals. The bridesmaids find a 10-cent piece for riches, a little gold ring for first to be married, a thimble or little parrot or cat for old maid, a wishbone for the luckiest. On the usher's side a button or dog is for the bachelor, a miniature pair of dice as a symbol of lucky chance in life. The ring and 10-cent piece are the same. If a big piece of the wedding cake is left, the bride's mother has it wrapped in tinfoil and put in a sealed tin box and kept for the bride to open on her first anniversary. The evolution of the wedding cake began in ancient Rome, where brides carried wheat ears in their left hands. Later, Anglo-Saxon brides wore the wheat made into chaplets, and gradually the belief developed that a young girl who ate of the grains of wheat which became scattered on the ground would dream of her future husband. The next step was the baking of a thin dried biscuit, which was broken over the bride's head, and the crumbs divided amongst the guests. The next step was in making richer cake, then icing it, and the last, instead of having it broken over her head, the bride broke it herself into small pieces for the guests. Later she cut it with a knife. The table of the bride's parents. The table of the bride's parents differs from other tables in nothing except in its larger size, and the place cards for those who have been invited to sit there. The groom's father always sits on the right of the bride's mother, and the groom's mother has the place of honor on the host's right. The other places at the table are occupied by distinguished guests who may or may not include the clergyman who performed the ceremony. If a bishop or dean performed the ceremony, he is always included at this table, and is placed at the left of the hostess, and his wife, if present, sits at the bride's father's left. Otherwise, only especially close friends of the bride's parents are invited to this table. The wedding cake. In addition to the big cake on the bride's table, there are at all weddings, near the front door, so that the guests may each take one as they go home, little individual boxes of wedding cake, black fruit cake. Each box is made of white moiré or gros grain paper, embossed in silver with the last initial of the groom intertwined with that of the bride, and tied with white satin ribbon. At a sit-down breakfast, the wedding cake boxes are sometimes put, one at each place, on the tables, so that each guest may be sure of receiving one, and other thoughtless ones prevented from carrying more than their share away. The standing breakfast or reception. The standing breakfast differs from the sit-down breakfast in service only. Instead of numerous small tables at which the guests are served with a coarse luncheon, a single long one is set in the dining room, the regular table pulled out to its farthest extent. It is covered with a plain white damask cloth, or it may be of embroidered linen and lace insertion. In the centre is usually a bowl or vase or other centerpiece of white flowers. On it are piles of plates, stacks of napkins, and rows of spoons and forks at intervals, making 4 or possibly 6 piles altogether. Always there are dishes filled with little fancy cakes, chosen as much for looks as for taste. There is usually a big urn at one end filled with bouillon, and one at the other filled with chocolate or tea. In 4 evenly spaced places are placed 2 cold dishes, such as an aspic of chicken, or ham mousse, or a terrine de foie gras, or other aspic. The hot dishes may be a boned capon, vol au vent of sweetbread and mushrooms, creamed oysters, chicken à la king, chicken croquette, or there may be cold cuts, or celery salad, in tomato aspic. Whatever the choice may be, there are 2 or 3 cold dishes and at least 2 hot. Whatever there is must be selected with a view to its being easily eaten with a fork while the plate is held in the other hand. There are also rolls and biscuits, pâté de foie gras or lettuce and tomato sandwiches, the former made usually of split dinner rolls with pâté between, or thin sandwiches rolled like a leaf in which a moth has built a cocoon. Ices are brought in a little later, when a number of persons have apparently finished their first course. Ice cream is quite as fashionable as individual ices. It is merely that caterers are less partial to it because it has to be cut. After dinner coffee is put on a side table, as the champagne used to be. From now on there will probably be a bowl or pitchers of something with a lump of ice in it that can be ladled into glasses and become whatever those gifted with imagination may fancy. Unless the wedding is very small, there is always a bride's table, decorated exactly as that described for a sit-down breakfast, and usually placed in the library, but there is no especial table for the bride's mother and her guests, or for anyone else. The bridal party eat. By the time the sit-down breakfast has reached its second course, and the queue of arriving guests has dwindled and melted away, the bride and groom decide that it is time they too go to breakfast. Arm in arm they lead the way to their own table, followed by the ushers and bridesmaids. The bride and groom always sit next to each other, she on his right. The maid of honour, or matron, is on his left, and the best man is on the right of the bride. Around the rest of the table come bridesmaids and ushers alternately. Sometimes one or two others, sisters of the bride or groom, or intimate friends who were not included in the wedding party, are asked to the table, and when there are no bridesmaids this is always the case. The decoration of the table, the service, the food, is exactly the same whether the other guests are seated or standing. At dessert the bride cuts the cake, and the bridesmaids and ushers find the luck pieces. Dancing at the wedding. On leaving their table the bridal party join the dancing, which by now has begun in the drawing-room where the wedding group received. The bride and groom dance at first together, and then each with bridesmaids or ushers or other guests. Sometimes they linger so long that those who had intended staying for the going away grow weary and leave, which is often exactly what the young couple want. Unless they have to catch a train, they always stay until the crowd thins before going to dress for their journey. At last the bride signals to her bridesmaids and leaves the room. They all gather at the foot of the stairs, about halfway to the upper landing as she goes up. She throws her bouquet, and they all try to catch it. The one to whom it falls is supposed to be the next married. If she has no bridesmaids, she sometimes collects a group of other young girls and throws her bouquet to them. End of chapter 22, part 2. Chapter 22, part 3 of Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Jennings. Etiquette in Society, in Business, in Politics, and at Home, by Emily Post. Chapter 22, Part 3. The Day of the Wedding. Into travelling clothes. The bride goes up to the room that has always been hers, followed by her mother, sisters, and bridesmaids, who stay with her while she changes into her travelling clothes. A few minutes after the bride has gone upstairs, the groom goes to the room reserved for him, and changes into the ordinary sack suit which the best man has taken there for him before the ceremony. He does not wear his top hat nor his wedding boutonniere. The groom's clothes should be apparently new, but need not actually be so. The bride's clothes, on the other hand, are always brand new, every article that she has on. The going-away dress. A bride necessarily chooses her going-away dress according to the journey she is to make. If she is starting off in an open motor, she wears a suitably small motor hat, and a wrap of some sort over whatever dress or suit she chooses. If she is going on a train or boat, she wears a travelling dress, such as she would choose under ordinary circumstances. If she is going to a nearby hotel or a country house put at her disposal, she wears the sort of dress and hat suitable to town or country occasion. She should not dress as though about to join a circus parade, or the ornaments on a Christmas tree, unless she wants to be stared at and commented upon in a way that no one of good breeding can endure. The average bride and groom of good taste and feeling try to be as inconspicuous as possible. On one occasion, in order to hide the fact that they were bride and groom, a young couple went away in their oldest clothes and were very much pleased with their cleverness, until, pulling out his handkerchief, the groom scattered rice all over the floor of the parlour car. The bride's lament after this was, why had she not worn her prettiest things? The groom, having changed his clothes, waits upstairs, in the hall generally, until the bride emerges from her room in her travelling clothes. All the ushers shake hands with them both. His immediate family, as well as hers, have gradually collected. Any that are missing must unfailingly be sent for. The bride's mother gives her a last kiss. Her bridesmaids hurry downstairs to have plenty of rice ready, and to tell everyone below as they descend, "They are coming." A passage from the stairway and out the front door, all the way to the motor, is left free between two rows of eager guests, their hands full of rice. Upon the waiting motor the ushers have tied everything they can lay their hands on in the way of white ribbons and shoes and slippers. Here they come. At last the groom appears at the top of the stairs, a glimpse of the bride behind him. It surely is running the gauntlet. They seemingly count 1, 2, 3, go! With shoulders hunched and collars held tight to their necks, they run through shrapnel of rice, down the stairs, out the hall, down the outside steps, into the motor, slam the door, and are off. The wedding guests stand out on the street or roadway looking after them for as long as a vestige can be seen, and then gradually disperse. Occasionally young couples think it clever to slip out of the areaway, or over the roofs, or out of the cellar and across the garden. All this is supposed to be in order to avoid being deluged with rice and having labels of newly wed, or large white bows and odd shoes and slippers tied to their luggage. Most brides, however, agree with their guests that it is decidedly spoil sport to deprive a lot of friends, who have only their good luck at heart, of the perfectly legitimate enjoyment of throwing emblems of good luck after them. If one white slipper among those thrown after the motor lands right side up, on top of it, and stays there, greatest good fortune is sure to follow through life. There was a time when the going-away carriage was always furnished by the groom, and this is still the case if it is a hired conveyance. But nowadays, when nearly everyone has a motor, the newly married couple, if they have no motor of their own, are sure to have one lent them by the family of one of them. Very often they have two motors and are met by a second car at an appointed place, into which they change after shaking themselves free of rice. The white ribboned car returns to the house, as well as the decorated and labelled luggage, which was all empty, their real luggage having been bestowed safely by the best man that morning in their hotel or boat or train. Or it may be that they choose a novel journey, for there is, of course, no regulation vehicle. They can go off in a limousine, a pony cart, a yacht, a canoe, on horseback, or by airplane. Fancy alone limits the mode of travel, suggests the destination, or directs the etiquette of a honeymoon. Bride's first duty of thought for groom's parents. At the end of the wedding there is one thing the bride must not forget. As soon as she is in her travelling dress, she must send a bridesmaid or someone out into the hall, and ask her husband's parents to come and say good-bye to her. If his parents have not themselves come upstairs to see their son, the bride must have them sent for at once. It is very easy for a bride to forget this act of thoughtfulness, and for a groom to overlook the fact that he cannot stop to kiss his mother good-bye on his way out of the house, and many a mother, seeing her son and new daughter rush past without even a glance from either of them, has returned home with an ache in her heart. It sounds improbable, doesn't it? One naturally exclaims, "But how stupid of her! Why didn't she go upstairs? Why didn't her son send for her?" Usually she does, or he does, but often the groom's parents are strangers, and if by temperament they are shy or retiring people, they hesitate to go upstairs in an unknown house until they are invited to. So they wait, feeling sure that in good time they will be sent for. Meanwhile the bride forgets, and it does not occur to the groom that unless he makes an effort while upstairs, there will be no opportunity in the dash down to the carriage to recognize them or anyone. Flippancy versus radiance. A completely beautiful wedding is not merely a combination of wonderful flowers, beautiful clothes, smoothness of detail, delicious food. These, though all necessary, are external attributes. The spirit or soul of it must have something besides, and that something is in the behavior and in the expression of the bride and groom. The most beautiful wedding ever imagined could be turned from sacrament to circus by the indecorous behavior of the groom or the flippancy of the bride. She, above all, must not reach up and wig-wag signals while she is receiving, any more than she must wave to people as she goes up and down the aisle of the church. She must not cling to her husband, stand pigeon-toed, or lean against him or the wall, or any person or thing. She must not run her arm through his and let her hand flop on the other side. She must not swing her arms as though they were dangling rope. She must not switch herself this way and that, nor must she hallo or shout. No matter how young or natural and thoughtless she may be, she must, during the ceremony and the short time that she stands beside her husband at the reception, assume that she has dignity. It is not by chance that the phrase happy pair is one of the most trite in our language, for happiness above all is the inner essential that must dominate a perfect wedding. An unhappy-looking bride, an unwilling-looking groom, turns the greatest wedding splendor into sham. Without love it is a sacrament inadvisedly entered into, and the sight of a tragic-faced bride strikes chill to the heart. The radiance of a truly happy bride is so beautifying that even a plain girl is made pretty, and a pretty one divine. There is something glad yet sweet, shy yet triumphant, serious yet radiant. There is no other way to put it. And a happy groom looks first of all protective. He too may have the quality of radiance, but it is different, more directly glad. They both look as though there were sunlight behind their eyes, as though their mouths irresistibly turned to smiles. No other quality of a bride's expression is so beautiful as radiance, that visible proof of perfect happiness, which endears its possessor to all beholders and gives to the simplest little wedding complete beauty. The house wedding. A house wedding involves slightly less expenditure, but has the disadvantage of limiting the number of guests. The ceremony is exactly the same as that in a church, excepting that the procession advances through an aisle of white satin ribbons from the stairs down which the bridal party descends to the improvised altar. A small space near the altar is fenced off with ribbons for the family. There is a low rail of some sort back of which the clergyman stands, and something for the bride and groom to kneel on during the prayers of the ceremony. The prayer bench is usually about 6 or 8 inches high and between 3 or 4 feet long. At the back of it an upright on either end supports a crosspiece or altar rail. It can be made in the roughest fashion by any carpenter or amateur, as it is entirely hidden under leaves and flowers. On the kneeling surface of the bench are placed cushions rather than flowers, because the latter stain. All caterers have the necessary standards to which ribbons are tied, like the wires to telegraph poles. The top of each standard is usually decorated with a spray of white flowers. At a house wedding the bride's mother stands at the door of the drawing room, or wherever the ceremony is to be, and receives people as they arrive, but the groom's mother merely takes her place near the altar with the rest of the immediate family. The ushers are purely ornamental, unless the house is so large that pews have been installed, and the guests are seated as in a church. Otherwise the guests stand wherever they can find places behind the aisle ribbons. Just before the bride's entrance, her mother goes forward and stands in the reserved part of the room. The ushers go up to the top of the stairway. The wedding march begins, and the ushers come down 2 and 2, followed by the bridesmaids, exactly as in a church, the bride coming last on her father's arm. The clergyman and the groom and best man have, if possible, reached the altar by another door. If the room has only one door, they go up the aisle a few moments before the bridal procession starts. The chief difference between a church and house wedding is that the bride and groom do not take a single step together. The groom meets her at the point where the service is read. After the ceremony there is no recessional. The clergyman withdraws, an usher removes the prayer bench, and the bride and groom merely turn where they stand and receive the congratulations of their guests, unless of course the house is so big that they receive in another room. When there is no recessional, the groom always kisses the bride before they turn to receive their guests. It is against all tradition for anyone to kiss her before her husband does. There are seldom many bridal attendants at a house wedding, 2 to 4 ushers and 1 to 4 bridesmaids, unless the house is an immense one. In the country a house wedding includes one in a garden, with a wedding procession under the trees, or tables out on the lawn. A perfect plan for California or other rainless states, but difficult to arrange on the Atlantic seaboard, where rain is too likely to spoil everything. The wedding in assembly rooms. Those whose houses are very small, and yet who wish to have a general reception, sometimes give the wedding breakfast in a hotel or assembly rooms. The preparations are identical with those in a private house. The decorations and menu may be lavish or simple. Although it is perfectly good form to hold a wedding reception in a ballroom, a breakfast in a private house, no matter how simple, has greater distinction than the most elaborate collation in a public establishment. Why this is so is hard to determine. It is probably that without a home atmosphere, though it may be a brilliant entertainment, the sentiment is missing. The second marriage. The detail of a spinster's wedding is the same whether she marries a bachelor or a widower, the difference being that a widower does not give a bachelor dinner. The marriage of a widow is the same as that of a maid, except she cannot wear white or orange blossoms, which are emblems of virginity, nor does she have bridesmaids. Usually a widow chooses a very quiet wedding, but there is no reason why she should not have a big wedding if she cares to, except that sombre ushers and a bride in travelling dress, or at best a light afternoon one with a hat, does not make an effective processional, unless she is beautiful enough to compensate for all that is missing. A wedding in very best taste for a widow would be a ceremony in a small church or chapel, a few flowers or palms in the chancel the only decoration, and 2 to 4 ushers. There are no ribboned off seats, as only very intimate friends are asked. The bride wears an afternoon street dress and hat. Her dress for a church ceremony should be more conventional than if she were married at home, where she could wear a semi-evening gown and substitute a headdress for a hat. She could even wear a veil if it is colored and does not suggest the bridal white one. A celebrated beauty wore for her second wedding in her own house a dress of gold brocade with a Russian court headdress and a veil of yellow tulle down the back. Another wore a dress of grey and a Dutch cap of silver lace, and had her little girl in quaint cap and long dress to match her own, as maid of honour. A widow has never more than one attendant, and most often none. There may be a sit-down breakfast afterwards, or the simplest afternoon tea. In any case the breakfast is, if possible, at the bride's own house, and the bridal pair may either stay where they are, and have their guests take leave of them, or themselves drive away afterwards. Very intimate friends send presents for a second marriage, but general acquaintances are never expected to. Summary of expenses. All the expenses of a wedding belong to the bride's parents. The invitations are issued by them, the reception is at their house, and the groom's family are little more than ordinary guests. The cost of a wedding varies as much as the cost of anything else that one has or does. A big fashionable wedding can total far up in the thousands, and even the simplest entails considerable outlay, which can, however, be modified by those who are capable of doing things themselves instead of employing professional service at every point. The parents of the bride provide: 1. Engraved invitations and cards. 2. The service of a professional secretary who compiles a single list from the various ones sent her, addresses the envelopes, both inner and outer, encloses the proper number of cards, seals, stamps, and mails all the invitations. This item can be omitted, and the work done by the family. 3. The biggest item of expense, the trousseau of the bride, which may consist not alone of wearing apparel of endless variety and lavish detail, but household linen of the finest quality, priceless in these days, and in quantity sufficient for a lifetime. Or it may consist of the wedding dress, and even that a travelling one, and 1 or 2 others, with barest essentials and few accessories. 4. Awnings for church and house. This may be omitted at the house in good weather, at the church, and also in the country. 5. Decorations of church and house. Cost can be eliminated by amateurs using garden or field flowers. 6. Choir, soloists, and organist at church. Choir and soloists unnecessary. 7. Orchestra at house. This may mean 50 pieces with 2 leaders, or it may mean a piano, violin, and drum, or a violin, harp, and guitar. 8. Carriages or motors for the bridal party, from house to church and back. 9. The collation, which may be the most elaborate sit-down luncheon, or the simplest afternoon tea. 10. Boxes of wedding cake. 11. Champagne. Used to be one of the biggest items, as a fashionable wedding without plenty of it was unheard of. Perhaps, though, pocket books may have less relief on account of its omission than would at first seem probable, since what is saved on the wine bill is made up for on additional food necessary to make the best wineless menu seem other than meagre. 12. The bride's presents to her bridesmaids. Maybe jewels of value or trinkets of trifling cost. 13. A wedding present to the bride from each member of her family, not counting her trousseau, which is merely part of the wedding. 14. The bride gives a wedding present, or a wedding ring, or both, to the groom, if she especially wants to. Not necessary, or even customary. The groom's expenses are: 1. The engagement ring, as handsome as he can possibly afford. 2. A wedding present, jewels if he is able, always something for her personal adornment. 3. His bachelor dinner. 4. The marriage license. 5. A personal gift to his best man and each of his ushers. 6. To each of the above he gives their wedding ties, gloves, and boutonnieres. 7. The bouquet carried by the bride. In many cities it is said to be the custom for the bride to send boutonnieres to the ushers, and for the groom to order the bouquets of the bridesmaids. In New York's smart world, the bridesmaids' bouquets are looked upon as part of the decorative arrangement, all of which is in the province of the bride's parents. 8. The wedding ring. 9. The clergyman's fee. 10. From the moment the bride and groom start off on their wedding trip, all the expenditure becomes his. Wedding anniversaries. 1 year, paper. 5 years, wood. 10 years, tin. 15 years, crystal. 20 years, china. 25 years, silver. 50 years, gold. 75 years, diamond. Wedding anniversaries are celebrated in any number of ways. The party may be one of two alone, or it may be a dance. Most often it is a dinner, and occasionally an afternoon tea. In Germany a silver wedding is a very important event, and a great celebration is made of it. But in America it is not very good form to ask any but intimate friends and family to an anniversary party, especially as those bidden are supposed to send presents. These need not, however, be of value. In fact, the paper, wooden, and tin wedding presents are seldom anything but jokes. Crystal is the earliest that is likely to be taken seriously by the gift-bearers. Silver is always serious, and the golden wedding quite a sacred event. Most usually this last occasion is celebrated by a large family dinner to which all the children and grandchildren are bidden, or the married couple perhaps choose an afternoon at home and receive their friends and neighbours, who are of course supposed to bring presents made of gold. End of chapter 22, part 3.
Chapter 23 of Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betsy Bush, Marquette, Michigan, April 2007. Etiquette in Society, in Business, in Politics, and at Home by Emily Post. Chapter 23, Christenings. A child can, of course, be christened without making a festivity of it at all, just as two people can be married with none but the clergyman and two witnesses, but nearly every mother takes this occasion to see her friends and show her baby to them. Invitations to a christening are never formal, because none but the family and a very few intimate friends are supposed to be asked. In this day, invitations are nearly all sent over the telephone, except to those who are at a distance, or else friends are asked verbally when seen. But it is both correct and polite to write notes, such as, "Dear Mrs. Kindheart, the baby is to be christened here at home, next Sunday at 4:30, and we hope you and Mr. Kindheart, and the children, if they care to, will come. Affectionately, Lucy Gilding." If a telephone message is sent, the form is, "Mr. and Mrs. Gilding, Jr., would like Mr. and Mrs. Norman to come to the baby's christening on Sunday at 4:30 at their house." Asking the godparents. Before setting the date for the christening, the godmothers, 2 for a girl and 1 for a boy, and the godfathers, 2 for a boy and 1 for a girl, have of course already been chosen. If a godfather or mother, after having given his consent, is abroad or otherwise out of reach at the time of the christening, a proxy takes part in the ceremony instead, and without thereby becoming a godfather. Since godparents are always most intimate friends, it is natural to ask them when they come to see the mother and the baby, which they probably do often, or to write them if at a distance. Sometimes they are asked at the same time that the baby's arrival is announced to them, occasionally even before. The Gilding baby, for instance, supposedly sent the following telegram: "Mrs. Richard Worldly, Great Estates. I arrived last night, and my mother and father were very glad to see me, and I am now eagerly waiting to see you. Your loving godson, Robert Gilding III." But more usually a godparent at a distance is telegraphed: "John Strong, Equitrust, Paris. It's a boy. Will you be godfather? Gilding." But in any case a formally worded request is out of place. Do not write, "My husband and I sincerely hope that you will consent to be our son's godmother," etc. Any one so slightly known as this wording implies would not be asked to fill so close a position as that of godmother without great presumption on your part. You must never ask any one to be a godmother or godfather whom you do not know intimately well, as it is a responsibility not lightly to be undertaken and impossible to refuse. Godparents should, however, be chosen from among friends rather than relatives, since the sole advantage of godparents is that they add to the child's relatives, so that if it should be left alone in the world, its godparents become its protectors. But where a child is born with plenty of relatives, who can be called upon for advice and affection and assistance in event of his or her becoming an orphan, godparents are often chosen from among them. Nothing could be more senseless, however, than choosing grandparents, since the relationship is as close as can be anyway, and the chances that the parents will outlive their own parents make such a choice still more unsuitable. In France, the godmother is considered, next to the parents and grandparents, the nearest relative a child can have. In some European countries, the queen, or another who is above the parents in rank, assumes a special protectorate over her godchild. In this instance, the godmother appoints herself. In America, a similar situation cannot very well exist, though on rare occasions an employer volunteers to stand as godfather for an employee's child. Godparents must, of course, give the baby a present, if not before, at least at the christening. The standard gift is a silver mug, a porringer, or a knife, fork, and spoon, marked usually with the baby's name and that of the giver. Robert Gilding III, from his godfather, John Strong. Or the presents may be anything else they fancy. In New England, a very rich godfather sometimes gives the baby a bond, which is kept with interest intact until a girl is 18 or a boy 21. Time of christening. In other days of stricter observances, a baby was baptized in the Catholic and High Episcopal Church on the first or at least second Sunday after its birth. But today the christening is usually delayed, at least until the young mother is up and about again. Often it is put off for months, and in some denominations children need not be christened until they are several years old. The most usual age is from 2 to 6 months. If the family is very high church, or the baby is delicate, and its christening therefore takes place when it is only a week or 2 old, the mother is carried into the drawing room and put on a sofa near the improvised font. She is dressed in a becoming negligee and perhaps a cap, and with lace pillows behind her and a cover equally decorative over her feet. The guests in this event are only the family and the fewest possible intimate friends. The christening in church. In arranging for the ceremony, the clergyman, of course, is consulted and the place and hour arranged. If it is to be in church, it can take place at the close of the regular service on Sunday. But if a good deal is to be made of the christening, a week-day is chosen, and an hour when the church is not being otherwise used. The decorations, if any at all, consist of a few palms or some flowering plants grouped around the font, and the guests invited for the christening take places in the pews which are nearest to the font, wherever that happens to be. As soon as the clergyman appears, the baby's coat and cap are taken off, in any convenient pew, not necessarily the nearest one, and the godmother, holding the baby in her arms, stands directly in front of the clergyman. The other godparents stand beside her, and other relatives and friends near by. The godmother who is holding the baby must be sure to pronounce its name distinctly. In fact, it is a wise precaution, if it is a long or an unusual one, to show the name printed on a slip of paper to the clergyman beforehand, as more than one baby has been given a name not intended for it. And whatever name the clergyman pronounces is fixed for life. The little town girl, who was to be called Marian, is actually Mary Ann. As soon as the ceremony is over, the godmother hands the baby back to its nurse, who puts on its cap and coat, and it is then driven with all its relatives and friends to the house of its parents or grandparents, where a lunch or an afternoon tea has been arranged. House christening. Unless forbidden by the church to which the baby's parents belong, the house christening is by far the easier, safer, and prettier. Easier because the baby does not have to have wraps put on and off, and be taken out and brought in. Safer because it is not apt to catch cold, and prettier for a dozen reasons. The baby in the first place looks much prettier in a dress that has not been crushed by having a coat put over it and taken off, and put on and off again. In the second place, a baby brought down from the nursery without any fussing is generally good, whereas one that has been dressed and undressed and taken hither and yon is apt to be upset and therefore to cry. If it cries in church, it just has to cry. In a house it can be taken into another room and be brought back again after it has been made more comfortable. It is trying to a young mother who is proud of her baby's looks to go to no end of trouble to get exquisite clothes for it, and ask all her friends in, and then have it look exactly like a tragedy mask carved in a beet. And you can scarcely expect a self-respecting baby who is hauled and mauled and taken to a strange place and handed to a strange person who pours cold water on it not to protest. And alas, it has only one means. The arrangements made for a house christening are something like those made for a house wedding, only much simpler. The drawing room, or wherever the ceremony is to be performed, is often decorated with pots of pale pink roses or daisies, or branches of dogwood or white lilacs. Nothing is prettier than the blossoms of fruit trees, if they can be persuaded to keep their petals on, or any other spring flowers. In summer there are all the garden flowers. In autumn, cosmos and white chrysanthemums, or at any season, baby's breath and roses. The font is usually a bowl, of silver usually, put on a small, high table. A white napkin on the table inevitably suggests a restaurant rather than a ritual, and is therefore unfortunate, and most people of taste prefer to have the table covered with old church brocade, an arrangement of flowers either standing behind or laid upon it so that the stems are toward the center, and covered by the base of the bowl. If the clergyman is to wear vestments, a room must be put at his disposal. At the hour set for the ceremony, the clergyman enters the room first and takes his place at the font. The guests naturally make way, forming an open aisle. If not, the baby's father or another member of the family clears an aisle. The godmother carries the baby and follows the clergyman. The other two godparents walk behind her, and all three stand near the font. At the proper moment the clergyman takes the baby, baptizes it, and hands it back to the godmother, who holds it until the ceremony is over. The christening dress. The christening dress is always especially elaborate and beautiful. Often it is one that was worn by the baby's mother, father, or even its grand or great-grandparent. Baby clothes should be as sheer as possible and as soft. The ideal dress is of mull, with much or little Valenciennes lace, real, and finest hand embroidery. But however much or little its trimmings, it must be exquisite in texture. In fact, everything for a baby ought to be handmade. It can be as plain as a charity garment, but of fine material and tiny hand stitches. If the baby is very little, it is usually laid on a lace-trimmed pillow. This lace, too, must be Valenciennes. The godmother or godmothers should wear the sort of clothes that they would wear at an afternoon tea. The godfather or fathers should wear formal afternoon clothes. The other guests wear ordinary afternoon clothes, and the mother, unless on the sofa, wears a light-colored afternoon dress. She should not wear black on this occasion. As soon as the ceremony is performed, the clergyman goes to the room that was set apart for him, changes into his ordinary clothes, and then returns to the drawing-room to be one of the guests at luncheon or tea. The godmother hands the baby to the nurse, or maybe to its mother, and everyone gathers around to admire it, and the party becomes exactly like every informal afternoon tea. The only difference between an ordinary informal tea and a christening is that a feature of the latter is a christening cake and caudle. The christening cake is generally a white lady cake, elaborately iced, sometimes with the baby's initials and garlands of pink sugar roses, and although according to cook-books caudle is a gruel, the actual caudle, invariably served at christenings, is a hot egg-nog drunk out of little punch cups. One is supposed to eat the cake as a sign that one partakes of the baby's hospitality, and is therefore its friend, and to drink the caudle to its health and prosperity. But by this time the young host or hostess is peacefully asleep in the nursery. End of Chapter 23. Christenings.
Chapter 24 of Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Gladys. Etiquette in Society, in Business, in Politics, and at Home by Emily Post. Chapter 24. Funerals. At no time does solemnity so possess our souls as when we stand deserted at the brink of darkness into which our loved one has gone. And the last place in the world where we would look for comfort at such a time is in the seeming artificiality of etiquette. Yet it is in the moment of deepest sorrow that etiquette performs its most vital and real service. All set rules for social observance have for their object the smoothing of personal contacts, and in nothing is smoothness so necessary as in observing the solemn rites accorded our dead. It is the time-worn servitor, etiquette, who draws the shades, who muffles the bell, who keeps the house quiet, who hushes voices and footsteps and sudden noises, who stands between well-meaning and importunate outsiders and the retirement of the bereaved, who decrees that the last rites shall be performed smoothly and with beauty and gravity, so that the poignancy of grief may, in so far as possible, be assuaged. First details. As soon as death occurs, someone, the trained nurse usually, draws the blinds in the sick room and tells a servant to draw all the blinds of the house. If they are not already present, the first act of someone at the bedside is to telephone or telegraph the immediate members of the family, the clergyman, and the sexton of the church to which the family belong, and possibly one or two closest friends whose competence and sympathy can be counted on, as there are many things which must be done for the stricken family as well as for the deceased. The sexton of nearly every Protestant church is also undertaker. If he is not, then an outside funeral director is sent for. If the illness has been a long one, it may be that the family has become attached to the trained nurse, and no one is better fitted than she to turn her ministrations from the one whom she can no longer help to those who have now very real need of just such care as she can give. If the death was sudden, or the nurse unsympathetic or for other reasons unavailable, then a relative or near friend of practical sympathy is the ideal attendant in charge. Consideration for the family. Persons under the shock of genuine affliction are not only upset mentally, but are all unbalanced physically. No matter how calm and controlled they seemingly may be, no one can, under such circumstances, be normal. Their disturbed circulation makes them cold, their distress makes them unstrung, sleepless. Persons they normally like, they often turn from. No one should ever be forced upon those in grief, and all over-emotional people, no matter how near or dear, should be barred absolutely. Although the knowledge that their friends love them and sorrow for them is a great solace, the nearest afflicted must be protected from anyone or anything which is likely to overstrain nerves already at the threatening point, and none have the right to feel hurt if they are told they can neither be of use nor be received. At such a time, to some people, companionship is a comfort. Others shrink from dearest friends. One who is by choice or accident selected to come in contact with those in new affliction should, like a trained nurse, banish all consciousness of self. Otherwise, he or she will be of no service, and service is the only gift of value that can be offered. First aid to the bereaved. First of all, the ones in sorrow should be urged, if possible, to sit in a sunny room, and where there is an open fire. If they feel unequal to going to the table, a very little food should be taken to them on a tray. A cup of tea or coffee or bouillon, a little thin toast, a poached egg, milk if they like it hot, or milk toast. Cold milk is bad for one who is already over-chilled. The cook may suggest something that usually appeals to their taste, but very little should be offered at a time, for although the stomach may be empty, the palate rejects the thought of food, and digestion is never in best order. It sounds paradoxical to say that those in sorrow should be protected from all contacts, and yet that they must be constantly asked about arrangements, and given little time to remain utterly undisturbed. They must think of people they want sent for, they must decide the details of the funeral, when they would like it held, and whether in church or at the house, whether they want special music or flowers ordered, and where the interment is to be. On duty at door. A friend or servant is always stationed in the hall to open the door, receive notes and cards, and to take messages. In a big house, the butler, in his day clothes, should answer the bell, with the parlour-maid to assist him, until a footman can procure a black livery and take his or her place. A parlour-maid or waitress at the door should wear either a black or grey dress, with her plainest white apron, collar, and cuffs. Member of family in charge. A close friend or male member of the family should be, if not at the door, as near the front hall as possible, to see the countless people with whom details have to be arranged, to admit to a member of the family anyone they may want to see, and to give news to or take messages from others. As people come to the house to enquire and offer their services, he gives them commissions the occasion requires. The first friend who hurries to the house, in answer to the telephone message which announced the death, is asked to break the news to an invalid connection of the family. Or he may be sent to the florist to order the bell hung, or to the station to meet a child arriving from school. Notice to papers. The sexton, or other funeral director, sends the notices to the daily papers announcing the death, and the time and place of the funeral. The form is generally selected by a member of the family from among those appearing in that day's newspapers. These notices are paid for by the sexton and put on his bill. With the exception of the telephone messages or telegrams to relatives and very intimate friends, no other notices are sent out. Only those persons who are expected to go to the house at once have messages sent to them. All others are supposed to read the notice in the papers. When the notice reads "Funeral Private," and neither place nor time is given, very intimate friends are supposed to ask for these details at the house. Others understand they are not expected. Hanging the bell. As a rule, the funeral director hangs crape streamers on the bell, white ones for a child, black and white for a young person, or black for an older person. This signifies to the passer-by that it is a house of mourning, so that the bell will not be rung unnecessarily, nor long. If they prefer, the family sometimes orders a florist to hang a bunch of violets or other purple flowers on black ribbon streamers for a grown person, or white violets, white carnations, any white flower without leaves, on the black ribbon for a young woman or man, or white flowers on white gauze or ribbon for a child. Checking expenses in advance. It is curious that long association with the sadness of death seems to have deprived an occasional funeral director of all sense of moderation. Whether the temptation of good business gradually undermines his character, knowing as he does that bereaved families ask no questions, or whether his profession is merely devoid of taste, he will, if not checked, bring the most ornate and expensive casket in his establishment. He will perform every rite that his professional ingenuity for expenditure can devise. He will employ every attendant he has. He will order vehicles numerous enough for the cortege of a president. He will even, if thrown in contact with a bewildered chief mourner, secure a pledge for the erection of an elaborate mausoleum. Someone, therefore, who has the family's interest at heart, and knows their taste and purse, should go personally to the establishment of the undertaker, and not only select the coffin, but go carefully into the specifications of all other details, so that everything necessary may be arranged for, and unnecessary items omitted. This does not imply that a family that prefers a very elaborate funeral should not be allowed to have one, but the great majority of people have moderate rather than unlimited means, and it is not unheard of that a small estate is seriously depleted by vulgarly lavish and entirely inappropriate funeral expenses. One would be a poor sort who, for the sake of friends, would not willingly endure a little troublesome inquiry, rather than witness a display of splurge and bad taste, and realize at the same time that the friends who might have been protected will be deluged with bills which it cannot but embarrass them to pay. Honorary pallbearers. The member of the family who is in charge will ask, either when they come to the house, or by telephone or telegraph if they are at a distance, 6 or 8 men who are close friends of the deceased to be the pallbearers. When a man has been prominent in public life, he may have 12 or more from among his political or business associates, as well as his lifelong social friends. Near relatives are never chosen, as their place is with the women of the family. For a young woman, her own friends, or those of her family, are chosen. It is a service that may not, under any circumstances except serious ill health, be refused. The one in charge will tell the pallbearers where they are to meet. It used to be customary for them to go to the house on the morning of the funeral and drive to the church behind the hearse, but as everything tending to a conspicuous procession is being gradually done away with, it is often preferred to have them wait in the vestibule of the church. Honorary pallbearers serve only at church funerals. They do not carry the coffin, for the reason that, being unaccustomed to bearing such a burden, one of them might possibly stumble, or at least give an impression of uncertainty or awkwardness that might detract from the solemnity of the occasion. The sexton's assistants are trained for this service, so as to prevent, in so far as is humanly possible, a blundering occurrence. Mourning for funeral. Among those who come to the house there is sure to be a woman friend of the family whose taste and method of expenditure is similar to theirs. She looks through the clothes they have, to see if there is not a black dress or suit that can be used, and makes a list of only the necessary articles which will have to be procured. All dressmaking establishments give precedence to mourning orders, and will fill a commission within 24 hours. These first things are made invariably without bothering the wearer with fitting. Alterations, if required, are made later. Or, the mourning departments of the big stores and specialty shops are always willing to send a selection on approval, so that a choice can be made by the family in the privacy of their own homes. Nearly always, acquaintances who are themselves in mourning offer to lend crape veils, toques, and wraps, so that the garments which must be bought at first may be as few as possible. Most women have a plain black suit or dress, the trimming of which can quickly be replaced with crape by a maid or a friend. Most men are of standard size, and can go to a clothier and buy a ready-made black suit. Otherwise they must borrow, or wear what they have, as no tailor can make a suit in 24 hours. Sitting up no longer customary. Unless the deceased was a prelate, or personage whose lying in state is a public ceremony, or unless it is the special wish of the relatives, the solemn vigil through long nights by the side of the coffin is no longer essential as a mark of veneration or love for the departed. Nor is the soulless body dressed in elaborate trappings of farewell grandeur. Everything today is done to avoid unnecessary evidence of the change that has taken place. In case of a very small funeral, the person who has passed away is sometimes left lying in bed, in night-clothes, or on a sofa in a wrapper, with flowers, but no set pieces about the room, so that an invalid or other sensitive bereft one may say farewell, without ever seeing the all-too-definite finality of a coffin. In any event, the last attentions are paid in accordance with the wish of those most nearly concerned. Extra work for servants. Kindness of heart is latent in all of us, and servants, even if they have not been long with a family, rise to the emergency of such a time as that of a funeral, which always puts additional work upon them, and often leaves them to manage under their own initiative. The house is always full of people. Family and intimate friends occupy all available accommodation, but it is a rare household which does not give sympathy as generously below stairs as above, and he or she would be thought very heartless by their companions, who did not willingly and helpfully assume a just share of the temporary tax on energy, time, and consideration. Church funeral. The church funeral is the more trying, in that the family have to leave the seclusion of their house and face a congregation. On the other hand, many who find solemnity only in a church service with the added beauty of choir and organ, prefer to take their heart-rending farewell in the house of God. Arranging and recording flowers. An hour before the time for the service, if the family is Protestant, 1 or 2 woman friends go to the church to arrange the flowers which are placed about the chancel. Unless they have had unusual practice in such arrangement, they should, if possible, have the assistance of a florist, as effective grouping and fastening of heavy wreaths and sprays is apt to overtax the ingenuity of novices, no matter how perfect their usual taste may be. Whoever takes charge of the flowers must be sure to collect carefully all the notes and cards. They should always take extra pencils, in case the points break, and write on the outside of each envelope a description of the flowers that the card was sent with. Spray of Easter lilies and palm branches tied with white ribbon. Wreath of laurel leaves and gardenias. Long sheaf of pink roses and white lilacs. These descriptions will afterward help identify and recall the flowers when notes of thanks are sent. As the appointed time for the funeral draws near, the organ plays softly, the congregation gradually fills the church, the first pews on either side of the center aisle are left empty. The processional. At the appointed time, the funeral procession forms in the vestibule. If there is to be a choral service, the minister and the choir enter the church from the rear, and precede the funeral cortege. Directly after the choir and clergy come the pallbearers, 2 by 2, then the coffin, covered with flowers, and then the family. The chief mourner comes first, leaning upon the arm of her closest male relative. Usually, each man is escort for a woman, but 2 women or 2 men may walk together according to the division of the family. If the deceased is one of 4 sons, where there is no daughter, the mother and father walk immediately behind the body of their child, followed by the 2 elder sons, and behind them the younger, with the nearest woman relative. If there is a grandmother, she walks with the eldest son, and the younger 2 follow together. If it is a family of daughters who are following their father, the eldest daughter may walk with her mother, or the mother may walk with her brother, or a son-in-law. Although the arrangement of the procession is thus fixed, those in affliction should be placed next to the one whose nearness may be of most comfort to them. A younger child who is calm and soothing would better be next to his mother than an older who is of more nervous temperament. At the funeral of a woman, her husband sometimes walks alone, but usually with his mother or his daughter. A very few intimate friends walk at the rear of the family, followed by the servants of the household. At the chancel, the choir take their accustomed places. The minister stands at the foot of the chancel steps. The honorary pallbearers take their places in the front pews on the left, and the coffin is set upon a stand previously placed there for the purpose. The bearers of the coffin walk quietly around to inconspicuous stations on a side aisle. The family occupy the front pews in the right. The rest of the procession fill vacant places on either side. The service is then read. The Recessional. Upon the conclusion of the service, the procession moves out in the same order as it came in, excepting that the choir remain in their places and the honorary pallbearers go first. Outside the church, the coffin is put into the hearse, the family getting into carriages or motors waiting immediately behind, and the flowers are put into a covered vehicle. It is very vulgar to fill open landaus with displayed floral offerings and parade through the streets. Few go to the burial. If the burial is in the churchyard, or otherwise within walking distance, the congregation naturally follows the family to the graveside. Otherwise, the general congregation no longer expects nor wishes to go to the interment, which, excepting at a funeral of public importance, is witnessed only by the immediate family and the most intimate friends, who are asked if they care to go. The long line of carriages that used to stand at the church, ready to be filled with a long file of mere acquaintances, is a barbarous thing of the past. House funeral. Many people prefer a house funeral. It is simpler, more private, and obviates the necessity for those in sorrow to face people. The nearest relatives may stay apart in an adjoining room, or even upon the upper floor, where they can hear the service, but remain in unseen seclusion. Ladies keep their wraps on. Gentlemen wear their overcoats, or carry them on their arms, and hold their hats in their hands. Music. To many people there is a lack of solemnity in a service outside of a church, and lacking the accompaniment of the organ. It is almost impossible to introduce orchestral music that does not sound either dangerously suggestive of the gaiety of entertainment, or else thin and flat. A quartet or choral singing is beautiful and appropriate, if available. Otherwise, there is usually no music at a house funeral. House arrangement. Some authorities say that only the flowers sent by very close friends should be shown at a house funeral, and that it is ostentatious to make a display. But when people, or societies, have been kind enough to send flowers, it would certainly be wanting in appreciation, to say the least, to relegate their offerings to the backyard, or wherever it is that the cavaliers would have them hid. In a small house, where flowers would be overpowering, it is customary to insert in the death notice, "It is requested that no flowers be sent," or "Kindly omit flowers." Arrangement for the service is usually made in the drawing-room, and the coffin is placed in front of the mantel, or between the windows, but always at a distance from the door, usually on stands brought by the funeral director, who also brings enough camp chairs to fill the room without crowding. A friend, or a member of the family, collects the cards and arranges the flowers behind and at the side and against the stands of the coffin. If there is to be a blanket, or a pall of smilax or other leaves with or without flowers, fastened to a frame, or sewed on thin material and made into a covering, it is always ordered by the family. Otherwise, the wreaths to be placed on the coffin are chosen from among those sent by the family. The service. As friends arrive, they are shown to the room where the ceremony is to be held, but they take their own places. A room must be apportioned to the minister in which to put on his vestments. At the hour set for the funeral, the immediate family, if they feel like being present, take their places in the front row of chairs. The women wear small hats or toques, and long crape veils over their faces, so that their countenances may be hidden. The minister takes his stand at the head of the coffin and reads the service. At its conclusion, the coffin is carried out to the hearse, which, followed by a small number of carriages, proceeds to the cemetery. It is very rare nowadays for any but a small group of relatives and intimate men friends to go to the cemetery, and it is not thought unloving or slighting of the dead for no women at all to be at the graveside. If any women are to be present, and the interment is to be in the ground, someone should order the grave lined with boughs and green branches, to lessen the impression of bare earth. Distant country funeral. In the country, where relatives and friends arrive by train, carriages or motors must be provided to convey them to the house or church or cemetery. If the clergyman has no conveyance of his own, he must always be sent for, and if the funeral is in a house, a room must be set apart for him in which to change his clothes. It is unusual for a family to provide a special car. Sometimes the hour of the funeral is announced in the papers as taking place on the arrival of a certain train, but everyone who attends is expected to pay his own railway fare and make, if necessary, his own arrangements for lunch. Only when the country place where the funeral is held is at a distance from town, and a long drive from the railway station, a light repast of bouillon, rolls, and tea and sandwiches may be spread on the dining-room table. Otherwise, refreshments are never offered, except to those of the family, of course, who are staying in the house. House restored to order. While the funeral cortege is still at the cemetery, someone who is in charge at home must see that the mourning emblem is taken off the bell, that the windows are opened, the house aired from the excessive odor of flowers, and the blinds pulled up. Any furniture that has been displaced should be put back where it belongs, and unless the day is too hot, a fire should be lighted in the library or principal bedroom to make a little more cheerful the sad homecoming of the family. It is also well to prepare a little hot tea or broth, and it should be brought them upon their return without their being asked if they would care for it. Those who are in great distress want no food, but if it is handed to them they will mechanically take it, and something warm to start digestion and stimulate impaired circulation is what they most need. Mourning. A generation or two ago, the regulations for mourning were definitely prescribed, definite periods, according to the precise degree of relationship of the mourner. One's real feelings, whether of grief or comparative indifference, had nothing to do with the outward manifestation one was obliged, in decency, to show. The tendency today is towards sincerity. People do not put on black for aunts, uncles, and cousins, unless there is a deep tie of affection, as well as of blood. Many persons today do not believe in going into mourning at all. There are some who believe, as do the races of the East, that great love should be expressed in rejoicing in the rebirth of a beloved spirit, instead of selfishly mourning their own earthly loss. But many who object to manifestations of grief find themselves impelled to wear mourning when their sorrow comes, and the number of those who do not put on black is still comparatively small. Protection of mourning. If you see acquaintances of yours in deepest mourning, it does not occur to you to go up to them and babble trivial topics, or ask them to a dance or dinner. If you pass close to them, irresistible sympathy compels you merely to stop and press their hand and move on. A widow or mother, in the newness of her long veil, has her hard path made as little difficult as possible by every one with whom she comes in contact, no matter on what errand she may be bent. A clerk in a store will try to wait on her as quickly and as attentively as possible. Acquaintances avoid stopping her with long conversation that could not but torture and distress her. She meets small kindnesses at every turn, which save unnecessary jars to supersensitive nerves. Once in a great while, a tactless person may have no better sense than to ask her abruptly for whom she is in mourning. Such people would not hesitate to walk over the graves in a cemetery, and fortunately such encounters are few. Since many people, however, dislike long mourning veils and all crape generally, it is absolutely correct to omit both if preferred, and to wear an untrimmed coat and hat of plainest black, with or without a veil. A word of economy. In the first days of stress, people sometimes give away every colored article they possess, and not until later are they aware of the effort necessary, to say nothing of the expense, of getting an entire new wardrobe. Therefore it is well to remember. Dresses and suits can be dyed without ripping. Any number of fabrics, all woolens, soft silks, canton crepe, georgette, and chiffon, dye perfectly. Buttonholes have sometimes to be reworked, snaps or hooks and eyes changed to black, a bit of trimming taken off or colored with dull braid, silk, or crepe, and the clothes look every bit as well as though newly ordered. Straw hats can be painted with an easily applied stain sold in every drug and department store for the purpose. If you cannot trim hats yourself, a milliner can easily imitate, or, if necessary, simplify the general outline of the trimming as it was, and a seamstress can easily cover dyed trimmings on dresses with crepe or dull silk. Also, tan shoes, nearly all footwear made of leather, can be dyed black and made to look like new by any first-class shoemaker. Mourning materials. Lustreless silks, such as crêpe de chine, georgette, chiffon, gros grain, peau de soie, dull finish charmeuse, and taffeta, and all plain woolen materials, are suitable for deepest mourning. Uncut velvet is as deep mourning as crepe, but cut velvet is not mourning at all, nor is satin or lace. The only lace permissible is a plain or hem-stitched net known as footing. Fancy weaves in stockings are not mourning, nor is bright jet or silver. A very perplexing decree is that clothes entirely of white are deepest mourning, but the addition of a black belt or hat or gloves produces second mourning. Patent leather and satin shoes are not mourning. People in second mourning wear all combinations of black and white, as well as clothes of gray and mauve. Many of the laws for materials seem arbitrary, and people interpret them with greater freedom than they used to, but never, under any circumstances, can one who is not entirely in colors wear satin embroidered in silver, or trimmed with jet and lace. With the exception of wearing a small string of pearls and a single ring, especially if it is an engagement ring, jewelry with deepest mourning is never in good taste. When a veil is not worn. Nor should a woman ever wear a crape veil to the theatre or restaurant, or any public place of amusement. On the other hand, people left long to themselves and their own thoughts grow easily morbid, and the opera or concert, or an interesting play, may exert a beneficial relaxation. Gay restaurants with thumping, strident musical accompaniment, or entertainments of the cabaret variety, need scarcely be commented upon. But to go to a matinee with a close friend or relative is becoming more and more usual, and the picture theatres, where one may sit in the obscurity and be diverted by the story on the silver screen, which, requiring no mental effort, often diverts a sad mind for an hour or so, is an undeniable blessing. An observer would have to be much at a loss for material who could find anything to criticize in seeing a family together under such circumstances. One generally leaves off a long veil, however, for such an occasion, and drives bareheaded, if it be evening, or substitutes a short black face veil over one's hat on entering and leaving a building in the daytime. Mourning for country wear. Except for church, crape veils and clothes heavily trimmed with crape are not appropriate in the country, ever. Mourning clothes for the summer consist of plain black serge or tweed, silk or cotton material, all black with white organdy collar and cuffs, and a veilless hat with a brim. Or one may dress entirely in dull materials of white. A widow's mourning. A widow used never to wear any but woolen materials, made as plain as possible, with deep-hemmed turn-back cuffs and collar of white organdy. On the street she wore a small crape bonnet, with a little cap border of white crape or organdy, and a long veil of crape or nun's veiling to the bottom edge of her skirt, over her face as well as down her back. At the end of 3 months the front veil was put back from over her face, but the long veil was worn 2 years at least, and frequently for life. These details are identical with those prescribed today, excepting that she may wear lustreless silks as well as wool. The duration of mourning may be shorter, and she need never wear her veil over her face except at the funeral, unless she chooses. A widow of mature years who follows old-fashioned conventions wears deep mourning with crape veil for 2 years, black the 3rd year, and second mourning the 4th. But shorter periods of mourning are becoming more and more the custom, and many consider 3 or even 2 years conventional. The very young widow. The young widow should wear deep crape for a year, and then lighter mourning for 6 months, and second mourning for 6 months longer. There is nothing more utterly captivating than a sweet young face under a widow's veil, and it is not to be wondered at that her own loneliness and need of sympathy, combined with all that is appealing to sympathy in a man, results in the healing of her heart. She should, however, never remain in mourning for her first husband after she has decided she can be consoled by a second. There is no reason why a woman, or a man, should not find such consolation, but she should keep the intruding attraction away from her thoughts until the year of respect is up, after which she is free to put on colors and make happier plans. Mourning worn by a mother. A mother who has lost a grown child wears the same mourning as that prescribed for a widow, excepting the white cap ruche. Some mothers wear mourning for their children always, Others do not believe in being long in black for a spirit that was young, and, for babies or very young children, wear colorless clothes of white or gray or mauve. A daughter or sister. A daughter or sister wears a long veil over her face at the funeral. The length of the veil may be to her waist, or to the hem of her skirt, and it is worn for from 3 months to a year, according to her age and feelings. An older woman wears deep black for her parents, sisters, and brothers for a year, and then lightens her mourning during the 2nd year. A young girl, if she is out in society or in college, may wear a long veil for her parents or her betrothed if she wants to, or she wears a thin net veil, edged with crape, and the corners falling a short way down her back, or none at all. Very young girls, of from 14 to 18, wear black for 3 months, and then 6 months of black and white. They never wear veils of any sort, nor are their clothes trimmed in crape. Children from 8 to 14 wear black and white and gray for 6 months, for a parent, brother, sister, or grandparent. Young children are rarely put into mourning, though their clothes are often selected to avoid vivid color. They usually wear white, with no black, except a hair ribbon for the girls, and a necktie for the boys. Very little children in black are too pitiful. Extreme fashion inappropriate. Fancy clothes in mourning are always offenses against good taste, because, as the word implies, a person is in mourning. To have the impression of fashion dominant is contrary to the purpose of somber dress. It is a costume for the spirit, a covering for the visible body of one whose soul seeks the background. Nothing can be in worse taste than crape which is gathered and ruched and puffed and pleated and made into waterfalls and imitation ostrich feathers as garnishing for a hat. The more absolutely plain, the more appropriate and dignified is the mourning dress. A long veil is a shade pulled down, a protection. It should never be a flaunting arrangement to arrest the amazed attention of the passer-by. The necessity for dignity cannot be overemphasized. Bad taste in mourning. Mourning observances are all matters of fixed form, and any deviation from precise convention is interpreted by the world at large as signifying want of proper feeling. How often has one heard said of a young woman who was perhaps merely ignorant of the effect of her inappropriate clothes or unconventional behavior, "Look at her, and her dear father scarcely cold in his grave," or "Little she seems to have cared for her mother, and such a lovely one she had, too." Such remarks are as thoughtless as are the actions of the daughter, but they point to an undeniable condition. Better far not wear mourning at all, saying you do not believe in it, than allow your unseemly conduct to indicate indifference to the memory of a really beloved parent. Better that a young widow should go out in scarlet and yellow on the day after her husband's funeral than wear weeds which attract attention on account of their flaunting bad taste and flippancy. One may not, one must not, one cannot wear the very last cry of exaggerated fashion in crape, nor may one be boisterous or flippant or sloppy in manner, without giving the impression to all beholders that one's spirit is posturing, tripping, or dancing on the grave of sacred memory. This may seem exaggerated, but if you examine the expressions, you will find that they are essentially true. Draw the picture for yourself. A slim figure, if you like, held in the posture of the caterpillar slouch, a long length of stocking, so thin as to give the effect of shaded skin, above high-heeled slippers with sparkling buckles of bright jet, a short skirt, a scrappy, thin, low-necked, short-sleeved blouse through which white underclothing shows various edgings of lace and ribbons, and on top of this a painted face under a long crape veil. Yet the wearer of this costume may in nothing but appearance resemble the unmentionable class of women she suggests. As a matter of fact, she is very likely a perfectly decent young person, and really sad at heart, and her clothes and make-up not different from countless others who pass unnoticed, because their colored clothing suggests no mockery of solemnity. Morning wear for men. The necessity of business and affairs, which has made withdrawal into seclusion impossible, has also made it customary for the majority of men to go into mourning by the simple expedient of putting a black band on their hat, or on the left sleeve of their usual clothes, and wearing only white instead of colored linen. A man never, under any circumstances, wears crape. The band on his hat is of very fine cloth, and varies in width according to the degree of mourning, from about 2½ inches to within half an inch on the top of a high hat. On other hats the width is fixed at about 2½ or 3 inches. The sleeve band, from 3½ to 4½ inches in width, is of dull broadcloth on overcoats or winter clothing, and of serge on summer clothes. The sleeve band of mourning is sensible for many reasons, the first being that of economy. Men's clothes do not come successfully from the encounter with dye-vats, nor lend themselves to alterations, and an entirely new wardrobe is an unwarranted burden to most. Except for the one black suit bought for the funeral and kept for Sunday church, or other special occasion, only wealthy men or widowers go to the very considerable expense of getting a new wardrobe. Widowers, especially if they are elderly, always go into black, which includes very dark gray mixtures, with a deep black band on the hat, and, of course, black ties and socks and shoes and gloves. Conventions of mourning for men. Although the etiquette is less exacting, the standards of social observance are much the same for a man as for a woman. A widower should not be seen at any general entertainment, such as a dance or in a box at the opera, for a year, a son for 6 months, a brother for 3 at least. The length of time a father stays in mourning for a child is more a matter of his own inclination. Mourning livery. Coachmen and chauffeurs wear black liveries in town. In the country they wear gray, or even their ordinary whipcord with a black band on the left sleeve. The house footman is always put into a black livery, with dull buttons, and a black and white striped waistcoat. Maids are not put into mourning, with the exception of a lady's maid or nurse who, through many years of service, has become one of the family, and who personally desires to wear mourning as though for a relative of her own. Acknowledgment of sympathy. In the case of a very prominent person, where messages of condolence, many of them impersonal, mount into the thousands, the sending of engraved cards to strangers is proper, such as, "Mr. W. de Bonds wishes gratefully to acknowledge your kind expression of sympathy," or "Senator and Mrs. Michigan wish to express their appreciation of Miss Millicent Gilding's sympathy in their recent bereavement." Under no circumstances should such cards be sent to intimate friends, or to those who have sent flowers or written personal letters. When someone with real sympathy in his heart has taken the trouble to select and send flowers, or has gone to the house and offered what service he might, or has, in a spirit of genuine regard, written a personal letter, the receipt of words composed by a stationer and dispatched by a professional secretary is exactly as though his outstretched hand had been pushed aside. A family in mourning is in retirement from all social activities, There is no excuse on the score of their having no time. Also, no one expects a long letter, nor does anyone look for an early reply. A personal word on a visiting card is all anyone asks for. The envelope may be addressed by someone else. It takes but a moment to write "Thank you," or "Thank you for all your sympathy," or "Thank you for your kind offers and sympathy," or, on a sheet of letter paper, "Thank you, dear Mrs. Smith, for your beautiful flowers and your kind sympathy," or "Your flowers were so beautiful. Thank you for them and for your loving message," or "Thank you for your sweet letter. I know you meant it, and I appreciate it." Many, many such notes can be written in a day. If the list is overlong, or the one who received the flowers and messages is in reality so prostrated that she, or he, is unable to perform the task of writing, then some other member of her immediate family can write for her. "Mother," or father, "is too ill to write, and asks me to thank you for your beautiful flowers and kind message." Most people find a sad comfort, as well as pain, in the reading and replying to letters and cards, but they should not sit at it too long. It is apt to increase rather than assuage their grief. Therefore, no one expects more than a word, but that word should be seemingly personal. Obligations of presence at funerals. Upon reading the death notice of a mere acquaintance, you may leave your card at the house, if you feel so inclined, or you may merely send your card. Upon the death of an intimate acquaintance or friend, you should go at once to the house, write "with sympathy" on your card, and leave it at the door. Or you should write a letter to the family. In either case, you send flowers addressed to the nearest relative. On the card accompanying the flowers, you write "with sympathy," "with deepest sympathy," or "with heartfelt sympathy," or "with love and sympathy." If there is a notice in the papers requesting no flowers be sent, you send them only if you are a very intimate friend. Or, if you prefer, send a few flowers with a note, immediately after the funeral, to the member of the family who is particularly your friend. If the notice says "Funeral Private," you do not go unless you have received a message from the family that you are expected, or unless you are such an intimate friend that you know you are expected without being asked. Where a general notice is published in the paper, it is proper and fitting that you should show sympathy by going to the funeral, even though you had little more than a visiting acquaintance with the family. You should not leave cards, nor go to a funeral of a person with whom you have not in any way been associated, or to whose house you have never been asked. But it is heartless and delinquent if you do not go to the funeral of one with whom you are associated in business or other interests, or to whose house you are often invited, or where you are a friend of the immediate members of the family. You should wear black clothes if you have them, or if not, the darkest, the least conspicuous you possess. Enter the church as quietly as possible, and as there are no ushers at a funeral, seat yourself where you approximately belong. Only a very intimate friend should take a position far up in the center aisle. If you are merely an acquaintance, you should sit inconspicuously in the rear somewhere, unless the funeral is very small and the church big, in which case you may sit on the end seat of the center aisle toward the back. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25, Part 1 of Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Kara Schallenberg. Etiquette in Society, in Business, in Politics, and at Home by Emily Post. Chapter 25, The Country House and its Hospitality. Part 1. The difference between the great house with 20 to 50 guest rooms, all numbered like the rooms in a hotel, and the house of ordinary good size with from 4 to 6 guest rooms, or the farmhouse or small cottage which has but one best spare chamber, with perhaps a man's room on the ground floor, is much the same as the difference between the elaborate wedding and the simplest, one merely of degree and not of kind. To be sure, in the great house week-end guests often include those who are little more than acquaintances of the host and hostess, whereas the visitor occupying the only spare room is practically always an intimate friend. Excepting therefore that people who have few visitors never ask anyone on their general list, and that those who fill an enormous house time and time again necessarily do, the etiquette, manners, guest-room appointments, and the people who occupy them are precisely the same. Popular opinion to the contrary, a man's social position is by no means proportionate to the size of his house, and even though he lives in a bungalow, he may have every bit as high a position in the world of fashion as his rich neighbor in his palace, often much better. We all of us know a Mr. Newgold who would give many of the treasures in his marble palace for a single invitation to Mrs. Oldname's comparatively little house, and half of all he possesses for the latter's knowledge, appearance, manner, instincts, and position, none of which he himself is likely ever to acquire, though his children may. But in our description of great or medium or small houses, we are considering those only whose owners belong equally to best society, and where, though luxuries vary from the greatest to the least, house appointments are in essentials alike. This is a rather noteworthy fact. All people of good position talk alike, behave alike, and live alike. Ill-mannered servants, incorrect liveries or service, sloppily dished food, carelessness in any of the details that to well-bred people constitute the decencies of living, are no more tolerated in the smallest cottage than in the palace. But since the biggest houses are those which naturally attract most attention, suppose we begin our detailed description with them. House party of many guests. Perhaps there are 10, or perhaps there are 40 guests, but if there were only 2 or 3, and the house a little instead of a big one, the details would be precisely the same. A week-end means from Friday afternoon or from Saturday lunch to Monday morning. The usual time chosen for a house party is over a holiday, particularly where the holiday falls on a Friday or Monday, so that the men can take a Saturday off and stay from Friday to Tuesday, or Thursday to Monday. On whichever day the party begins, every one arrives in the neighborhood of 5 o'clock, or a day later at lunchtime. Many come in their own cars, the others are met at the station, sometimes by the host or a son, or, if it is to be a young party, by a daughter. The hostess herself rarely, if ever, goes to the station, not because of indifference or discourtesy, but because other guests, coming by motor, might find the house empty. It is very rude for a hostess to be out when her guests arrive. Even someone who comes so often as to be entirely at home is apt to feel dispirited upon being shown into an empty house. Sometimes a guest's arrival unwelcomed cannot be avoided, if, for instance, a man invited for tennis week or a football or baseball game arrives before the game is over but too late to join the others at the sport. When younger people come to visit the daughters, it is not necessary that their mother stay at home, since the daughters take their mother's place. Nor is it necessary that she receive the men friends of her son, unless the latter, for some unavoidable reason, is absent. No hostess must ever fail to send a car to the station or boat landing for every one who is expected. If she has not conveyances enough of her own, she must order public ones, and have the fares charged to herself. Greeting of the host. The host always goes out into the front hall and shakes hands with every one who arrives. He asks the guests if they want to be shown to their rooms, and if not, sees that the gentlemen who come without valets give their keys to the butler or footman, and that the ladies without maids of their own give theirs to the maid who is on duty for the purpose. Should any of them feel dusty or otherwise untidy, they naturally ask if they may be shown to their rooms, so that they can make themselves presentable. They should not, however, linger longer than necessary, as their hostess may become uneasy at their delay. Ladies do not, in fashionable houses, make their first appearance without a hat. Gentlemen, needless to say, leave theirs in the hall when they come in. Travel in the present day, however, whether in parlour car or closed limousines, or even in open cars on macadam roads, obviates the necessity for an immediate removing of travel stains, so that instead of seeking their rooms, the newcomers usually go directly into the library, or out on the veranda, or wherever the hostess is to be found behind the inevitable tea-tray. Greeting of the hostess. As soon as her guests appear in the doorway, the hostess at once rises, goes forward smiling, shakes hands, and tells them how glad she is that they have safely come, or how glad she is to see them, and leads the way to the tea-table. This is one of the occasions when everyone is always introduced. Good manners also demand that the places nearest the hostess be vacated by those occupying them, and that the newly arrived receive attention from the hostess, who sees that they are supplied with tea, sandwiches, cakes, and whatever the tea-table affords. After tea, people either sit around and talk, or more likely nowadays they play bridge. About an hour before dinner the hostess asks how long everyone needs to dress, and tells them the time. If any need a shorter time than she must allow for herself, she makes sure that they know the location of their rooms, and goes to dress. A room for every guest. It is almost unnecessary to say that in no well-appointed house is a guest, except under 3 circumstances, put in a room with any one else. The 3 exceptions are: 1. A man and wife, if the hostess is sure beyond a doubt that they occupy similar quarters when at home. 2. 2 young girls who are friends and have volunteered, because the house is crowded, to room together in a room with 2 beds. 3. On an occasion such as a wedding, a ball, or an intercollegiate athletic event, young people don't mind for one night, that is spent for the greater part up, how many are doubled, and house room is limited merely to cot space, sofas, and even the billiard table. But she would be a very clumsy hostess who, for a week-end, filled her house like a sardine box, to the discomfort and resentment of everyone. In the well-appointed house, every guest-room has a bath adjoining for itself alone, or shared with a connecting room, and used only by a man and wife, 2 women, or 2 men. A bathroom should never, if avoidable, be shared by a woman and a man. A suitable accommodation for a man and wife is a double room with bath, and a single room next. The guest room. The perfect guest room is not necessarily a vast chamber decorated in an historically correct period. Its perfection is the result of nothing more difficult to attain than painstaking attention to detail, and its possession is within the reach of every woman who has the means to invite people to her house in the first place. The ideal guest room is never found except in the house of the ideal hostess, And it is by no means idle talk to suggest that every hostess be obliged to spend 24 hours, every now and then, in each room that is set apart for visitors. If she does not do this actually, she should do so in imagination. She should occasionally go into the guest bathroom and draw the water in every fixture, to see there is no stoppage, and that the hot water faucets are not seemingly jokes of the plumber. If a man is to occupy the bathroom, she must see that the hook for a razor strop is not missing, and that there is a mirror by which he can see to shave both at night and by daylight. Even though she can see to powder her nose, it would be safer to make her husband bathe and shave both a morning and an evening in each bathroom, and then listen carefully to what he says about it. Even though she has a perfect housemaid, it is not unwise occasionally to make sure herself that every detail has been attended to, that in every bathroom there are plenty of bath towels, face towels, a freshly laundered wash rag, bath mat, a new cake of unscented bath soap in the bathtub soap rack, and a new cake of scented soap on the washstand. It is not expected, but it is often very nice to find violet water, bath salts, Listerine, talcum powder, almond or other hand or sunburn lotion in decorated bottles on the washstand shelf, but to cover the dressing table in the bedroom with brushes and an array of toilet articles is more of a nuisance than a comfort. A good clothes brush and whisk broom are usually very acceptable, as, strangely enough, guests almost invariably forget them. A comforting adjunct to a bathroom that is given to a woman is a hot water bottle with a woolen cover hanging on the back of the door. Even if the water does not run sufficiently hot, a guest seldom hesitates to ring for that, whereas no one ever likes to ask for a hot water bag, no matter how much she might long for it. A small bottle of pyro is also convenient for one who brings a curling lamp. In the bedroom, the hostess should make sure, by sleeping in it at least once, that the bed is comfortable, that the sheets are long enough to tuck in, that there are enough pillows for one who sleeps with head high. There must also be plenty of covers. Besides the blankets, there should be a wool-filled or an eiderdown quilt, in coloring to go with the room. There should be a night light at the head of the bed. Not just a decorative glowworm effect, but a light that is really good to lie in bed and read by. And always there should be books, chosen more to divert than to engross. The sort of selection appropriate for a guest room might best comprise 2 or 3 books of the moment, a light novel, a book of essays, another of short stories, and a few of the latest magazines. Spare room books ought to be especially chosen for the expected guest. Even though one cannot choose accurately for the taste of another, one can at least guess whether the visitor is likely to prefer transcendental philosophy or detective stories, and supply either accordingly. There should be a candle and a box of matches. Even though there is electric light, it has been known to go out, and some people like to burn a candle all night. There must also be matches and ash receivers on the desk, and a scrap basket beside it. In hot weather, every guest should have a palm leaf fan, and in August, even though there are screens, a fly killer. In big houses with a swimming pool, bathrobes are supplied, and often bathing suits. Otherwise, dressing gowns are not part of any guest room equipment. A comfortable sofa is very important, if the room is big enough, with a sofa pillow or 2, and with a lightweight quilt or afghan across the end of it. The hostess should do her own hair in each room to see if the dressing table is placed where there is a good light over it, both by electric and by daylight. A very simple expedient in a room where massive furniture and low windows make the daylight dressing table difficult is the European custom of putting an ordinary small table directly in the window, and standing a good-sized mirror on it. Nothing makes a more perfect arrangement for a woman. And the pincushion. It is more than necessary to see that the pins are usable and not rust to the head. There should be black ones and white ones, long and short, and also safety pins in several sizes. 3 or 4 threaded needles of white thread, black, gray, and tan silk are an addition that has proved many times welcome. She must also examine the writing desk to be sure that the ink is not a cracked patch of black dust at the bottom of the well, and the pens solid rust, and the writing paper textures and sizes at odds with the envelopes. There should be a fresh blotter and a few stamps. Also, thoughtful hostesses put a card in some convenient place giving the post office schedule and saying where the mail bag can be found. And a calendar, and a clock that goes. Is there anything more typical of the average spare room than the clock that is at a standstill? There must be plenty of clothes hangers in the closets. For the women a few hat stands, and for men trouser hangers, and the coat hangers that have a bar across the shoulder piece. It is unnecessary to add that every bureau drawer should be looked into to see that nothing belonging to the family is filling the space which should belong to the guest, and that the white paper lining the bottom is new. Curtains and sofa pillows must, of course, be freshly laundered, the furniture, floor, walls, and ceiling unmarred and in perfect order. When bells are being installed in new houses, they should be on cords and hung at the side of the bed. Light switches should be placed at the side of the door going into the room and bathroom. It is scarcely practical to change the wiring in old houses, but it can at least be seen that the bells work. People who like strong perfumes often mistakenly think they are giving pleasure in filling all the bedroom drawers with pads heavily scented. Instead of feeling pleasure, some people are made almost sick. But all people, hay fever patients excepted, love flowers, and vases of them beautify rooms as nothing else can. Even a shabby little room, if dustlessly clean and filled with flowers, loses all effect of shabbiness, and is inviting instead. In a hunting country there should be a boot jack, and boot hooks in the closet. Guest rooms should have shutters and dark shades for those who like to keep the morning sun out. The rooms should also, if possible, be away from the kitchen end of the house and the nursery. A shortcoming in many houses is the lack of a newspaper, and the thoughtful hostess who has the morning paper sent up with each breakfast tray, or has one put at each place on the breakfast table, deserves a halo. At night a glass and a thermos pitcher of water should be placed by the bed. In a few very specially appointed houses, a small glass-covered tray of food is also put on the bed table, fruit or milk and sandwiches, or whatever is marked on the guest card. The guest card. A clever device was invented by Mrs. Gilding, whose palatially appointed house is run with the most painstaking attention to everyone's comfort. On the dressing table in each spare room at Golden Hall is a card pad with a pencil attached to it. But if the guest card is used, a specimen is given below. Needless to say, the cards are used only in huge houses that, because of their size, are necessarily run more like a clubhouse than as a home. In every house the questions below are asked by the hostess, though the guests may not readily perceive the fact. At bedtime she always asks, "Would you like to come down to breakfast, or will you have it in your room?" If the guest says in her room, she is then asked what she would like to eat. She is also asked whether she cares for milk or fruit or other light refreshment at bedtime, and if there is a special book she would like to take up to her room. The guest card mentioned above is as follows: Please fill this out before going down to dinner. What time do you want to be awakened? Or will you ring? Will you breakfast upstairs or down? Underscore your order. Coffee, tea, chocolate, milk. Oatmeal, hominy, shredded wheat. Eggs, how cooked. Rolls, muffins, toast. Orange, pear, grapes, melon. At bedtime will you take hot or cold milk, cocoa, orangeade, sandwiches, meat, lettuce, jam, cake, crackers, oranges, apples, pears, grapes. Besides this list there is a catalogue of the library with a card, clipped to the cover, saying, "Following books for room number X," then 4 or 6 blank lines, and a place for the guest's signature. At the dinner hour. Every one goes down to dinner as promptly as possible, and the procedure is exactly that of all dinners. If it is a big party, the gentlemen offer their arms to the ladies the host or hostess has designated. At the end of the evening, it is the custom that the hostess suggest going upstairs, rather than the guests, who ordinarily depart after dinner. But etiquette is not very strictly followed in this, and a reasonable time after dinner, if anyone is especially tired, he or she quite frankly says, "I wonder if you would mind very much if I went to bed?" The hostess always answers, "Why, no, certainly not. I hope you will find everything in your room. If not, will you ring?" It is not customary for the hostess to go upstairs with a guest, so long as others remain in her drawing-room. If there is only one lady, or a young girl, the hostess accompanies her to her room, and asks if everything has been thought of for her comfort. How guests are asked and received. Many older ladies adhere to former practice and always write personal notes of invitation. All others write or telegraph to people at a distance, and send telephone messages to those near by. When a house is to be filled with friends of daughters or sons of the house, the young people in the habit of coming to the house, or young men, whether making a first visit or not, do not need any invitation further than one given them verbally by a daughter or even a son. But a married couple, or a young girl invited for the first time, should have the verbal invitation of daughter or son seconded by a note or at least a telephone message sent by the mother herself. Everyone is always asked for a specific time. Even a near relative comes definitely for a week, or a month, or whatever period is selected. This is because other plans have to be made by the owners of the house, such as inviting another group of guests, or preparing to go away themselves. Who are asked on house parties? Excepting when strangers bring influential letters of introduction, or when a relative or very intimate friend recently married is invited with her new husband or his bride, only very large and general house parties include anyone who is not an intimate friend. At least 70% of American house parties are young people, either single or not long married, and in any event all those asked to any one party, unless the hostess is a failure or a genius, belong to the same social group. Perhaps a more broad-minded attitude prevails among young people in other parts of the country, but willfully narrow-minded Miss Young New York is very chary of accepting an invitation until she finds out who, among her particular friends, are also invited. If Mrs. Stranger asks her for a week-end, no matter how much she may like Mrs. Stranger personally, she at once telephones 2 or 3 of her own group. If some of them are going, she accepts with pleasure, but if not, the chances are she regrets. If, on the other hand, she is asked by the Gildings, she accepts at once. Not merely because Golden Hall is the ultimate in luxury, but because Mrs. Gilding has a gift for entertaining, including her selection of people, amounting to genius. On the other hand, Miss Young New York would accept with equal alacrity the invitation of the Jack Littlehouses, where there is no luxury at all. Here, in fact, a guest is quite as likely as not to be pressed into service as auxiliary nurse, gardener, or chauffeur. But the personality of the host and hostess is such that there is scarcely a day in the week when the motors of the most popular of the younger set are not parked at the little house door. People we love to stay with. We enjoy staying with certain people usually for one of two reasons. First, because they have wonderful luxurious houses, filled with amusing people, and visiting them is a period crammed with continuous and delightful experience, even though such a visit has little that suggests any personal intercourse or friendship with one's hostess. The other reason we love to visit a certain house is, on the contrary, entirely personal to the host or hostess. We love the house because we love its owner. Nowhere do we feel so much at home, and though it may have none of the imposing magnificence of the great house, it is often far more charming. 5 flunkeys cannot do more towards a guest's comfort than to take his hat and stick and to show him the way to the drawing-room. A very smart young New Yorker, who is also something of a wag, says that when going to a very magnificent house, he always tries to wear sufficient articles so that he shall have one to bestow upon each footman. Someone saw him, upon entering a palace that is a counterpart of the Worldly's, quite solemnly hand his hat to the first footman, his stick to the second, his coat to the third, his muffler to the fourth, his gloves to the fifth, and his name to the sixth, as he entered the drawing-room. Needless to say, he did this as a matter of pure amusement to himself. Of course, 6 men-servants, or more, do add to the impressiveness of a house that is a palace, and are a fitting part of the picture. And yet a neat maid-servant at the door can divest a guest of his hat and coat, and lead the way to the sitting-room with equal facility. Having several times mentioned Golden Hall, the palatial country house of the Gildings, suppose we join the guests, and see what the last word in luxury and lavish hospitality is. Golden Hall is not an imaginary place, except in name. It exists within 100 miles of New York. The house is a palace, the grounds are a park. There is not only a long wing of magnificent guest rooms in the house, occupied by young girls or important older people, but there is also a guest annex, a separate building, designed and run like the most luxurious country club. The second floor has nothing but bedrooms, with bath for each. The third floor has bachelor rooms, and rooms for visiting valets. Visiting maids are put in a separate third-floor wing. On the ground floor there is a small breakfast-room, a large living-room filled with books, magazines, a billiard and pool table. Beyond the living-room is a fully equipped gymnasium. And beyond that a huge, white marble, glass-walled natatorium. The swimming pool is 50 feet by 100. On 3 sides is just a narrow shelf-like walkway, but the fourth is wide and is furnished as a room, with lounging chairs upholstered in white oilcloth. Opening out of this are perfectly equipped Turkish and Russian baths, in charge of the best Swedish masseur and masseuse procurable. In the same building are 2 squash courts, a racket court, a tennis court, and a bowling alley. But the feature of the guest building is a glass-roofed and enclosed riding ring, not big enough for games of polo, but big enough for practice in winter, built along one entire side of it. The stables are full of polo ponies and hunters, the garage full of cars, the boathouse has every sort of boat, sailboats, naphtha launches, a motor boat, and even a shell. Every amusement is open-heartedly offered, in fact, especially devised for the guests. At the main house there is a ballroom with a stage at one end. An orchestra plays every night. New moving pictures are shown, and vaudeville talent is imported from New York. This is the extreme of luxury in entertaining. As Mrs. Toplofty said at the end of a bewilderingly lavish party, "How are any of us ever going to amuse anyone after this? I feel like doing my guest rooms up in mothballs." No one, however, has discovered that invitations to Mrs. Toplofty's are any less welcome. Besides, excitement-loving youth and exercise devotees were never favored guests at the Hudson Manor anyway. The small house of perfection. It matters not in the slightest whether the guest room's carpet is aubusson or rag, whether the furniture is antique or modern, so long as it is pleasing of its kind. On the other hand, because a house is little is no reason that it cannot be as perfect in every detail, perhaps more so, as the palace of the multiest millionaire. The attributes of the perfect house cannot be better represented than by Brook Meadows Farm, the all-the-year home of the old names. Nor can anything better illustrate its perfection than an incident that actually took place there. A great friend of the old names, but not a man who went at all into society, or considered whether people had position or not, was invited with his new wife, a woman from another state, and of much wealth and discernment, to stay over a week-end at Brook Meadows. Never having met the old names, she asked something about their house and life, in order to decide what type of clothes to pack. "Oh, it's just a little farmhouse. Old name wears a dinner coat, of course. His wife wears I don't know what, but I have never seen her dressed up a bit." Evidently plain people, thought his wife. And aloud, "I wonder what evening dress I have that is high enough. I can put in the black lace day dress. Perhaps I had better put in my cerise satin." "The cerise?" asked her husband. "Is that the red you had on the other night? It is much too handsome, much. I tell you, Mrs. Oldname never wears a dress that you could notice. She always looks like a lady, but she isn't a dressy sort of person at all." So the bride packed her plainest, that is, her cheapest, clothes, but at the last she put in the cerise. When she and her husband arrived at the railroad station, that at least was primitive enough, and Mr. Oldname in much-worn tweeds might have come from a castle or a cabin. Country clothes are no evidence. But her practised eye noticed the perfect cut of the chauffeur's coat, and that the car, though of an inexpensive make, was one of the prettiest on the market, and beautifully appointed. At least they have good taste in motors and accessories, thought she, and was glad she had brought her best evening dress. They drove up to a low, white-shingled house at the end of an old-fashioned brick walk bordered with flowers. The visitor noticed that the flowers were all of one color, all in perfect bloom. She knew no inexperienced gardener had produced that apparently simple approach to a door that has been chosen as a frontispiece in more than one book on colonial architecture. The door was opened by a maid in a silver-gray taffeta dress, with organdy collar, cuffs, and apron, white stockings, and silver buckles on black slippers, and the guest saw a quaint hall and vista of rooms that at first sight might easily be thought simple by an inexpert appraiser. But Mrs. Oldname, who came forward to greet her guests, was the antithesis of everything the bride's husband had led her to believe. To describe Mrs. Oldname as simple is about as apt as to call a pearl simple, because it doesn't dazzle. Nor was there an article in the apparently simple living-room that would be refused were it offered to a museum. The tea-table was Chinese Chippendale, and set with old Spode on a lacquered tray over a mosaic embroidered linen tea-cloth. The soda biscuits and cakes were light as froth, the tea an especial blend imported by a prominent connoisseur and given every Christmas to his friends. There were 3 other guests besides the bride and groom, a United States senator and a diplomat and his wife who were on their way from a post in Europe to one in South America. Instead of bridge, there was conversation on international topics until it was time to dress for dinner. When the bride went to her room, which adjoined that of her husband, she found her bath drawn, her clothes laid out, and the dressing-table lights lighted. That night the bride wore her cerise dress to one of the smartest dinners she ever went down to, and when they went upstairs and she at last saw her husband alone, she took him to task. "Why, in the name of goodness, didn't you tell me the truth about these people?" "Oh," said he, abashed, "I told you it was a little house. It was you who insisted on bringing that red dress. I told you it was too handsome." "Handsome!" she cried in tears. "I don't own anything half good enough to compare with the least article in this house. That simple little woman, as you call her, would, I think, almost make a queen seem provincial. And as for her clothes, they are priceless, just as everything is in this little gem of a house. Why, the window curtains are as fine as the best clothes in my trousseau." The 2 houses contrasted above are 2 extremes, but each a luxury. The old name's expenditure, though in no way comparable with the Worldlies or the Gildings, is far beyond any purse that can be called moderate. The really moderate purse inevitably precludes a woman from playing an important role as hostess, for not even the greatest magnetism and charm can make up to spoiled guests for lack of essential comfort. The only exceptions are a bungalow at the seashore, or a camp in the woods, where a confirmed luxury lover is desperately uncomfortable for the first 24 hours, but invariably gets used to the lack of comfort almost as soon as he gets dependent upon it, and plunging into a lake for a bath, or washing in a little tin basin, sleeping on pine boughs without any sheets at all, eating tinned foods and flapjacks on tin plates with tin utensils, he seems to lack nothing when the air is like champagne and the company first choice. End of Chapter 25, Part 1. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, on April 16th, 2007, in Oceanside, California. Chapter 25, Part 2 of Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Kara Schallenberg. Etiquette in Society, in Business, in Politics, and at Home, by Emily Post. Chapter 25, The Country House and its Hospitality. Part 2. Guest Room Service. If a visitor brings no maid of her own, the personal maid of the hostess, if she has one, otherwise the housemaid, always unpacks the bags or trunks, lays toilet articles out on the dressing-table and in the bathroom, puts folded things in the drawers, and hangs dresses on hangers in the closet. If when she unpacks she sees that something of importance has been forgotten, she tells her mistress, or in the case of a servant who has been long employed, she knows what selection to make herself, and supplies the guest without asking with such articles as comb and brush, or clothes-brush, or bathing-suit and bathrobe. The valet of the host performs the same service for men. In small establishments, where there is no lady's maid or valet, the housemaid is always taught to unpack guests' belongings, and to press and hook up ladies' dresses, and gentlemen's clothes are sent to a tailor to be pressed after each wearing. In big houses, breakfast trays for women guests are usually carried to the bedroom floor by the butler. Some butlers delegate this service to a footman, and are handed to the lady's maid, who takes the tray into the room. In small houses they are carried up by the waitress. Trays for men visitors are rare, but when ordered are carried up and into the room by the valet or butler. If there are no men servants, the waitress has to carry up the tray. When a guest rings for breakfast, the housemaid or the valet goes into the room, opens the blinds, and in cold weather lights the fire, if there is an open one in the room. Asking whether a hot, cool, or cold bath is preferred, he goes into the bathroom, spreads a bath mat on the floor, a big bath towel over a chair, with the help of a thermometer draws the bath, and sometimes lays out the visitor's clothes. As few people care for more than one bath a day, and many people prefer their bath before dinner instead of before breakfast, this office is often performed at dinner dressing time instead of in the morning. Tips. The tip roll in a big house seems to us rather appalling, but compared with the amounts given in a big English house, ours are mere pittances. Pleasant to think that something is less expensive in our country than in Europe. Fortunately, in this country, when you dine in a friend's house, you do not tip the butler, nor do you tip a footman or parlour-maid who takes your card to the mistress of the house, nor when you leave a country house do you have to give more than $5 to anyone whatsoever. A lady for a week-end stay gives $2 or $3 to the lady's maid, if she went without her own, and $1 or $2 to every one who waited on her. Intimate friends in a small house send tips to all the servants, perhaps only $1 apiece, but no one is forgotten. In a very big house this is never done, and only those are tipped who have served you. If you had your maid with you, you always give her a tip, about $2, to give the cook, often the second one, who prepared her meals, and $1 for the kitchen maid who set her table. A gentleman scarcely ever remembers any of the women servants, to their chagrin, except a waitress, and tips only the butler and the valet, and sometimes the chauffeur. The least he can offer any of the men servants is $2, and the most ever is $5. No woman gets as much as that for such short service. In a few houses the tipping system is abolished, and in every guest room, in a conspicuous place on the dressing table or over the bathtub, where you are sure to read it, is a sign saying, "Please do not offer tips to my servants. Their contract is with this special understanding, and proper arrangements have been made to meet it. You will not only create a situation, but cause immediate dismissal of anyone who may be persuaded by you to break this rule of the house." The notice is signed by the host. The arrangement referred to is one whereby every guest means a bonus added to their wages of so much per person per day for all employees. This system is much preferred by servants for two reasons. First, self-respecting ones dislike the demeaning effect of a tip. An occasional few won't take them. Secondly, they can absolutely count that so many visitors will bring them precisely such an amount. Breakfast, downstairs or up. Breakfast customs are as varied in this country as the topography of the land. Communities of people who have lived or travelled much abroad have nearly all adopted the continental breakfast habit of a tray in their room, especially on Sunday mornings. In other communities it is the custom to go down to the dining room for a heavy American or English meal. In communities where the latter is the custom, and where people are used to assembling at a set hour, it is simple enough to provide a breakfast typical of the section of the country. Cornbread and kidney stew and hominy in the south, doughnuts and codfish balls way down east, kippered herring, liver and bacon, and griddle cakes elsewhere. But downstairs breakfast as a continuous performance is, from a housekeeper's point of view, a trial, to say the least. However, in big houses where men refuse to eat in their rooms, and equally refuse to get up until they feel like it, a dining-room breakfast is managed as follows: Continuous breakfast downstairs. The table is set with a place for all who said they were coming down. At one end is a coffee urn, kept hot over a spirit lamp. Milk is kept hot under a tea cosy, or in a double pitcher made like a double boiler. On the sideboard or on the table are 2 or 3 hot water dishes, with or without spirit lamps underneath. In one is cereal, in the other hash or creamed beef, sausage or codfish cakes, or whatever the housekeeper thinks of, that can stand for hours and still be edible. Fruit is on the table, and bread and butter and marmalade, and the cook is supposed to make fresh tea and eggs and toast for each guest as he appears. Preparing breakfast tray. The advantage of having one's guests choose breakfast upstairs is that unless there is a separate breakfast room, a long delayed breakfast prevents the dining room from being put in order or the lunch table set. Trays, on the other hand, stand all set in the pantry and interfere much less with the dining room work. The trays are either of the plain white pantry variety or regular breakfast ones with folding legs. On each is put a tray cloth. It may be plain linen hem-stitched or scalloped, or it may be much embroidered and have mosaic or filet lace. Every bedroom has a set of breakfast china to match it. But it is far better to send a complete set of blue china to a rose-colored room than a rose set that has pieces missing. Nothing looks worse than old crockery. It is like unmatched paper and envelopes, or odd shoes, or a woman's skirt and waist that do not meet in the back. There is nothing unusual in a tray set. Every china and department store carries them. But only in open stock patterns can one buy extra dishes or replace broken ones, a fact it is well to remember. There is a tall coffee pot, hot milk pitcher, a cream pitcher and sugar bowl, a cup and saucer, 2 plates, an egg cup, and a covered dish. A cereal is usually put in the covered dish, toast in a napkin on a plate, or eggs and bacon in place of cereal. This, with fruit, is the most elaborate tray breakfast ever provided. Most people who breakfast in bed take only coffee or tea, an egg, toast, and possibly fruit. The courteous host. Of those elaborate ceremonials between host and guest familiar to all readers of the Bible and all travelers in the East, only a few faint traces remain in our country and generation. It is still unforgivable to eat a man's bread and remain his enemy. It is unforgivable to criticize your host, or in his presence to criticize his friends. It is unforgivable to be rude to anyone under your own roof or under the roof of a friend. If you must quarrel with your enemy, seek public or neutral ground, since quarrels and hospitality must never be mingled. The Spaniard says to his guest, "All I have is yours." It is supposed to be merely a pretty speech, but in a measure it is true of every host's attitude toward his house guest. If you take someone under your roof, he becomes part of, and sharer in, your life and possessions. Your horse, your fireside, your armchair, your servants, your time, your customs, all are his. Your food is his food, your roof his shelter. You give him the best spare room, you set before him the best refreshments you can offer, and your best china and glass. His bed is made up with your best company linen and blankets. You receive your guest with a smile, no matter how inconvenient or troublesome or straining to your resources his visit may be, and on no account do you let him suspect any of this. Keeping one's guests occupied. In popular houses where visitors like to go again and again, there is always a happy combination of some attention on the part of the host and hostess, and the perfect freedom of the guests to occupy their time as they choose. The host and the men staying in the house arrange among themselves to rest or play games or fish or ride or shoot clay pigeons or swim, etc. The hostess, unless at the seashore where people go bathing in the morning, generally leaves her guests to their own devices until lunch-time, though they are always offered whatever diversions the place or the neighborhood afford. They are told there is bathing, fishing, golf, and if they want to do any of these things it is arranged for them. But unless something special, such as driving to a picnic or clam bake, has been planned, or there is a tennis tournament or golf match of importance, the hostess makes her first appearance just before luncheon. This is the same as any informal family meal. If there are 30 guests, it makes no difference. Sometimes there are place cards, especially if other people have been invited in. Sometimes people find places for themselves. After luncheon something is usually arranged. Perhaps those who play golf go out for their game, and others who do not play go to the country club at the hour the players are supposed to be coming in, so that they can all have tea together. Those who like motoring perhaps go for a drive, or to a neighbor's house for bridge, or neighbors come in for tea. There is always bridge. Sometimes there is dancing. In very big houses musicians are often brought in after dinner, and dancing and bridge alternate till bedtime. A house full of young people very easily look after their own amusement. As said before, a big house is run very much like a country club, and guests are supposed to look after themselves. Making an especial effort to entertain a guest who is to stay for a week or longer has gone out of custom in the fashionable world, except for an important personage. A visit from the President of the United States, for instance, would necessitate the most punctiliously formal etiquette, no matter how close a friend of the family he may always have been. For such a visitor a hostess would either arrange a series of entertainments or none, according to her visitor's inclination. A guest can look after his own comfort. The most trying thing to people of very set habits is an unusual breakfast hour. When you have the unfortunate habit of waking with the dawn, and the household you are visiting has the custom of sleeping on Sunday morning, the long wait for your coffee can quite actually upset your whole day. On the other hand, to be aroused at 7 on the only day when you do not have to hurry to business, in order to yawn through an early breakfast, and then sit around and kill time, is quite as trying. The guest with the early habit can in a measure prevent discomfort. He can carry in a small case, locked if necessary, a very small solidified alcohol outfit, and either a small package of tea, or powdered coffee, sugar, powdered milk, and a few crackers. He can then start his day all by himself in the barnyard hours, without disturbing anyone, and in comfort to himself. Few people care enough to fuss, but if they do, this equipment of an habitual visitor with incurably early waking hours is given as a suggestion. Or perhaps the entire guest situation may be put in one sentence. If you are an inflexible person, very set in your ways, don't visit. At least don't visit without carefully looking the situation over from every angle to be sure that the habits of the house you are going to are in accord with your own. A solitary guest is naturally much more dependent on his host or her hostess, but on the other hand he or she is practically always a very intimate friend, who merely adapts himself or herself like a chameleon to the customs and hours and diversions of the household. Don'ts for the hostess. When a guest asks to be called half an hour before breakfast, don't have him called an hour and a half before, because it takes you that long to dress. nor allow him a scant 10 minutes because the shorter time is seemingly sufficient. Too often the summons on the door wakes him out of sound sleep. He tumbles exhausted out of bed, into clothes, and downstairs, to wait, perhaps an hour for breakfast. If a guest prefers to sit on the veranda and read, don't interrupt him every half page to ask if he really does not want to do something else. If, on the other hand, a guest wants to exercise, don't do everything in your power to obstruct his starting off by saying that it will surely rain, or that it is too hot, or that you think it senseless to spend days that should be a rest to him in utterly exhausting himself. Don't, when you know that a young man cares little for feminine society, fine-tooth comb the neighborhood for the dullest or silliest young woman to be found. Don't, on the other hand, when you have an especially attractive young woman staying with you, ask a stolid middle-aged couple and an octogenarian professor for dinner, because the charm and beauty of the former is sure to appeal to the latter. Don't, because you personally happen to like a certain young girl who is utterly old-fashioned in outlook and type from ultra-modern others who are staying with you, try to bring them together. Never try to make any two people like each other. If they do, they do. If they don't, they don't, and that is all there is to it. But it is of vital importance to your own success as hostess to find out which is the case, and collect or separate them accordingly. The casual hostess. The most casual hostess in the world is the fashionable leader in Newport, she who should by the rules of good society be the most punctilious, since no place in America or Europe is more conspicuously representative of luxury and fashion. Nowhere are there more guests or half so many hostesses, and yet hospitality, as it is understood everywhere else, is practically unknown. No one ever goes to stay in a Newport house excepting on his own, as it were. It is not an exaggerated story, but quite true, that in many houses of ultra-fashion a guest on arriving is told at which meals he is expected to appear, that is, at dinners or luncheons given by his hostess. At all others he is free to go out or stay in by himself. No effort is assumed for his amusement, or responsibility for his well-being. It is small wonder that only those who have plenty of friends care to go there, or, in fact, are ever invited. Those who like to go to visit the most perfectly appointed but utterly impersonal house find no other visiting to compare with its unhampering delightfulness. The hostess simply says on his or her arrival, "Oh, how do, Freddie?" or Constance. "They've put you in the Chinese room, I think. Ring for tea when you want it. Struthers telephoned he'd be over around 5. Mrs. Toplofty asked you to dinner tonight, and I accepted for you. Hope that was all right. If not, you'll have to telephone and get out of it yourself. I want you to dinner tomorrow night and for lunch on Sunday. Sorry to leave you, but I'm late for bridge now. Good-bye." And she is off. The Newport hostess is, of course, an extreme type that is seldom met away from that one small watering place in Rhode Island. The energetic hostess. The energetic hostess is the antithesis of the one above, and far more universally known. She is one who fusses and plans continually, who thinks her guests are not having a good time unless she rushes them, cooks tourist fashion, from this engagement to that, and crowds with activity and diversion. Never mind what, so long as it is something to see or do, every moment of their stay. She walks them through the garden to show them all the nooks and vistas. She dilates upon the flowers that bloomed here last month and are going to bloom next. She insists upon their climbing over rocks to a summer-house to see the view. She insists on taking them in another direction to see an old mill, and again every one is trooped to the cupola of the house to see another view. She insists on every one's playing croquet before lunch, to which she gathers in a curiously mixed collection of neighbors. Immediately after lunch every one is driven to a country club to see some duffer golf. For some reason there is never time, in all the prepared pleasures, for any of her guests to play golf themselves. After 20 minutes at the golf club, they are all taken to a church fair. The guests are all introduced to the ladies at the booth, and those who were foolish enough to bring their purses with them from now on carry around an odd assortment of fancy work. There is another entertainment that her guests must not miss, a flower pageant of the darlingest children 14 miles away. Everyone is dashed to that. On someone's front lawn daisies and lilies and roses trip and skip. It is all sweetly pretty, but the sun is hot, and the guests have been on the go for a great many hours. Soon, however, their hostess leaves. Home at last, think they. Not at all. They are going somewhere for tea and French recitations. But why go on? The portrait is fairly complete, though this account covers only a few hours, and there is still all the evening and tomorrow to be filled in just as liberally. The anxious hostess. The anxious hostess does not insist on your ceaseless activity, but she is no less persistent in filling your time. She is always asking you what you would like to do next. If you say you are quite content as you are, she nevertheless continues to shower suggestions. Shall she play the phonograph to you? Would you like her to telephone to a friend who sings too wonderfully? Would you like to look at a portfolio of pictures? If you are a moment silent, she is sure you are bored, and wonders what she can do to divert you. The perfect hostess. The ideal hostess must have so many perfections of sense and character that were she described in full, no one seemingly but a combination of seer and angel could ever hope to qualify. She must first of all consider the inclinations of her guests. She must not only make them as comfortable as the arrangements and limits of her establishment permit, but she must subordinate her own inclinations utterly. At the same time, she must not fuss and flutter and get agitated and seemingly make efforts in their behalf. Nothing makes a guest more uncomfortable than to feel his host or hostess is being put to a great deal of bother or effort on his account. A perfect hostess, like a perfect housekeeper, has seemingly nothing whatever to do with household arrangements, which apparently run in oiled grooves and of their own accord. Certain rules are easy to observe once they are brought to attention. A hostess should never speak of annoyances of any kind, no matter what happens. Unless she is actually unable to stand up, she should not mention physical ills any more than mental ones. She has invited people to her house, and as long as they are under her roof, hospitality demands that their sojourn shall be made as pleasant as lies in her power. If the cook leaves, then a picnic must be made of the situation as though a picnic were the most delightful thing that could happen. Should a guest be taken ill, she must assure him that he is not giving the slightest trouble. At the same time, nothing that can be done for his comfort must be overlooked. Should she herself or someone in her family become suddenly ill, she should make as light of it as possible to her guests, even though she withdraw from them. In that event, she must ask a relative or intimate friend to come in and take her place. Nor should the deputy hostess dwell to the guests on the illness, or whatever it is that has deprived them of their hostess. The guest no one invites again. The guest no one invites a second time is the one who runs a car to its detriment and a horse to a lather, who leaves a borrowed tennis racket out in the rain, who dog-ears the books, leaves a cigarette on the edge of a table and burns a trench in its edge, who uses towels for boot rags, who stands a wet glass on polished wood, who tracks muddy shoes into the house and leaves his room looking as though it had been through a cyclone. Nor are men the only offenders. Young women have been known to commit every one of these offences, and the additional one of bringing a pet dog that was not house-trained. Besides these actually destructive shortcomings, there are evidences of bad upbringing in many modern youths, whose lack of consideration is scarcely less annoying. Those who are late for every meal, cheeky others who invite friends of their own to meals without the manners or the decency to ask their hostess's permission, who help themselves to a car and go off and don't come back for meals at all, and who write no letters afterwards, nor even take the trouble to go up and speak to a former hostess when they see her again. On the other hand, a young person who is considerate is a delight immeasurable, such a delight as only a hostess of much experience can perhaps appreciate. A young girl who tells where she is going, first asking if it is all right, and who finds her hostess as soon as she is in the house at night to report that she is back, is one who very surely will be asked again and often. A young man is, of course, much freer, but a similar deference to the plans of his hostess and to the hours and customs of the house will result in repeated invitations for him also. The lack of these things is not only bad form, but want of common civility and decency, and reflects not only on the girls and boys themselves, but on their parents, who failed to bring them up properly. The considerate guest. Courtesy demands that you, when you are a guest, shall show neither annoyance nor disappointment, no matter what happens. Before you can hope to become even a passable guest, let alone a perfect one, you must learn, as it were, not to notice if hot soup is poured down your back. If you neither understand nor care for dogs or children, and both insist on climbing all over you, you must seemingly like it, just as you must be amiable and polite to your fellow guests, even though they be of all the people on earth the most detestable to you. You must with the very best dissimulation at your command appear to find the food delicious, though they offer you all of the viands that are especially distasteful to your palate or antagonistic to your digestion. You must disguise your hatred of red ants and scrambled food if everyone else is bent on a picnic. You must pretend that 6 is a perfect dinner hour, though you never dine before 8, or, on the contrary, you must wait until 8:30 or 9 with stoical fortitude, though your dinner hour is 6, and by 7 your chest seems securely pinned to your spine. If you go for a drive and it pours, and there is no top to the carriage or car, and you are soaked to the skin and chilled to the marrow so that your teeth chatter, your lips must smile, and you must appear to enjoy the refreshing coolness. If you go to stay in a small house in the country, and they give you a bed full of lumps, in a room of mosquitoes and flies, in a chamber over that of a crying baby, under the eaves, with a temperature of over 100, you can, the next morning, walk to the village, and send yourself a telegram, and leave. But though you feel starved, exhausted, wilted, and are mosquito-bitten until you resemble a well-developed case of chicken-pox or measles, by not so much as a facial muscle must you let the family know that your comfort lacked anything that your happiest imagination could picture, nor must you confide in anyone afterwards, having broken bread in the house, how desperately wretched you were. If you know anyone who is always in demand, not only for dinners, but for trips on private cars and yachts, and long visits in country houses, you may be very sure of one thing: the popular person is first of all unselfish or else extremely gifted, very often both. The perfect guest not only tries to wear becoming clothes, but tries to put on an equally becoming mental attitude. No one is ever asked out very much who is in the habit of telling people all the misfortunes and ailments she has experienced or witnessed, though the perfect guest listens with apparent sympathy to everyone else's. Another attribute of the perfect guest is never to keep people waiting. She is always ready for anything, or nothing. If a plan is made to picnic, she likes picnics above everything, and proves her liking by enthusiastically making the sandwiches or the salad dressing, or whatever she thinks she makes best. If, on the other hand, no one seems to want to do anything, the perfect guest has always a book she is absorbed in, or a piece of sewing she is engrossed with, or else, beyond everything, she would love to sit in an easy-chair and do nothing. She never for one moment thinks of herself, but of the other people she is thrown with. She is a person of sympathy always, and instantaneous discernment. She is good-tempered no matter what happens, and makes the most of everything as it comes. At games she is a good loser and a quiet winner. She has a pleasant word, an amusing story, and agreeable comment for most occasions, but she is neither gushing nor fulsome. She has merely acquired a habit, born of many years of arduous practice, of turning everything that looks like a dark cloud as quickly as possible for the glimmer of a silver lining. She is as sympathetic to children as to older people. She cuts out wonderful paper dolls and soldier hats, always leisurely and easily, as though it cost neither time nor effort. She knows 100 stories or games. Every baby and every dog goes to her on sight, not because she has any especial talent, except that one she has cultivated, the talent of interest in everyone and everything, except herself. Few people know that there is such a talent, or that it can be cultivated. She has more than mere beauty. She has infinite charm, and she is so well born that she is charming to everyone. Her manner to a duke who happens to be staying in the house is not a bit more courteous than her manner to the kitchen maid whom she chances to meet in the kitchen gardens, whither she has gone with the children to see the new kittens, as though new kittens were the apex of all delectability. She always calls the servants by name, always says, "How do you do?" when she arrives, "Good morning," while there, and "Good-bye" when she leaves. And do they presume because of her familiarity when she remembers to ask after the parlour-maid's mother and the butler's baby? They wait on her as they wait on no one else who comes to the house, neither the senator nor the governor nor his Grace of over there. The ideal guest is an equally ideal hostess. The principle of both is the same. A ready smile, a quick sympathy, a happy outlook, consideration for others, tenderness toward everything that is young or helpless, and forgetfulness of self, which is not far from the ideal of womankind. The guest on a private car or yacht. The sole difference between being a guest at a country house and a guest on a private car or a yacht is that you put to a very severe test your adaptability as a traveler. You live in very close quarters with your host and hostess and fellow guests, and must therefore be particularly on your guard against being selfish or out of humor. If you are on shore and don't feel well, you can stay home. But off on a cruise, if you are ill, you have to make the best of it, and a seasick person's best is very bad indeed. Therefore let it be hoped you are a good sailor. If not, think very, very carefully before you embark. End of Chapter 25, Part 2. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, on April 16, 2007, in Oceanside, California.